Good morning, Virgin Islands, colleagues, staff, and testifiers. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is hereby called to order. I am Senator Marie C. James, and I'm presiding over this meeting today. I want to first say this, one sentence. These are, in fact, dark times for the Virgin Islands, and we can't put our heads in the sand. But what we can do is we can shine light on everything else that's bright about the Virgin Islands. And so I'm going to start by congratulating Ms. Chaselle McConnell of the St. Croix Educational Complex High School as the 2024-2025 State Teacher of the Year. The selection ceremony held on Saturday night was wonderful. For those who attended at Government House, and we celebrated the excellence and outstanding contributions of the two State Teacher of the Year finalists, Ms. McConnell and Ms. Chevelle Simeon of the Charlotte Amalie High School. I also want to say that since 2006, June has been designated as Caribbean American Heritage Month. It honors the rich cultural heritage and contributions of Caribbean Americans to the United States. I don't know about those of you who attended college, but when I attended George Washington and law school in Maryland, I was looked at as a Caribbean American. You know, we are Caribbean Americans. And there's a month-long celebration of activities, festivals, community events, and what it does is it highlights the diverse impacts Caribbean immigrants, even though we're not immigrants in that sense, have had on American society in various fields, such as politics, arts, science, and sports. So during this committee meeting today, I thought it would be great and nice for any of the testifiers, any of the senators, to shine a light on a Caribbean American from the Virgin Islands. And I'm going to start with a young man that I met this year for the first time. His name is Peter Bailey, like Time Magazine and NBC News. Peter Bailey also created the documentary series Nightcap with Peter Bailey, highlighting stories of influential figures and issues within the African American and Caribbean communities. And he created the Paradise Discovered, the Unbreakable Virgin Islanders film series. So we are unbreakable Virgin Islanders. And that's the light that we'll start with Peter Bailey. And I have some other people that I'm going to highlight, but I want to challenge my colleagues and the testifiers to come up with someone, whether it's someone who is now shining a light on Virgin Islands excellence, or a historical figure that you can think of, and you can just name the person and tell us a little bit about them. So we will begin. I will ask Madam Clerk to conduct the roll call.
Senator Diane Capehart. Here. Senator Capehart here. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Here.
Senator DeGraff here. Present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory absent. Senator Maurice C. James.
Here.
Senator Maurice C. James present. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Present.
Senator Javon E. James Sr. present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Franklin D. Johnson present. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Carla J. Joseph, present. Madam Chair,
Senator Fred Gregory, present.
Senator Donna Fred Gregory, present. Madam Chair, you have 7 present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a quorum. We also have non-committee member Senator Marvin Blyden, who is present with us today. Thank you for attending the meeting for today. Madam Clerk, do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Madam Chair, we do not.
Thank you. I also want to recognize my non-committee honorary member, Senator Kenneth Gittins, who just walked in the room. Madam Clerk, please read today's agenda into the record.
Committee on Education and Workforce Development, Monday, June 17th, 2024, 11 a.m., Fritz E. Lowette's Legislative Conference Room, St. Croix, USVI. Meeting agenda. Block 1. The committee will receive testimony from the Virgin Islands Department of Education on data and information received from all public school principals during the year-end school data review. Presentation for school year 2023-2024, included but not limited to the following: enrollment statistics, academic performance data, financial overview, classroom configurations for school year 2024-2025, technology resources, accomplishments linked to school improvement plans, and challenges or obstacles encountered during the school year 2023-2024. The committee will also receive testimony from the Virgin Islands Board of Education on its assessment of the school year 2023-2024 and its recommendations to improve the quality of education for the upcoming school year. St. Croix Public School Parent Coalition will present concerns that have been identified by public school students, parents or guardians, and staff, including the following prioritized issues: teacher shortages, a lack of academic programming, equipment maintenance, bullying and/or behavior management, transparent communications, and internet connectivity. Invited testifiers are the Honorable Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education, Dr. Kaiser Calwood, Chairman of the Virgin Islands Board of Education, and Mr. Abdul Ali, Chairman of the St. Croix School Parent Coalition. Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of Block 1.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I also want to recognize Senate President Novell E. Francis Jr. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to highlight another person. This one is a historical figure that I just learned about recently. He wasn't born here, but his mother was from here, Arturo Alfonso Schomburg. He was also known as Arthur Schomburg. He was a renowned historian, writer, and activist. Born in Puerto Rico to a mother from St. Croix, he's best known for his contributions to the documentation and preservation of African and Caribbean history. The Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture in New York City is named in his honor, serving as a testament to his lifelong dedication to the study and promotion of African diaspora heritage. So we have a lot of people to emulate, to honor, and be proud of. We will begin by having the testifiers introduce themselves, and of course, I'm going to start with the Commissioner on St. Thomas, Commissioner Education, and then we'll go to the Board of Education Chair and go back to his, okay, I don't know the direction, but back towards the Commissioner. So after the Commissioner, we'll go to the board chair, Calwood, and then go right across, and then we'll come back to St. Croix. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Good morning, Senator James and the rest of the senators of the 35th legislature. My name is Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Education.
Thank you.
Everyone, Dr. Kaiser A. Callwood, Chairman of the 21st Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Good morning, Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner, VI Department of Education.
Good morning, Nicole Jacobs, Director of Human Resources, VIDE.
Operation Officer, Department of Education.
Good morning, Disha Powell, Deputy Superintendent for the St. Thomas St. John District, Department of Education.
Good morning, Jean Weeks, Director of Maintenance, St. Thomas St. John District.
Thank you. I missed two names, but I'll get somebody to fill them in for me and St. Croix. After Jacobs, I missed the gentleman besides, I couldn't hear his name, and the people right after the Commissioner of Education. I may as well ask you now. Go ahead. Say it again for me, please.
Alan Fleming, good morning. Alan Fleming, Chief Operation Officer.
Good morning again, Disha Powell, Deputy Superintendent for the St. Thomas St. John District, Department of Education.
Good morning, Jean Weeks, Director of Maintenance, St. Thomas St. John District.
Okay, thank you. Initially, my screen was showing your backs, so I couldn't tell who. So we're going to proceed to St. Croix, and we will start with the Assistant Commissioner right in the middle here, and then we're going to go to your right. That's your right? Oh, sorry. I was going to your left, and then back to the right. And then we'll go over here. Thank you.
Great morning to members of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development and my fellow Virgin Islanders. I am Victor Sum III, the Assistant Commissioner of Education.
Good morning, Dr. Carla Bastian-Knight, Acting Insular Superintendent, St. Croix District.
Good morning, everyone. Yancy Milligan, Director of Maintenance, St. Croix District.
Good morning, Karen Chancellor, Acting Deputy Superintendent, St. Croix District.
Mr. Ali, it's your turn.
Oh, it's my turn. Thank you
Yes.
very much. Good morning. It's nice to be here. I'm the chairperson of the St. Croix Public School Parent Coalition.
Did you say your name?
Yeah, Abdul Ali. Right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Philomena Hendricks. I'm a member of the 21st Board of Education.
Good morning, Samantha Prentice, Associate Executive Director, Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Thank you all for being here. We have a big crowd in the house today. Saying tonight, you know, I wanted to be night already. It's going to be a long day though with these committee. You see, committee member already letting me know it'll be tonight. Okay, so I will first ask the Commissioner of Education to begin with her testimony.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning, Committee Chairwoman, Senator Maris C. James, Vice Chair, Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, other committee members, Senator Diane T. Capehart, Senator Duane M. DeGraff, Senator Javon E. James, Senior, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, and Senator Carla J. Joseph, and other members of the 35th Legislature, listening and viewing audience. I am Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Education, where we remain committed to ensuring that every single child that walks through our doors can be educated, empowered, and enriched to be the best version of themselves. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here today to discuss the end of the year data review, to include accomplishments, challenges, and next steps for the 2024-2025 school year. With me are members of my leadership team, Mr. Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner, Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction, Dr. Carla Bastian Knight, Acting St. Croix Insular Superintendent, Dr. Stefan Jurgen should be online. For the St. Thomas St. John District Insular Superintendent, Deputy Superintendent Karen Chancellor for the St. Croix District, Deputy Superintendent Dr. Disha Powell for the St. Thomas St. John District, Mr. Alan Fleming, Chief Operations Officer, Ms. Nicole Jacobs, Director of Human Resources, Mr. Yancy Milligan, Director of Maintenance for the St. Croix District, and Director Jean Weeks for the St. Thomas St. John District Maintenance Division. My testimony today begins with commending, first of all, our Teacher of the Year, Ms. McConnell from the St. Croix District, who is now our State Teacher of the Year, and the hardworking employees of the Virgin Islands Department of Education for their commitment, dedication, and passion for our children as we embark on yet another year of enriching, inspiring, and educating the young minds of this territory. We have had our share of challenges, but together we have been able to weather every storm as we work to improve the level of service to our children and families. At the VIDE, we share the common vision that we are transforming today's learners into tomorrow's leaders. Communication is the key to our rebranding, and we will continue our efforts to keep our internal and external stakeholders informed. It is important that we identify our issues, own our issues, find solutions to our issues, and execute our actions to remediate. At VIDE, we are not accepting excuses, but our mindset must be one that is solution-driven through accountability. The Virgin Islands Department of Education cannot fix all the ailments of our public education system without the involvement of every single stakeholder, to include this body. At this time, I would like to commend each and every one of you for your commitment to the people of this community, and more importantly, to the children of the Virgin Islands as we improve our public education system. Enrollment data. Public school enrollment has declined, as shown in the table below, over the past 5 years. This has been influenced by many factors. Key contributors include demographic shifts, such as declining birth rates leading to fewer school-age children, and an increasing senior population. Economic factors also play a role, with families facing financial challenges that may affect their ability to afford living costs required to reside in the Virgin Islands. The closing of housing communities is a contributing factor that has caused major shifts in the population, more so in the St. Croix District. Additionally, there has been an increasing trend towards alternative education methods such as homeschooling and online learning, which can divert students away from the traditional school setting. The COVID-19 pandemic further exacerbated these trends as many families reassessed their educational choices amidst health concerns and disruptions to conventional schooling systems. Over the past 5 years, the St. Thomas St. John District enrollment decreased from 5,415 students in the 2019-2020 school year to 5,220 in 2023-2024 school year, which is a difference of 185 students. Please note, however, that from the 2022 to 2023 school year to last school year, we had a 136 student increase. The projection suggests that we may see signs of growth moving forward in the St. Thomas St. John District. In the St. Croix District, we saw similar trends, with a decline over the past 5 years from 5,492 students in 2019-2020 school year to 5,082 students last year, which is a difference of 410 students. What was very striking to us was the analysis from 2022-2023 school year enrollment of 5,072 students to last school year of 5,082 students, which was only an increase of 10 students. Pay close attention to our high school data, which shows that our enrollment is significantly lower. For example, Charlotte Amalia High School, which has the capacity to house 1,600 students, and historically it has been between 1,350, now only has 1,076 students. As a territory, we are closely monitoring our enrollment data to ensure that we are maximizing our human capital to ensure that all our schools are adequately staffed. Table 1 gives you the breakdown of all of our schools for the past 5 years. Demographic data for student enrollment. Our demographic data shows that most of our students are of African American descent. However, it is important to note that the Hispanic population is steadily increasing and has increased from the 2022-2023 school year to last year by 96 students. This increase signifies the urgency for us to appropriately allocate resources to support our learners. Again, demographic table 2 shows you that breakdown by district for the past 5 years, and then table 3 shows you the breakdown by male and female students. So overall, we have more male students last year than we had female students. Academic performance data. Academic performance data serves as a cornerstone in the quest to enhance student achievement. This data encompassing grades, test scores, attendance records, and behavioral reports plays a pivotal role in shaping educational experiences and outcomes. Imagine a school where each student's journey is closely monitored through comprehensive performance data. Teachers can pinpoint the exact areas where students excel and where they need extra help. For instance, a student struggling with math might receive additional resources and personalized attention, while another excelling in science might be offered advanced coursework to further their skills. This targeted approach ensures that every student receives the support they need to thrive. The data also enables personalized learning, allowing educators to tailor their teaching methods and materials to individual students' needs. This means that a student who learns best through visual aids can have their lessons adapted to include more diagrams and videos, while another who prefers hands-on activities can engage in more practical exercises. Such customization helps each student learn in a way that suits them best, maximizing their potential for success. Monitoring progress is a critical function of academic performance data. By tracking students' performance over time, educators can see whether students are meeting their academic goals and standards. If a student's performance dips, immediate interventions can be implemented to get them back on track. This continuous monitoring ensures that no student falls through the cracks. Such programs include the iReady intervention program in reading and math. Beyond the classroom, academic performance data holds schools and educators accountable. It provides a clear picture of how well a school is performing and where improvements are needed. This accountability fosters a culture of continuous improvement, encouraging schools to adopt best practices and innovative teaching methods. Resource allocation is another area where performance data proves invaluable. Schools can make informed decisions about where to allocate their limited resources, ensuring that areas with the greatest need receive the necessary support. Whether it's additional funding for a struggling school or new technology for a classroom, data-driven decisions ensure that resources are used effectively. Moreover, academic performance data informs educational planning and policy making of the Commissioner's Office. We use the data to develop curricula and policies that address specific needs of our student populations. It also supports the school improvement plans, ensuring that strategies are grounded in real actionable data. Parents, too, benefit from access to academic performance data. By staying informed about their child's progress, they can engage more deeply in their education. Regular updates on performance helps parents support their children's learning at home, fostering a collaborative effort between home and school. For students preparing for higher education and their future careers, performance data is crucial. It helps students identify their strengths and areas of interest, guiding their choices for college majors and career paths. Additionally, this data is often required for college admissions and scholarship applications, making it an essential part of their educational journey. Finally, performance data guides the professional development of school administrators, teachers, and staff. By highlighting those areas where educators need further training and support, schools can provide targeted professional development programs. This continuous learning helps educators stay current with the latest teaching strategies and technologies, ultimately benefiting their students. Subgroup data. The BID has been working to meet the needs of exceptional populations. This has been challenging because of limited human resources. Despite the challenges, both districts have found ways to navigate to ensure that the staff are trained in techniques and strategies that can be used to assist those learners. Special education has experienced challenges in staffing students on a timely basis, in addition to providing services based on students' individual educational plans. The VIDE is currently in negotiations to partner with an entity to assist in this endeavor. Despite the significant challenges posed by limited resources, the State Office of Bilingual Education is in close collaboration with various stakeholders, has received remarkable progress. Together, we successfully established the ESOL Hub, which now boasts 45 active members, and enriched ESOL Hotspot with 317 valuable resources. The hashtag GoOpenUSVI ESOL Hub initiative has been a significant focus, utilizing Microsoft in education tools like Immersive Reader, Reading Coach, dictation, and translation to support our English language learners. We will continue to support our teachers by providing them with training as well. And so if you look at your numbers, and we were to do a comparison in the St. Thomas St. John district, for example, in 2020-2021 school year, they had 538 ELs, and last school year, 1,046. So there's definitely growth across the St. Thomas St. John district, which was very much more significant than what we saw in the St. Croix district as well. They were at 181 in the 2020-2021 school year and are now at 243 based on last year's data. Then you also see some increase in students with disabilities as well in the St. Thomas St. John district and in the St. Croix district. And so the services that we provide to our subgroups is definitely critical. Also look at Table 6. you see that in the St. Thomas, St. John district, we had a higher population of students who are homeschooled, which is decreasing, has decreased last year to 41, and the same thing in the St. Thomas, St. John district. And so this is based on the data that we have received for those who have applied for homeschooling, but do note that there are students within the territory that are enrolled in schools virtually on continental US. Absenteeism data reveals that our schools are struggling with students who have issues attending school regularly. By examining this data, our administrators have been able to identify patterns, such as which days of the week have higher absentee rates, whether absenteeism is more prevalent in certain grades and among specific student demographics, and if there are seasonal trends. Early identification enables timely intervention to address the root cause, whether they are academic, social, or related to health issues. There is a strong correlation between attendance and academic performance. Students who attend school regularly are more likely to perform better academically. With the identification of those chronically absent students, schools can take steps to ensure that students do not fall behind. This data can be used for the allocation of resources and even identify issues such as bullying, lack of engagement, or other factors contributing to the negative environment. Data-driven insights will assist VIDE through our interagency partnerships to develop policies and programs designed to reduce absenteeism. As you look closely at the addendum behind the school maintenance listing, you will see that absenteeism data by individual schools. But what that data also shows us is the high percentage of students in pre-K to second grade who are not coming to school regularly. Therefore, we are petitioning our parents to understand that bringing your child to school is not an option, but a requirement. Every day missed puts that child behind in their academic journey. For the 2024-2025 school year, all students with chronic absenteeism will be referred to the Department of Human Services to intervene, especially if contact is made with parents and no improvements are made. If necessary, the VIDE will also seek assistance from the Family Division of the Virgin Islands Superior Court for chronic absenteeism. Students with health-related issues will require our basic child study teams to put measures in place to bridge the gaps in academics through a 504 plan so that that student or those students will not fall behind. Schools will examine students' attendance case by case, but action will be taken by VIDE to ensure that our children's education remains a priority. And you'll see that in 2021, we had a higher percentage of absenteeism in the St. Thomas, St. John district, which was at 32.8%, but has decreased significantly in St. Thomas. So in St. Thomas, St. John district, students are coming to school. But look at the flip side. Let's look at St. Croix. In 2021-2022 school year, they were at 33.7%, and now we are at 38.4%. So definitely we are going to have to take those measures in place to ensure that our students are coming to school. Dropout rates. Reduced dropout rates in high schools are significant because they lead to a more educated workforce, higher earning potential for individuals, and reduced societal costs related to unemployment and social services. Additionally, lower dropout rates contribute to improved social outcomes, such as decreased crime rates and better health. Ensuring more students complete their high school education also promotes greater social equity and community stability. Our schools have been doing an exceptional job at tracking our students to ensure that early interventions are put into place to support the child and their need. What we have observed is an increase in students having to work to support their families. So we have some students who have not been able to come to school for household issues. And what we have been doing is looking individually at students, and we were able to successfully put some in the night school program. And we had some graduates, Senator Blyden, you were there, and Senator Gregory and Senator Joseph, you saw some of those students walk across the stage. So those alternatives are what we are looking at also to help our students to be successful. So you'll see that our dropout rates have been reduced. In 2018-2019, we were at 5.0%, and now last year, 2.2. St. Croix District in 2018, we were at 4.8, and now last year we had 2.3, and we'll continue our efforts to make sure that we are tracking our students and providing alternatives where needed. Graduation rates. Increased graduation rates at high school are crucial for individuals, communities, and society. They enhance, again, the economic opportunities and personal development for graduates, leading to higher wages, better job prospects, access to further education, to name a few. For our communities, higher graduation rates stimulate economic growth, social stability, civic engagement. At VIDE, we have invested in the system through the Power School platform called Navians that will be rolled out this year. Navians is the leading college and career and life readiness platform, equipping over 10 million students with pathways to success. Navians provides students with impactful tools to plan for a future that aligns with their strengths and interests, whether that's continued education, military enrollment, or direct entry into the workforce. It ensures that every student has access to high-quality resources to achieve milestones toward their post-secondary goals. Multi-language support in 70 languages helps to provide the increased access to more students and families. This platform implements holistic counseling in a single platform where students, families, and staff can collaborate to build and track students' plans for future success. Lastly, it provides school districts with data and insights to track, measure, and drive the effectiveness of college, career, and life readiness initiatives. At VIDE, our graduation rates is steadily increasing, which shows that we are preparing our students to fulfill the requirements. St. Thomas St. John District in 2018 had a graduation rate of 57.1. Last year was 76.8. St. Croix in 2018, 59.8, and last year, 79.5. And I must say this, I commend the St. Croix Educational Complex. I believe they had 173 graduates, and all 173 graduated, a full class of graduates. That was commendable as well. Smarter balance data. The VIDE uses Smarter Balance Assessment as the tool to measure our students and their adequate yearly progress. The data is reviewed longitudinally and latitudinally, comparing cohorts and measuring students' data across grade level. As the chief academic officers of their schools, principals have hosted data chats with teachers, students, and parents as they review each student's overall performance. Each school has set a measurable goal as part of their school improvement process that focuses on academic growth. schools are focusing and channeling resources towards the early childhood years with intentionally targeted training for this upcoming school year on the science of reading and explicit math instruction. We understand as a territory that we must guarantee that our children have a strong foundation and are reading at grade level by the end of third grade. And I must go back to the attendance. So we have these initiatives in place. But if our pre-K to second grade students aren't coming to school, then we're faced with increased challenges. These data charts have allowed the school teams to dive deep into the data and use their allotted federal funds to create plans to address student achievement gaps. Tier 1 instruction, the primary level of support in multi-tiered systems of support is paramount in ensuring all students have access to grade level content and foundational skills. It establishes a strong academic foundation by providing high-quality research-based instruction that meets the needs of most students. By targeting the whole class, Tier 1 instruction creates a supportive learning environment where students are actively engaged, receive differentiated instruction, and have opportunities to practice and apply their knowledge. Investing in Tier 1 instruction is vital for academic success, reducing the need for later interventions, and promoting equity by ensuring all students have access to the same high-quality learning experiences. Table 10 shows the historical data for the SBAC for each of the respective districts for the past 5 years. And you'll see that definitely the district is struggling. Both districts are struggling when it comes to ELA and math as measured by the Smarter Balance Assessment. And while we saw evidence of growth from 2017 to 2020, there was a strong decline in scores from 2021 until now. Based on a cursory look at the unofficial Smarter Balance Assessment results, we are definitely showing increases. When that is officially released, I will make sure that that information is shared with the body. So we can see based on the graphs that historically our math scores have been low, and we're seeing that same trend as we go through. We are seeing pockets of increases as we move from last school year, from 2022 to 2023 school year to last school year, which is unofficial, so I can't share it until it becomes official. But what I'm saying is through the school improvement plans, our schools are now looking individually at their student data and making plans to improve instead of doing that holistic approach from the district level, which really isn't honing in to the skills and the different strategies that we want to see for the transformation to occur. So I am not going to read all of that because you can look at the graphs itself. When you turn the page and you look at the figure 2, you'll see that ELA scores, for example, in 2017, in the St. Thomas, St. John districts were 23.8%, St. Croix were 36.6%. But then in 2022, 2023, you saw St. Thomas drop to 16.2 and St. Croix to 17.8. And if you historically look at research, you will note that the foundational levels are key to a student's success. We gotta get our children reading by third grade. And so everything kind of works together if we're really going to transform public education in the territory. iReady Intervention Program. The iReady Intervention Program is a comprehensive educational tool purchased by the department designed to help students achieve their academic potential. Tailored to meet individual students' needs, iReady provides personalized instruction in math and reading, ensuring that each learner progresses at their own pace. One of the strengths with iReady is its adaptive assessment feature, which accurately identifies students' proficiency level and areas areas needing improvement. This ensures that the instruction is always relevant and appropriately challenging. The program also includes engaging in interactive lessons, which helps to maintain student interest and motivation. Teachers benefit from the already detailed reporting capabilities. The program provides real-time data on student performance, enabling educators to make informed decisions to adjust instruction as needed. This data-driven approach helps to target interventions more effectively, ensuring that each student receives the support that they need. Studies have shown that students who regularly use the iReady demonstrate significant gains in both reading and math. These improvements are particularly pronounced in struggling learners who often see the most dramatic progress. Additionally, iReady has been praised for helping to close achievement gaps, ensuring that all students can succeed academically. The data provided shows student performance at the beginning of the year versus the end of the year assessment. This program is available to students in kindergarten through 8th grade. The recommended usage is 45 minutes a week. We suffered some challenges with internet connectivity that impacted usage at some of our sites. However, overall, as displayed by the growth, our students have begun to close the education or the achievement gaps. So the next 2 pages highlight the iReady assessment for math and ELA for the St. Thomas St. John District and the St. Croix District. And if you look at those beginning numbers, you know, you gone from 3% in 3rd grade for the St. Thomas St. John District in math to the ending assessment at 17. As you can see, I believe this is 6th grade, went from 11, and I want to believe that's 39%. So there's definitely growth, and studies have shown that when the iReady program is used with fidelity, that helps our teachers to close the achievement gap. And you see the same thing in St. Croix. In 3rd grade, they began at 1.1 and ended at 16, 2.0 in 4th grade and ended, what's that, 15%. Look at 3rd grade in ELA. They went from 15 in the St. Croix district to 42% growth. So the program definitely is helping our schools to close the achievement gap, and that's one of the investments that the department has made that is working in the benefit of our students. Vacancies by schools. The United States is currently grappling with the nationwide crisis in teacher vacancies, leaving many schools and districts struggling to provide quality education. This pervasive issue has been exacerbated by a combination of factors, including low salaries, inadequate support, and lingering impacts of COVID-19 pandemic. As a result, classrooms are often left without qualified instructors, forcing schools to rely on substitutes or paraprofessionals, or to increase class sizes, which negatively impacts or affects student learning and engagement. The shortage of educators not only compromises the academic future of our students, but also places a significant strain on the remaining teachers, leading to burnout and further intensifying the vacancy problem. Urgent and comprehensive measures are needed to address this critical issue and ensure that every student has access to a dedicated and well-supported teacher. The Virgin Islands Department of Education continues to recruit on various platforms to include international teachers to fill the vacancies. So this table shows you the needs based on the principal's presentations of the vacancies that they have in their schools. But one of the things that I want to point out to this body, we're seeing teachers leaving the profession to go work in other areas of government, not teaching positions. And so when I see that, it's alarming to me as the commissioner and the superintendents as well, because we got to find a way to maintain and sustain those who are in the classrooms. And it starts with supporting and making sure that they have the tools and resources that they need in order to do their jobs more effectively. And that's another reason why we have moved toward the school improvement process and putting the money back into the schools so that they can create those individual school improvement plans tailored to their particular needs. So we do have quite a number of vacancies, but my director, who is right here next to me, has been working hard to continue to recruit and fill those vacancies. Another thing that's alarming in Table 13 are those who are eligible for retirement. So if you look at the teachers, we have 126 persons that are eligible to go home today. And that is alarming because we would never have 126 teachers to replace them. So we continue to encourage, that continuous support so that we can sustain the personnel that we have and keep everyone comfortable in the roles that they play. Certification data. Our certification data remains very alarming. During our principal presentations last year, principals reported high percentages of our educators and some administrators not being up to date with their certification. Certification fosters professional accountability, encouraging continuous learning and development through ongoing professional education and adherence to ethical standards. In essence, teacher certification is fundamental to maintaining the integrity and effectiveness of the educational system, ultimately benefiting students, schools, and the broader community. In February of 2020, professionals whose personnel records indicated that they were not certified. This initiative aimed to raise awareness among the professionals and their leadership, thus ensuring that everyone involved understood necessary steps needed to update their status. Here are our current certification numbers. So, if you look at the St. Thomas St. John district, we have 189 teachers that are certified, 248 who are not. St. Croix, 177 certified, 293 not, for a total of 907 professionals that are not certified. You look at the administrators' data. You have one that's under conditional certification in the St. Thomas St. John district, and then you have 35 that are not certified. In the St. Croix district, we have 30 that are not certified. And so that data is also very alarming. So I need to make one correction. 907 is the total. 541 is the amount that's not certified, which is still too much in my book. So that was very troubling to me, and we definitely have to have some deeper dives individually with our teachers in terms of providing them the support that they need, and the department has done a good job. We have a platform that we've paid for that gives them certification awards so that they could just become certified, but people are not utilizing the platform as much as we would like, and we're seeing that as evidenced in our numbers. Financial review, all schools receive funding from the American Rescue Program and Stronger Connections Grant. The goal was to allow students to create budgets aligned to their school improvement plans to drive the improvements in student outcomes that they wanted to see on their campuses. The ARP funding is a one-time allotment for schools, allocations for Stronger Connections grant were based on enrollment. Moving forward, all schools will have an allotted funding through the consolidated grant for their activities tied to their improvement goals. Activities outlined in their plan range from professional development to coaching, operating supplies, resources, etc. And you see the narrative on the Stronger Connections grant, which we're not going into. But what I want to highlight is that that grant can be used to provide school-based mental health services, including suicide prevention and mentoring and counseling, implementing school-wide positive behavior supports, establishing community partnerships to offer additional resources to support for schools, offering high-quality training for school personnel in effective practices related to mental health and violence prevention. And so this table 16 breaks down the Stronger Connections allotments and the balances that are available to our schools. We wanted to just highlight one of the positive things that we've been seeing with that particular grant. An example of the project is a gardening club at Joseph Sibley, which took place during the 23-24 school year. The gardening club was designed for students to enhance their social emotional learning through the joys of gardening. Participating in the Growing Together Gardening Club offered numerous benefits to students in grades K through 5, focusing on enhancing their social, emotional, and academic development. By engaging with the natural world, students experienced therapeutic benefits that contributed to reduced stress levels and improved mood and self-esteem. The collaborative nature of gardening activities fostered essential social skills, including teamwork, communication, empathy, and conflict resolution. Additionally, the club promoted environmental stewardship, instilling in students a deep appreciation for nature and the importance of sustainable living practices. And so you'll see the invite that was sent to the students to join the gardening club. And then on the back, you'll see some pictures of the students and their actual products in the garden. And so VID has an internal deadline of May 30th, 2024 to obligate those funds. However, the deadline was not met. District personnel and principals continue to work with their teams to obtain the goods and services needed for the school year. Several school teams are traveling this summer to attend conferences covering topics such as PBIS, dropout prevention. Other schools are procuring for students to manage stress. I know some schools are doing like Zen rooms for the students and different things like that to improve their mental well-being, which can enhance their focus and academic performance. Additionally, these rooms will support emotional regulation and create a more supportive and inclusive school environment. The goal is to have all funds obligated by the end of 2024. So that grant is not expiring. We kind of set a deadline internally because we are going to have the consolidated grant funding as well for schools, and we wanted to help them to manage as best as possible. Classroom configurations are crucial for meeting students' academic needs as they influence engagement, interaction, and learning outcomes. Flexible seatings and group work areas enhance participation and collaboration, while well-organized spaces with proper lighting and acoustics optimize the learning environment. Configurations that support differentiated instruction and accessibility cater to diverse learning experiences or preferences and needs. Interactive spaces and technology integration promote active learning, while clear sight lines and defined boundaries aid in behavior management. Student-centered layouts and choices foster independence and responsibility, and arrangements that encourage face-to-face engagement or interactions to build a positive classroom culture. Overall, effective classroom design enhances engagement, supports various learning styles, and creates conducive and inclusive learning environments. The district superintendents, human resources, the Director for Planning and Research and Evaluation, along with myself, we reviewed our enrollment data and did the crosswalk for personnel so that any excess could be reassigned to schools that needed teachers for the 24-25 school year. This process was encouraged to ensure that we are maximizing our human resources. In addition, our secondary schools also conducted that analysis, and we will be diving deeper into the block scheduling and whether it's working or not. Then look at alternatives. Currently, the maximum number of students in kindergarten is 25, first grade to sixth grade 30, and 7 to 12, 27 according to the contract. Principals of elementary schools were asked to examine teacher placements as well, using data to determine if teachers are in the right levels based on their skill set. To have students reading on grade level by the end of third grade requires that we must ensure that our best teachers are at the primary level. This will guarantee success for our students as they continue their academic journey. Table 17 was a list of all the laptops that are available at our schools. As you can see, some schools are popping with technology. One of the things I've said to the superintendents is now that you have the data, if you have shortfalls in any other schools, we can transfer assets so that our schools have what they need. The Virgin Islands Department of Education has had several noteworthy accomplishments in the 23-24 school year. We successfully completed our strategic plan for the department that has been used to drive our school improvement process. We have aligned our key performance indicators to our strategic goals. We are transitioning back to site-based management, which allows our school administrators to create actionable steps to improve student achievement, school culture, and community stakeholder engagement. Site-based management empowers schools to tailor educational strategies to their unique student populations, fostering responsive and effective learning environments. Schools have received initial funding through ARP and stronger connections to jumpstart some of those initiatives as outlined in their plans. We've tailored our consolidated grant application to include budget allocations to schools for their future plans through a collaborative partnership with the National Academic Educational Partners. We worked with each school on updating their school improvement plans for full implementation in the 24-25 school year. In addition, through the same collaboration, we were able to provide our leadership at state, district, and school level with leadership training on the following modules: visionary leadership, leading transformational change, strategic planning and implementation, communication and collaboration, data-informed decision-making, ethical leadership and integrity, emotional intelligence and resilient leadership, stakeholder engagement and community building, and continuous professional development and growth mindset. Investing in our leadership to ensure they are equipped with the necessary skills to drive transformation at their respective schools is crucial for our future success. Schools have actively engaged in data discussions where teachers and administrators collaboratively examine and analyze data. This initiative has encouraged the entire VID family to take ownership of the data, enabling us to make informed decisions on the next steps to address the identified issues. This process has been enlightening and reveals the story of our schools and their overall performance. At VID, our data shows us exactly where we are, and we own that. Working together to maximize the resources that we have will allow us to create pathways to close those gaps that we recognize through actionable steps that can bring about those changes. Our schools have implemented partnerships to provide mentorship and wraparound services for our students. Schools have implemented dropout prevention plans and multi-TED system of supports to ensure that we are not losing our students to the streets, but providing them with support to help them to get back on track. They have established school-wide positive behavior intervention incentives to change the inappropriate behaviors that we see. And then we have some pictures that show different things that are happening at the school. The first picture shows the school improvement planning process. The next shows the intervention block that were incorporated into the schedules. And the intervention blocks, originally it was designed to do the same thing, But if we're going to be true to who we are and we're saying that schools need to have autonomy, then the intervention blocks are designed by the principals based on where their needs are. And so you'll see some variation in that, even as you go from one high school to the next. Looking at skill building and stuff like that is what the high schools have been using the intervention block for. So that picture shows the Muller family and how they were using the intervention block. It shows the skills. They introduced the students to the skill, exactly what it is that they expected to learn and master, and our students and our teachers take full control of that. Professional development is continuous process of development for all professionals. We have invested in the professional learning suite that I mentioned to you before through Power School that provides our professionals with opportunities for professional development in any topic relative to their specific roles. This digital platform can easily be accessed and allows our professionals to earn the hours that can be applied to their certification. The goal is to ensure that we adequately support our professionals in their development. At VIDE, we have excellent teachers who have mastered the skills that many struggle with, such as differentiating instruction, student engagement, classroom management, to name a few. So in the upcoming 24-25 school year, we will work to create a local database where our teachers can see colleagues in action and use strategies observed to assist them in their classrooms. The VIDE puts student first and always seeks ways to bridge the gap that can occur between school and home. We will roll out the Navians program that I mentioned, and that's a key to tracking our students from 9th grade to when they exit in 12th grade. At VIDE, we desire to have more parental involvement. And I remember having a conversation with a couple of the senators who visit PTAs, and based on the enrollment, you don't see a requisite, not even 10% of our parents are coming to our PTAs. However, parental involvement is still not where it should be, and so we will not stop until we start to see the increases in our PTA attendance and in the overall attendance of parents to activities in our schools. Our schools understand the importance of this relationship and have organized activities to increase the stakeholder engagement in the school community, and will continue the efforts to engagement. Such activities include parent nights, taste of cultures, cuisines, concerts, competitions. Schools have also made communication easy through various modes such as WhatsApp chats, class dojo, Power School blasts, newsletters, and calendars. Keeping our stakeholders informed is critical to fostering a culture that shows how all parents are valuable partners in the education of their children. However, communication is a two-way street. And so you see a sample of the calendars that are sent out, and then you see a newsletter on the next page from Principal Moorhead that he regularly sends out. And that's just some examples. We couldn't put all in there. We are public school proud, and as our students continue to excel in various activities, whether musical competitions, sports tournaments, math counts, and moot court, just to name a few, our public relations division has been doing a phenomenal job at getting the information out and highlighting the great activities that occur in our schools. And I want to take just a minute to share two of those videos with you on what our public relations department has been putting forth. Media. Thank you, media. And so that's just an example of what public relations has been putting out. We also launched the Commissioner's Corner, which is hosted by WTJX on Tuesdays at 5:30. I host and I have various persons from our VIDE family come on and talk about their roles, and we have good discussion, because a lot of times we forget of how VIDE works and how everyone plays an integral role in the success of this department. So we are committed to keeping our social media platforms updated, and we continue to encourage partnerships with the department because education involves all of us. So those are just a few of the accomplishments that we've had. Challenges, of course, we have those. Schools are currently facing critical challenges that need to be addressed to ensure productive learning communities. Included in today's testimony are the common challenges across the territory as identified through the principal presentation. Student attendance and tardiness are key concerns, prompting the implementation of school-based attendance initiatives. For school attendance and tardiness, we will enhance our school-based attendance initiatives with incentives and parental engagement strategies. Secondary schools will increase contacts with parents and students using their truancy officers, school attendants, counselors, as well as the deans. Upon identifying evidence of chronic absenteeism, the VIDE will actively interface with supporting agencies, as mentioned below, to address those parents who are negligent in bringing their children to school. Maintaining adherence to the instructional time is crucial, and this is being monitored through informal and formal observations and conversations. At VIDE, we recognize that what gets monitored gets done. To ensure adherence to instructional time, administrators will conduct regular check-ins and provide teachers with time management resources. Expectations are set at the building and must be adhered to. Something as simple as being at your door to greet your students can ensure that teachers are on time and cut down on unwanted behaviors. We are experiencing staff shortages as well, which will impact our instructional operations. Due to teacher shortages, we continue to rely heavily on our international teachers through our J1 visa cultural exchange program. However, it is important to note that we are competing with other districts who also rely heavily on the international teachers to fill their gaps. Classroom management for international teachers has been a great concern over several years and will be strengthened through targeted training sessions with administrators and district professional development coordinators. Internet connectivity issues came up in every single school. Assessments are constantly being done as we look for infrastructure issues to devise a plan of attack. Enhancing our internet infrastructure and partnering with outside professionals is where the department is at with these long-standing issues. Lastly, maintaining fidelity of expectation for the intervention block was collectively expressed by schools. We will strengthen the intervention block is essential for smooth functioning of our schools. Our goals for the 24-25 school year. All schools have successfully completed their school improvement plans for full implementation next year. School teams have set expectations for the schools for student achievement, school culture, stakeholder engagement. Overarching areas of focus include intensive training, focus on pre-K to third, the goal of the territory is to have students reading on grade level by third grade, focusing on explicit math instruction where teachers are trained on math vocabulary and reinforcement of foundational skills. Tier 1 instruction is also critical to us being in GAP, providing professional development on instructional strategies to include differentiation and student engagement. Schools have set measurable targets for improvement in proficiency rates across the territory. Examples of school improvement goals include the following. All teachers use a variety of instructional modes. whole classroom instruction, teacher-directed group, student-directed group, independent work, computer-based homework. All teachers develop weekly lesson plans that incorporate VI cultural standards and align to standard units of instruction and assessment, or the school leadership team provides ongoing mechanisms for families and community to be meaningfully engaged in meaningfully engaged in decisions that impact school improvement and school environment. Once the teams have identified their goals as it applies to their school needs, then action steps are developed and funding is aligned for full implementation. This expectation remains that measurable goals be set. And I need to stress that. We're not putting goals in place that can't be measured. That's the only way we're going to be able to determine if the goals that have been set by our schools are actually working or not. And historically, we've had a number of things in place that haven't had the data to support whether they are or not. So that's very, very important. In conclusion, we thank you for this opportunity to provide a comprehensive review of the state and public education of the territory. I want to say, even though in the initial request, the senator did not include summer maintenance, we've listed our summer maintenance projects by school so that the body can know what will be worked on during the summer. And my team is available to answer any specific questions that you may have or any other questions relative to our testimony. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this update.
Thank you, Commissioner. We will now go to Chairman of the Board of Education, Dr. Calwood. Go right ahead.
Good morning, Honorable Marie C. James, Chairwoman of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, committee members, and other members of the 35th Legislature present and a listening and viewing audience. I am Dr. Kaiser A. Calwood, Chairman of the 21st Virgin Islands Board of Education, also known as VIBE or the Board. Joining me in the St. Croix chambers is Winona A. Hendricks, Chairperson of the School Plans and Facilities Committee, and Associate Executive Director Samantha Prentice. Thank you for inviting us to share VIBE's assessment of the 2023-2024 school year and our recommendations to improve the quality of education for the upcoming school year. First and foremost, I would like to extend heartfelt congratulations to all promotees and graduates across the territory. Your hard work and dedication have prepared you for the next exciting chapter of your lives. For those of you venturing off to pursue higher education, career and technical training, or military service, we wish you a safe journey. Represent the Virgin Islands with pride and excellence. Annual School Management Accountability Report, SMAR. Each year, the Virgin Islands Board of Education is mandated to prepare a School Management Accountability Report. This report is shared with the legislature, the governor, the Virgin Islands Department of Education, and other stakeholders. This year, we present a robust and thorough assessment despite significant challenges following the passage of Act 8717, which established a Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance in April 2023. Key changes and responsibility. Act 8717 transferred all responsibilities related to school facilities to the newly formed Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. The board now focuses on evaluating public school curricular, instruction, and administration. We remain committed to ensuring that our schools are safe, healthy, and conducive to learning, and we seek your support to expedite repairs and maintenance before the August 2024 school reopening. 2023-2024 SMAR report focus and methodology. In absence of the Bureau, our board members reviewed VIDE's 30-day maintenance projects alongside directors of maintenance and school personnel. Detailed information on maintenance achievements and challenges due to funding, contract delays, or planning issues were shared in our February 12, 2024 testimony before this committee. On the curricular and instructional front, the SMART aims to present data-backed recommendations for policy development, decision-making, and critical curriculum changes. This year, we piloted an assessment in one K-8 school and one high school per district. Using academic checklists, we tested curriculum effectiveness through visits, observations, and discussions involving key stakeholders, including the Department of Education, the University of the Virgin Islands, the Regional Educational Laboratory of the Northeast and Islands, RELNI, school-based parent associations, and student organizations. Findings and recommended corrective actions. Our academic walkthroughs and data chats reveal that current curriculum and instructional practices are not adequately supporting positive, smarter balancing outcomes of student success across core subjects, especially in technology usage and skills. No effective accommodations or modification have been identified for improving outcomes for students with disabilities. Reviewing school profiles and site-based data, we found that many schools are performing below standards, particularly in English and math, though science showed some promise. This data is crucial for setting proficiency goals in reading and mathematics, reducing dropout rates, and improving school readiness indicators. Despite these challenges, no official state releases has alerted the community to the severity of the situation, nor has a roadmap for accelerated changes have been presented. The board petitions VI to share a state-led plan to improve smarter balancing testing results, including a curriculum and instructional focus and the necessary resources. Individual school plans must align with the state plan and other territorial initiatives, particularly in mathematics, ELA, and science. VIDE action items. VIDE must demonstrate curriculum alignment with the smarter balance testing to improve instructional quality. Key issues to address include low and declining test results due to internal and external factors, poor testing outcomes despite classroom mastery of subject matter, lack of reliable internet access, disparities in standardized testing, prioritizing classroom instruction over standardized testing. Assessment results should guide curriculum and professional development decisions. Teachers should be integral to developing and analyzing assessments to ensure alignment with curriculum standards and improve instructional strategies. Legislative concerns and recommendations. We urge the legislature to allocate funds to enhance security and safety measures at school sites, develop and maintain interagency online tracking database, conduct ongoing environmental monitoring of school facilities, provide teacher education scholarship and incentives to address the teacher shortage crisis, reform student loan policies to reduce the financial burden on college students, increase support for early childhood educational programs. Jurisdictional authority. VIDE requests legislative authority to open and close schools in conjunction with the Department of Education. Amend 17 VIC subsection 24.3 to establish a clear deadline for auxiliary agency reports. Mandate the Commission of Education to present a State of Education report to VIBE before school opening. Hold an annual legislative hearing to address SMART findings and recommendations. Grant VIBE the power to hire, certify, and monitor district superintendents and deputy superintendents. Other legislative concerns. We recommend addressing digital equity and access, comprehensive mental health supports in schools, school safety and cybersecurity measures, data privacy protection for students, legal reforms to increase penalties for sexual assaults of minors, confidentiality reporting system for suspected abuse, improve interagency coordination and oversight, regular audits and inspection of schools. Conclusion. The Virgin Islands Board of Education advocates for the development of Virgin Islands curriculum through a collaborative process involving state leadership, school personnel, parents, and other stakeholders. This curriculum should include a comprehensive collection of pedagogical resources accessible in various forms. The board recommends aggressive marketing and implementation of the Virgin Islands Department of Education curriculum standards to ensure that expectations, outcomes, and effective practices are adapted to improve teaching and learning. The board encourages the community to actively engage in the educational process by utilizing the electronic resources, links, and websites available or requesting copies of the curriculum standards. By doing so, community members can gain a deeper understanding of the educational benchmarks and goals set for our students. This transparency fosters a collaborative environment where educators, parents, and community stakeholders can work together to ensure the highest education possible is delivered. Your involvement and insights are invaluable in shaping a robust and effective educational system. The Virgin Islands Board of Education supports an instructional framework emphasizing positive learning environments, clear shared outcomes, varied content, assessment with feedback, and complex thinking as part of the daily practices that shape what, how, and why students should learn, know, and do. Additionally, soft skills should be prioritized to ensure students' abilities in communication, public speaking, teamwork, critical thinking, creativity, coding, financial literacy, understanding artificial intelligence, social justice, and mental health awareness. We commend all administrators, faculty, staff, students, parents, and the School Plans and Facilities Committee, along with VIBE staff for their contributions. Your hard work ensures that our students are equipped with the knowledge, skills, and resilience needed to navigate and succeed in an ever-changing world. Chairman James, thank you again for allowing the Virgin Islands Board of Education to provide testimony. We stand ready to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Carlwood. We will now move on to Mr. Abdul Ali. You may proceed.
Absolutely. Thank you. Let me just find my papers. And we could go from there. I had good morning here, but it's good afternoon. The Honorable Senator Maurice C. James, Chairman of the Committee of Education and Workforce Development, and members of this committee. I'm Abdul Rahim Ali, Chairman of the St. Croix Public School Parent Coalition. Thank you for this opportunity to appear before you today on behalf of members of the coalition to discuss the critical issues impacting our public education system and the need to enhance public education and introduce meaningful reforms that would, in the final analysis, be of real help to the students who attend school. I'm the president of the Lou Muckle School Elementary School's PTA, and I've volunteered at the school in various capacities for the last 7 years. I speak to you as a parent and as an advocate for all public school students to have access to quality education modules that would help to provide the links needed for quality learning to take place. The St. Croix Public School Parent Coalition is a recently formed community organization of parents and PTAs in the St. Croix district. This newly formed advocacy group came into being because of its concerns with regards to the growing challenges that the territory's public school education system has faced over the years, and the pressing need to create community-driven solutions that will work in the best interest of all public school students. Our main goal is to ensure that education is seen as a major force for bringing about social change. Soon after our formation, we contacted Senator Maurice C. James, chairperson of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development Committee, and made a request to her for an opportunity to, one, lead a critical dialogue on the state of the territory's public school system, two, to craft a plan of action to resolve ongoing and long-standing concerns about the education system and what it offers and how, and three, to demand a greater degree of accountability than that which exists today. None of this is to suggest that the VIDOE or the VIBOE or teachers, parents, and students have done nothing to move education forward over the years. As a matter of fact, the VIDOE has led the charge by the development of the 30, 60, 90-day plan, which is still in progress. And the VIBOE has produced a 2023 School Management Accountability Report, which addresses school profiles, maintenance matters, etc. And it has also developed a parent-student needs survey, which seeks to give parents and students a voice. Despite these efforts, some huge and everlasting gaps in the education system still need to be filled for our students, the leaders of today, to make their way ahead with any degree of confidence or sense of pride. Few will disagree with me when I say that the public school education system is in crisis and that a call is needed for one, an investment in the future of our students, two, a focus on education as a component where knowledge of one's culture and history is gained, shared, studied, and understood. And three, a unit where positive pathways could be created that would be of real benefit to those who come behind us. With that in mind, the St. Croix Public School Parent Coalition has identified, prioritized, and recommended solutions to some 10 instructional and learning issues that have negatively affected the academic achievements of the USVI public school students. These include 1, the provision of a transparent and timely communications plan and process to include information on changes in school administration, monthly updates on school maintenance projects, etc. 2, the teacher shortages that exist in critical areas to include special education, Spanish, and vocation, CTEC, reading, writing, and STEAM. A shortage of nurses also exists. Some of these matters could be addressed by the deploying of a marketing campaign to hire individuals from Puerto Rico to address gaps in the areas mentioned. 3, the offering of a reliable internet school connectivity service. This could be addressed by installing additional router access points for each school and by expanding the system to use browsers other than Chrome to facilitate regular inter-facility communications. A generator should be installed at the St. Croix Curriculum Center, the public school internet hub, to provide an alternate power source. 4, the implementation of a digital learning seamless connectivity platform is much needed to provide proper instruction and learning. This would eliminate manual processes, for example, registration, school insurance, tracking, fees, payments, etc. 5, the repair and upgrades to playground equipment and areas. These are needed at every public school facility. Please note that access to playgrounds can help relieve student stress and can enhance the learning processes. Pearl B. Larson, Alfredo Andrews, and Eulalie Rivera schools, which all have condemned playgrounds, are badly in need of new playgrounds and appropriate playground equipment. 6, the implementation of bullying prevention measures is needed to help prevent school violence. Incidents report will be required to be completed by the teacher or school monitor, signed off by a school administrator, and sent home to parents and guardians. An after-school bullying program should be created for repeat offenders, and this program should be facilitated by counselors. 7, a timely distribution of the Impress Fund is very much needed. This should be tied to a simplified process that promotes ready usage accountability. Number 8, the launching of a year-long reading competition initiative should be brought online immediately with the help of a district-wide marketing program. Based on research, being able to read and to understand what is being read can boost a child's IQ up to 6 points, enhance verbal intelligence, and promote usage and accountability. 9, the installation, repair of all bathroom structures, fixtures, auditorium, and kitchen equipment of all schools is of great importance and needs immediate attention. Number 10, the publication and publishing of a quarterly air quality and water quality report beginning July 29, 2024 for each school in the St. Croix district is very much needed. The report should include the current statuses of the air quality and water quality issues and the plans being developed at this time to address them. In addition to the matters raised so far, the coalition is also very much interested in updates and a status report with regards to the VIDOE's October 23rd 30, 60, 90-day public school project plan. This calls for things like air quality testing, drinking water matters, bid solicitations, bathroom upgrades, textbooks, electrical upgrades, kitchen upgrades, and AC installation, to name a few. There is a need as well for a review of the 11 St. Croix accountability reports provided by the schools to the DOE. How are these affecting schools? A case in point is tied to the Yulee Rivera School, which is still holding school 7:30 a.m. to 2 p.m., which is different to many of the other schools. Can something be done to adjust the schedule level? At this point, I would like to share some important information to you, Senator James, and to your committee. According to the 2004 USVI Kids Count Data book, compiled by the Community Foundation of the Virgin Islands, in 2002, 93% of all 8th graders in the territory scored below proficient or grade level in reading on the National Assessment of Educational Progress Initiative. Today, the St. Croix Foundation's 2023 Kids Count report states that the school year 2021 to 2022, 95% of 7th graders were not proficient. I had tested near or below standard, and 75% of 3rd graders were not proficient in ELA. The testing process that the VIDOE used was the Smarter Balance Assessment System. In 1996, the VI Daily News reported that 90% of incoming CHS 9th graders, many of whom were on the honor roll, had failed the basic math test. We are, it appears, still in the math and reading student failure mode today, and so a change is needed. To add to that, there are reports that special education teachers are in some cases being left behind. We simply cannot continue to leave them out. Everyone deserves a fair chance. With all of that in mind, the St. Croix Public School Parent Coalition wants to make a call to the VIDOE and the VIBOE to update its needs assessment review, utilize existing data analysis methods on hand, and offer a structure of goals, objectives, priorities, and plans for implementation to address the concerns raised earlier in this presentation. There is a need as well for parents of children in the public schools to, 1, help to provide solutions designed to bridge the gaps in education, 2, partner with students to value education and its benefits, and 3, encourage students to utilize their inalienable rights and to stimulate methods and approaches to help bring about social change within the educational process. We are now asking this committee to consider putting into place laws that would make the DOE and the VIBOE more accountable at a public level than they are at present to parents and students and the community at large when it comes to the utilization of data accumulated to drive educational policies. and in the final analysis, to help enhance the teacher instruction and student learning models that exist. I should also note that the St. Croix Public School Parent Coalition is not prepared to take the concerns raised earlier lightly. With that in mind, by the time school begins, the coalition wants to see more substantial maintenance work carried out with regards to repairs and upgrades of playground equipment and the school kitchens and the bathrooms. The publication and publishing of quarterly air quality and water reports is expected before school begins, and so too is some transparent and timely communications plan to include changes in school administration, etc. Also of importance is a timely communications plan regarding orientation, open teacher roles, and a school supply listing. The coalition would like the VIDOE to share the orientation dates no later than the 28th of June of 2024. It also wants news regarding the establishment of a curriculum night in early August. This will call for the engagement of parents in the education system and the building of relationships with them. I should state here that the St. Croix Public School Parent Coalition is not prepared to take the concerns raised lightly. With that in mind, by the time school begins, the coalition wants to see some substantial work being carried out with regards to the repairs and upgrades of playground equipment and the school kitchens and the bathrooms. The publication and publishing of the quarterly air quality and water report is also expected to take place before school begins, and so too is the provision of transparent and timely communications plans to include school administration, the hiring of teachers, and upgrades of school maintenance matters. These areas of concern are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and so if they're not addressed within the timeline laid out by the coalition would have no choice but to seek the full support of parents and the community at large, and in so doing, advise them that the VIC Title 17, Section 24 is not being adhered to or followed, and further, that respect for students and the required provision of safe environmental areas for learning is being ignored. Before I close, I just want to offer a word of thanks to the coalition members for their support and leadership. They are Janice Jones, Alfredo Andrews School, Kimberly Moorhead, Pearl B. Larson School, Tamara McIntosh George, Yulee Rivera School, Leslie Green, Claudia Marcus School, Jason Henry, John H. Woodson School, Jennifer Joseph, Juanita Guardian School, Janella Harvey, Central High School, Maqueda Noor Hassan, Ricardo Richard School, Roxanne Baby Alexander, Pearl B. Larson School, Dawn O'Brien, John H. Woodson School, and of course myself, Lou Muckle School. I must also thank the parents and the PTAs from the various schools who provided their commitment to the idea of moving the educational process forward for the good of the students. I also want to offer congratulations to the recent graduates in the USVI and to thank them for their efforts to aim for higher heights. On behalf of the St. Croix Public School Parent Coalition, I offer my thanks to you and your committee, Senator Maurice C. James, for this opportunity to address the future of the youths in the USVI. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. That was a very definitive testimony that you gave. And I believe that but I'll ask you when we get into the questioning period about whether some of your questions were answered by the commissioner's presentation. At this time, I want to recognize Senator Potter, who has joined us, and there is also a point of information from Senator Fred Gregory. Excuse me, before we go to Senator Fred Gregory, there isn't anyone else to testify, correct? I've covered all. Okay. So Senator Fred Gregory, point of information, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And good afternoon to the testifiers, and good afternoon to the listening audience and to my colleagues. Just very quickly, I just was looking at the different tables, and I note that the information is not consistent throughout the testimony. Some of the information is for up to the 2023-24 school year, and then some is up to 2022-2023. So I'm trying to figure out, why do we have this level of inconsistency in the report? Is it that, for instance, the smarter balance data, you don't have that information? The absenteeism, okay, that one is available. The dropout rate.
You can have so if I may, Senator, some of the data is not available yet. What we will do is, once the smarter balance data is verified and confirmed, we'll share that, as well as the absenteeism data.
Okay, so you're saying that the absenteeism data?
Not absenteeism, the dropout data, the graduation data, the smarter balance data, those will come later.
When do you usually get that information?
October.
Okay. All right, so there isn't any unaudited data that you have?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. I want to tell my colleagues the order of questioning is Senator DeGraff, followed by Senator Blyden, Senator Capehart, Senator Johnson, Senator James Sr., Senator Joseph, Senator Fred Gregory, Senator Gittins, Senator Francis, Senator Fonseca, and then Senator Potter. And because we are all human, the Committee on Education and Workforce Development is in recess for 15 minutes. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is back on the record. I want to first say to my colleagues that the Board of Education has to leave earlier than everyone else. So we're going to do a 3-minute round directed solely to the Board of Education first. Let's try to do that, get them out of the way. Not get them out of the way in a bad way, but give them the time that they need, and then we will proceed with the Department of Education that has like 9 people here, you know, to answer all the questions we have this afternoon. So we're gonna start with a 3-minute round. If you don't have any questions for the Board of Education, you can yield your time, and then we'll move. Say that. Yield it to Senator Gittens. He's saying, no. Yield it back to the chair. We will start with Senator DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listen, and present. Board of Education. Good afternoon, Chairman Calwood. How many scholarships did he give out for the 23, 24? No. Yeah, for the 23-24 school year.
Hello, can you hear
to the
me?
Students. How many were given out?
That's still going through the process. Okay. We just had the meeting in early May where we make the selection of those students who will be getting those respective scholarships. So we don't have a completed number yet until about maybe, I would say, about August when we would have the final report. But based on who applied, about over 400 and something students apply territory-wide, and we are working to get all the necessary documents they need, the promissory agreements, ensuring that they submit their final transcript before the monies from the government is awarded.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a listing of delinquencies in the grants that were given? Any delinquencies?
I can get that listing. That's something that the financial aid staff is constantly working on. We have been receiving individuals calling the office, those that maybe have their financial information on record that we process every month. Various things that we're doing to ensure that we get that number down. But when I can get that information to your office, through the chair to your office, to ensure you have the information you seek.
Madam Chair, that'd be my request through the chair. And in regards to that, how far back does it go? How many years? You could add that to the complaint.
I will definitely put that information in there.
Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Marvin Blyden, for your 3 minutes with Board of Education.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, viewing and listening audience, staff, central staff. Good afternoon. Board Chair Calwood and all other testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimonies. Let me ask you quickly, Board Chair Calwood, in terms of your testimony and the findings and recommendations and corrective actions, and you said in respect to students with disabilities, no effective accommodations or modifications have been identified for improving outcomes. So that was your finding in that respect for those students?
So this is based on the data chats that were, each principal's respective school presented and provided. That information wasn't available. So that's a part of our recommendation to ensure that even while we have other students that are doing maybe well in the test, not doing so well in the test, we should have information about students with disabilities. I know the commissioner's testimony today provided some of that information in terms of what the department's going to do collectively to enhance the experiences for students with disabilities.
Okay, because I so just was not readily available at that time.
For the data chat. So that was specific to the data chats based on the information when we do the school walkthroughs. Of course, depending on what school you go to, depending on the principal, the leadership of the school, they are savvy in terms of providing the information. Some are not able to do so.
Okay, very well. And also he spoke to the roadmap and accelerated changes that have been presented. Let me ask you, in respect to our challenges and the department having a roadmap, what in your opinion and based on your findings, in respect to the smarter balance
1 minute
system is, and you spoke something too in terms of them not matching or merging in the outcomes of the students. Can you expand on that for me, please, or clarify for me?
So with the smarter balance testing, of course, from last year, the commission indicated that the ones for this year is not ready yet. However, with the information that's presented, for instance, when they're providing the results in terms of the different schools, the different things that happen in terms of the results, of course, we know we have several factors that affect why students are not doing so well in the testing. Some of them have the idea in the mind frame that it's not a grade. I'm not going to be greater than this, so I could do eeny, meeny, miny, mo, just do it and turn it in. I'm not affected. However, it affects in terms of the specific schools, in the community, the environment, in terms of these numbers is showing that you're not doing so well. Also, they have internet factors. Commissioner have said that they have internet, but we would like to know in terms of what schools had internet challenges, what was done to ensure that you have internet, fix those internet challenges. I know in some of the data chats, some of the principals utilize their school funding to ensure maybe got information MiFi from VIA to ensure they could sustain the capacity of all students on the computers at the same time doing the testing. So those type of things that I'm talking about in terms of weighing the results and the outcomes to ensure that what the results is saying that is in fact the child is not able to understand or comprehend what they have learned and how they can translate that into testing. So that's what I'm talking about in terms of the outcomes and results. Not necessarily that the data is saying the students are not doing well, but it may not be so. It may take a deeper dive to really understand. And of course, I know the department through the commissioner's office will do whatever they need to do to ensure that happens. Of course, the board's position will be more policy related to ensure we could support whatever the department needs to do to ensure that our students have quality education in the territory.
Well, thank you so much for that clarification and thank you for responses. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Senator.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. I'm going to follow up on that with the Commissioner of Education, but in the interest of time, I'm going to go to Senator Capehart for your 3 minutes, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands and the testifiers that's before us today. Dr. Kaiser, since you are leaving, I'm going to see how I could just do these rapid questions. You mentioned in your testimony, page 3, some other legislative concerns. Can you elaborate on some of these things like comprehensive mental health support in the schools? Can you tell us now what is being addressed for these individuals that may be having behavioral challenges, school safety and cybersecurity measures? These are very important things, and I wanted to even first ask, what is the real talk? What is the discussions between education and the board? Because these things like regular audits and inspection of the schools, this should be occurring where you guys are working hand in hand to make sure that the quality of learning environment is good for the students and the teachers. So if you could elaborate on some of these very important concerns that you mentioned.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. So I will start and then allow Member Hendricks to join in. In terms of the recommendation that we're coming for, is more a holistic recommendation based on walkthroughs that we have went into the school, based on conversations we have had with the department, based on data chats and information presented either in the community or information the department sends us. This is where some of the recommendation came up. While the department may touch on the surfaces of some of these areas, they are focusing on other areas that they have to address as well. In terms of the rebuilding of schools, that takes a lot in terms of not shifting the focus of really addressing academic pursuits of the students, addressing in terms of leadership areas in the schools where some principals are not doing what they're supposed to, where some teachers are not doing what they're supposed to. It's a host of things that we came up with these recommendations. But our long member Hendricks from our School Plans and Facilities Committee that have been on the ground, hitting the ground running in the schools and in different groups of information with individuals where we would derive some of this information that you requested me to talk about today. Senator Capehart, if you would allow her to respond.
Yes, before you respond, can you just tell me, is there like a schedule that the board and the Department of Education has regular audits? Is there a schedule, or you just have these inspections when there's an event at the school where you need to address because of infrastructure, because of whatever issue? Is there like a schedule, like every 3 months the board and the commissioner meet to do audits, to do inspections?
So I would, so what happens, the School Plans and Facilities Committee, they would meet, have a, of course, official meeting and meet to discuss some of the areas that they want to address in public schools. If those things require that the department has to be invited to one of our board meetings or committee meetings, then we do that. But of course, in terms of going into schools with a walkthrough, the committee sets what those dates are. We sent it to the Commissioner of Education.
Time.
They would either agree if in fact those dates work. If they don't work, then we adjust accordingly. And then while we do the walkthroughs, we always have somebody from the commissioner's office there, in addition to the school and the superintendent's office. So any questions that we may have or things that we see there at the time, then we could be able to address those. And then, of course, at the end, we will furnish them with a report of the findings that we saw and what they can do to address some of those findings. But I'll allow Member Hendricks to really respond because her committee has the information, even though I'm a part of the committee, but since she's the chair of that committee, I will allow her the opportunity to share information as well.
Go ahead. Good afternoon.
Go right ahead.
Winona Hendricks. There are two issues that I think that we need to be concerned about based on your questions, Senator Capehart. Number one, you spoke about mental health and wellness. The School Plant and Facilities Committee, in our visitations to schools, we have found that many of the students are, since COVID, are not very interested in the learning process. We find an apathetic approach to schooling. And so we want to make sure that the counselors, the school monitors, the whole administration, and the deans of students are looking for signs of students who may need additional help in terms of emotional wellness. We're looking for certain indicators, we're looking for certain alerts. And we think that this would help a lot with many of the fights that are occurring on campuses. So one, yes, there must be a focus, there must be a target on students who are displaying signs of not caring about their education and about not caring about the instructional process. The other thing, number two, you asked about meetings, and I must say, in consultation with the Department of Education, the School Plant and Facilities Committee has met frequently with the Department of Education. Whenever we're going to do a visitation, we contact them, we look at the areas or the schools that they have and what are the specific issues at those schools. And then we also meet with Mr. Milligan, Mr. Weeks, Mr. Fleming, and other maintenance personnel to let them know we're going to visit this school and this is what we're going to look for. So in terms of consistency, I would say we have been meeting with them maybe every 3 to 6 weeks, just to clarify and share our concerns. Sometimes we differ, but we also get a great understanding of what the maintenance issue might be. So meetings have been consistent. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Senator Capehart. Your meetings, though, are with respect to follow up on what Senator Capehart asked, really, your meetings seem to be strictly with respect to maintenance, but Senator Capehart is concerned about mental health and school safety and cybersecurity. Are meetings happening in those areas?
We basically, when we had the mandate from the legislature, school, plant, and facilities, we were responsible for facilities. Now, the mandate has changed. With Act 8717, we are now responsible for curriculum and instruction. And so a lot of time this year has been spent with the department trying to address curriculum and instruction. But whatever we find, whether it's mental health, whether it's need for more awareness or help with school monitors or classroom management, or things that are happening in the kitchen, we usually bring it to the department's attention.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hendricks. But there's one request that jumps out at me for Dr. Carlwood, and that is you want to have the power to hire, certify, and monitor district superintendents and deputy superintendents, which means you do not feel that you have any power really as a board. Is that your position? Because when we can't hire and fire, everybody knows that, right? I use this word at home, it's like you're a pilinky board, you're not really a real one, right? Is that the case? You feel toothless. Is that it?
Well, I would say that directly, yes. When we go to the different conferences for the National School Boards Association, and we, of course, present ourselves, and we tell them, well, we don't hire the superintendents, they can't believe what kind of Board of Education that happens. At least they have some type of authority level in terms of dealing with the functions of the schools, in terms of superintendents, and what that looks like. So members and the Board of Education, of course, we all differ across the spectrum depending on your experience level with education and understand the need for the different things that need to happen in education. We all have agreed that we have to have some type of authority with dealing with superintendents. Of course, if you don't hire them, they don't have to really respond. Not saying that's not the case with the Department of Education now. In terms of any information, we have asked to act for the St. Croix District, St. Thomas District. They give us the information. I would want to put on record, I have never saw where the commissioner have not allowed us to get the information that we need to ensure that we have all the information. But of course, to give us really to be a part of the table when some of these decisions are being made, to ensure that we have a collective effort across the spectrum. So you have members of the board that can support the process in education, not only policy-related levels, but in terms of the different areas that really need some assistance. Because the team of the Department of Education, they only are strong, they can't do everything. But of course, you have an entity outside looking in, could really pinpoint some of the things that they really have to improve on. Even though they try to touch the surface, it's still far and wide that they really need assistance to really address many of the educational ills that we have in our school system.
Thank you, Dr. Cowell. Point of information, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I really wanted to hone in on that a little bit, and since you brought it up, I wanted to ask Dr. Cowell, have there been a position paper, a white paper, if you will, some type of scientific analysis to make a determination that, in fact, this will be a benefit to the Board of Education? A lot of times we want to just utilize or go to policies that fits other jurisdiction? Have there been an analysis done locally to make that determination or be able to help you to make that recommendation?
Well, I wouldn't say there's something current. I know when I joined the board many years ago, that was a discussion that we have had. We also did a jurisdictional authority where our attorney worked with us to come up with a jurisdictional authority to determine how we can get in terms of, because sometimes you have some overlapping in terms of what we're responsible for and the department is responsible for the same thing. So it's like you have no guide in place in terms of who does what, who has to answer to who, and how it looks. So we did do one years ago, but nothing current.
Very well. Can I ask for you to share the one that you have had, and also if it'll be, if I could ask that at least one be done in the current form.
So I can share, I can research what we may have, and of course, we can conduct that analysis going forward. Since we have a good relationship with the Regional Educational Laboratory and the National School Boards Association, we can be able to provide that analysis to share with the entire body, and of course, the people of the Virgin Islands, to see where we are, how that authority level can be provided for the Board of Education in terms of to hire and the authority in terms of dealing with the superintendents and deputy superintendents.
Thank you, Senator Francis. It would be good for us to get a comparison of all the states and territories and how their boards function. This is something that we really need to undertake, though, in terms of really understanding if it will make a difference, to go forward with education reform when it comes to the Board of Education. I'm now going to ask Senator Johnson for your questions.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience. And I don't want to piggyback on that particular topic as we're speaking about it, because Dr. Calwood, you also spoke about certifying. Would it make a difference when you look at the numbers of teachers that are not certified? What difference that you think the board can make to get these teachers to certify and pass the certification?
So, Senator Johnson, just to be clear, the certification process has to do with the superintendent, deputy superintendents. In terms of the certification with the Board of Education, I will allow the Associate Executive Director to share with you today in terms of what the certification committee has been doing under the direction of Nandi Siku in terms of getting in the schools and doing the different outreach initiative to beef up the certification of teachers in the territory, if you would like that response, sir.
I definitely would. Thank you.
Hi, good day. Samantha Prentice, Associate Executive Director. Each year, the certification team under the leadership of member Nandi Siku would go out into the schools when the teachers have their different professional development days in both districts and educate them on what they need to have in order to be certified, whether it be education, professional development credits, background check information, letters of recommendations, and those types of things. We do it maybe 2 times to 4 times per year, depending on when the department has their professional development, and we allow the professionals to ask questions regarding the status of their certifications and make sure that they understand the entire process and walk them through that process.
I understand what you're saying about the process, but it's not working, is it? Because we have these large numbers of teachers that are not certified. So that's the help I want. I want to understand what it's going to take for us to get more teachers certified, because right now there are more teachers not certified than certified. I think it's fair to say that. So what is being done and what can be done from the board perspective to make sure that we get these teachers on board to be certified? I understand what you say you're doing, but I'm looking at the end results, what we're having here today in front of us with some 500 teachers not certified?
Well, I'm not sure that it depends on whether or not they have incentives to be certified, whether or not they're being penalized if they're not certified, if there's no repercussions for not being certified, then I'm not sure that they're going to push to do it.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Can I add something?
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Dr. Calwood, you wanted to add to that?
Yes, I wanted to add to what Associate Executive Director was saying. So in terms of those other things that we've been doing, we also, through the HR division at the Department of Education, that's where they came up with the letter providing information to teachers in terms of documented, because in conversation I've had with Director Jacobs, in terms of if things are not documented, the individual not seeing that this is serious, they're not going to really do what it takes, because they always have that. Every time we come in front of the Senate, the department says, oh, it's teacher shortage, 126 people can resign today, so they ain't gonna trouble me if I'm not certified, because they ain't have nobody to teach in the school system. So those kind of things that we have to be able to shift the mindset and a change that this is not only the boards of education requirements, the department's requirements, but in the legislative, in the Virgin Islands Code, is required that teachers teaching in the classrooms must be certified, and parents do have a right to fight against any teacher that's not certified in the classroom teaching their children. But that's one of the things that the department has been working on. Of course, they have gotten rare results in terms of teachers either reaching out to me that can the department do that. I said, the department is doing what they're supposed to. In the Virgin Islands Code, when you took this job, you put your mind that you're going to teach our students to be remarkable citizens. And in doing that, you have to get the professional development hours and requirements necessary in order for you to be a remarkable teacher. So that process in place helps to show that you are certified, you as a teacher doing what you're required to do to ensure you impart knowledge to our students. And of course, learning is every day. Education moves in mysterious ways and it changes every day. And so in order for us to keep up with our students, the teachers must do the same and do whatever they can, whatever professional development hours, offerings is available, whatever incentives that the department may have will provide for them to go to do UVI. The board also have the in-service training where you could apply for and get a grant to go back to school to maybe complete a course so you could continue to be equipped with the skills necessary to be successful, to change and elevate our students here in this community.
Thank you, Dr. Calwood. Point of information, Senator, you actually do have a doctor in your family. Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have two doctors. I heard I'm listening to the conversation from the Board of Education, and while I, agree around the peripherals, I have to ask this question. I have to get some information around this. Many years ago, when someone I'm thinking, I want to say Carol Henneman. There were programs where the Board of Education pushed the agenda to ensure that teachers would come in to become certified. So my point of information is around what exactly is the Board of Education doing to assist the Department of Education with moving the needle on teachers becoming certified or recertified for that matter.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. So one of the things that the Board of Education, through the Professional Staff and Higher Education Committee, they have been revising the policy to come within the 21st century. So a lot of changes in terms of that policy provides a window of opportunities for teachers to be certified for things that we were never looking at or thinking about, having conversations with Department of Education to the table.
Hold up one second. So what we're doing is nothing, okay?
I wouldn't say that.
No, because what I'm saying is, what is that contact that we are making with teachers? You're talking about moving different policies, et cetera, behind the scenes. But in the interim, what we're working with now, what we have available to us now, is what we need to be focusing on. So I'm saying many years ago, and you saw, I have Ms. Jacobs here, and she can attest to it. She actually was at the Department of Education at that time. There must be some continuity around how we are communicating with our teachers around the importance of recertification. It cannot only be the responsibility of the Department of Education, because the entity that is responsible for certifying teachers is the Virgin Islands Board of Education. So I want us to keep that in our mind while you're dealing with all of those other things. We're working on it, because that's what you basically just said. It is important that we have something in place now, and we don't have to reinvent the wheel. That's a good thing about it. It used to happen. These things have gone away. So that is my concern. So, you know, what we say, it briefs well, but there is action that could be occurring as we speak as it relates to certification of our teachers. So I hear all the things about incentives, etc. There were incentives. The board used to pay for whatever the teachers need. There was a program in place. Those programs have gone away. We need to bring them back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Do you still want to add to that? Okay, Associate Director.
Yes. In addition to going in, Samantha Prentice, Associate Executive Director. In addition to going into the schools, the board has also partnered with UVI to create a program for students at the university who are education majors. They'll be able to sit for the praxis exam before they exit the program. They'll also be partnered with teachers in order to start gaining that experience. They'll be certified before they graduate. And so that hopefully, I know, you know, it's hard to reach the teachers that are already in the schools, but if we can catch the future teachers and educate them about the importance of being certified, then I think that would help the process as well. And that's already in place with UVI.
Okay, thank you. Senator James Sr., your 3 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Mr. Abdul Ali, in his testimony, mentioned a focus on education as a component where knowledge of one's culture and history is gained, shared, studied, and understood. So my question to the Virgin Islands Board of Education, I know some time back there was a conversation regarding Dr. Larson and the different initiatives. Can you just speak to some of the conversations being had regarding the Department of Education, the various stakeholders, and the Board of Education regarding that initiative?
Is that for me or Abdul Ali?
Madam Chair, I give back the rest of the time, because I specifically said the Board of Education. I'm having it today. Thank you.
It was for the Board of Education. Is not the Board of Education in charge of curriculum and instruction?
I asked what's the conversation.
What's the yeah. Okay, we will come back to that though. We'll come back to that. Next we're gonna have Senator Joseph for your 3 minutes.
Pleasant good day to everyone gathered, and of course to our listening and viewing audience. This is a very critical conversation that we're having today, especially dealing with our education. Know that education is very critical, because education is the greatest equalizer. It could take anyone out of poverty and place them in a situation of authority. So I want to have a conversation with you, Chairman Callwood, Dr. Callwood. Now, I looked and I read with interest your testimony, and I want to go back to this certification of the teachers, because do you see, and you being the board, and you could have the other board members feed into this conversation as well, do you see that there's a correlation between the high number of uncertified teachers and administrators and the low and declining test results? Because you say low and declining test results due to internal and external factors in your testimony. Have you done a deep dive to see if that is a contributing factor, you and the board?
So we have done a deep dive, and I will allow Member Hendricks, who is also a part of the Professional Staff and Certification Committee, to discuss some of the things that they have been doing and some of the things that they will be doing in the future as well to address this gap.
Okay. Member Hendricks?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Winona Hendricks. I am a member of the Certification Committee. And I think that the chair and the associate director has provided information. Number one, they're updating the policy. Two, they're trying to make it easier for teachers to be certified. There's an online process where teachers submit the information, and we hope to make that easier. Another thing they're doing, and I think it was stated, is they are visiting schools. Each school administrator can ask for the certification team to come in, not only explain the process, but sit with them and walk them through the process. Senator Fred is correct. Years ago, with Ms. Carol Henneman, there was a program, and I do believe Member Saku is also working on a program where teachers can give up, let's say, a Saturday, a Friday, but that is, all the details have not been worked out yet. But I know that that's in place. Yes?
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I asked for that correlation. If there has been something that you analyze to see that, okay, we don't have all of the teachers who are certified and the administrators. Is that maybe a contributing factor to these low and declining test results? And I asked if a deep dive was done. So I'm guessing not. You haven't analyzed that. So just be kind enough, because of time, to just say, no, you haven't looked at that. Because there may be, we don't know until we really do an investigation of it and do that analysis. Is that something you think the board can do?
I think the board can do that, but I also think that I'm showing you that there are things that we're working on. I'm not going to take too much of your time, but I think in terms of certification, we're talking about professional people who are responsible for children in the classroom, and it's a matter of professional pride. It shows. If I can just say this, it shows.
Hold one moment for me, Miss Hendricks. I understand your challenge, and I could see your frustration. Madam Chair, I know my time has gone, but I know you're doing your work, and these are individuals who are grown-ups. They're adults. That's what you're trying to get at, really, I suspect. They're adults. They are responsible for shaping our young people, our next generation, and they have to be also held responsible. Their feet need to be held to the fire, and you and the board are working with them to the greatest extent feasible for you, and you are not seeing maybe the responses that you had hoped from professionals. I don't have any more questions. I don't know if you would like to add something, Member Hendricks.
No, just quickly saying that as a professional, when I become certified, it shows that I'm credentialed, I have the skills, the knowledge to lead or teach in a classroom. And I will leave it at that. Thank you.
And so we have to have the level of discipline for individuals who aren't doing that, or the incentives for them to do that. We have to have a level of professional integrity. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I won't need any additional time, and I thank you for your grace.
Thank you, Senator Joseph, if you were to look at the current data on teacher certification, if we were to right now fire every teacher who is not certified, we would only have 366 teachers in the United States Virgin Islands. That's all we would have. We need to, we do need to find a way. We need to, we definitely as the Board of Education, the Department of Education, this committee, we definitely need to work together to find a way to get the 541 people certified. And it can be done. But we need to find a way. Is money, is your salary somehow connected to this? I mean, that's one way, right? Point of information, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. While we're on this subject matter, I'm sitting here and wondering what are the consequences. But I'm also thinking, too, that I don't believe back in the day, we had some dedicated, what you call dedicated educators that didn't even have a master's degree, a bachelor's degree, associate's degree, but they made sure that they taught. And they did an awesome job. Today, with all the requirements that we have, I am wondering what are the true consequences. Elsewhere, consequences would have been even tied to your salary. And if you don't move yourself and get certified, you remain stagnant at the salary you're at. So somebody just tell me what is or what are the consequences if you don't certify, because I'm sure that when you sign on, you had all the requirements that were required of you. So what's happening? Accountability. We see what's happening across government now. Again, accountability. Somebody from the board, please tell me what are the consequences, or tell us what are the consequences.
I will allow the Associate Executive Director to respond.
Samantha Prentice, Associate Executive Director. The board has no authority to penalize or incentivize teachers.
Thank you. We are going to, Senator Gittins, I think we're asking the wrong people.
Yeah,
but we're going to get to the right people soon. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah, we will. We definitely need to do that, right? This is a big topic. Senator Fred Gregory, for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And there's no debating that the issue of teacher certification has been a long-standing issue. And there's also no debating that there were processes that were put in place many years ago. There were systems that were put in place. There was funding that was put in place to support teacher certification. For some odd reason, it appears as if those things went out the window. It appears as if, or it is that as we change leadership in this territory, good systems also go with the leadership. We have to stop what we're doing, because it's when we having a conversation that we continue to have year in and year out, and we're not seeing any impact. We're not seeing any systems that, I mean, we can't legislate everything. Everything cannot be legislated. Some things just have to be how we operate. Now, I'm going to ask this question. As we speak, what is the Board of Education doing, or how is the Board of Education working with the Department of Education to get more teachers and administrators, because I know that I have a concern with education, I'm talking to them about it after, certified or recertified is the word. I hope it's recertified. It's recertified. How is that working these days? What does that look like? What is that system today that's in place that is in collaboration with both entities?
So I can start, Dr. Callwood. Thank you for the question, Senator Fred Gregory.
And don't be long-winded because we only have 3 minutes.
I'm trying not to.
Okay,
so what the Board of Education has been doing with the department is the alternate routes to certification. The department have come up with the TRIP program in the St. Croix district. They haven't done that over here yet, where teachers that would like to become certified, or teachers that are already working in the school system that don't have the requirements, didn't get the degree that they were supposed to in that specific area, they go through the TRIP program. We also have the conditional certification process, where it allows teachers the opportunity that in the system, they didn't get to maybe finish the particular requirements, educational technology, whatever it may be. They have about 3 years that they could utilize that certificate to go back to school and finish the requirement based on the professional development the department has offered, or if they go through the in-service grant that we offer at the Board of Education.
Okay.
So I was going to end there.
So you offer in-service grants. How are teachers being notified as to what is available to them?
Teachers are being notified through, of course, public relation efforts. We also print it in the daily news.
Okay.
We also send the information. Okay. You want me to stop
Don't
there?
finish. Send the information.
We also connect with schools to get the information as well.
So this is my question. This is my last question, because I have a lot of questions around the Board of Ed. So
no problem.
Outside of this certification issue, you're the entity that knows when a teacher is no longer certified, correct?
Yes.
Is non-certified, that's the word, right? And is there a system within the Board of Education where letters are sent out to teachers who are not certified? Letters are sent out to administrators, because we're focusing on teachers, but we have an issue on administrators as well, and that's certain. I guess when we get to education, we'll ask them. I am concerned that it appears as if the Department of Education is hiring administrators who are not certified. So, but the question, I'm going to stay on the line and I'll wait until education, is there opportunity. But tell me, are there letters being sent out to teachers? Is there a system? I'm not talking about randomly and when we feel like. Is there a clear system in place where letters are sent out 3 months in advance, whatever that time is? Hey, Donna, your certification is about to expire in the next 30 days of school, at the end of school year, XYZ, blah, blah. These are your options, XYZ. What does that look like?
So in terms of the 3 months before your certification lab, that's not been happening. Of course, we're working our system to get there. However, we've started, of course, what the department has been doing now with the letters that they've been sending out. I think that's the first time that have ever been done.
Who's sending out the letters?
It came from the HR division is the one that would have sent that out.
So you all are not sending out any letters?
So because if they're sending out letters, we don't need to send out letters as well.
No. I'm fully aware of that.
It becomes convoluted.
We all can't talk at the same time, right? So, and I know that my time has been called, but this is a very important issue. The Department of Education is now sending out letters. Are you receiving a CC on that letter?
No, we haven't.
You see the problem? So they're sending out the letters, you're not receiving a CC, so you are unable, you are depending on the school principals to tell you that my teacher X or my teacher Y is not certified. There must be a system that's working that allows for you as well to do your due diligence. You have a certification team and the Board of Education, correct?
Yes, St. Thomas and St. Croix.
If there isn't any information coming to them, but you also have your data. You all have to do iPad. So, we talking about stuff we working on behind the scenes. This is not a new issue, and I'm going to leave it there. We have some other questions. I don't know who else will be here from does the Board of Education have an executive director?
Yes, we do.
And where is that person today?
So for these type of hearings today with a specific concern, the associate director is the lead person.
Also, the associate director is here. That's
Yes, Miss Prentice.
Okay, that's fine. We could engage with her, so she will be here, right?
I think she should.
Everybody gotta leave, or just you?
No.
They all leave.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. We will engage the associate director. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome, Senator Fred Gregory. You stole my question because I was going to ask, well, then how do you know? How do you know that if you're not copied? I thought about that first. I was thinking, maybe they get a copy. So I need to follow up on that with you, Associate Director Prentice. How then do we know, or you know, who's certified and who's not certified?
We know who's certified and who's not. And what happens is when they are certified, the board sends a listing to the department of all the individuals that are certified to include a copy of their certificate to say when it's instated and the expiration date. The department then sends out these letters to the individuals.
But let me, on what the senator was asking, but you do not send anything out.
The board does not send reminders out, no.
Why not? Is that just, do you know?
I don't know, to be honest. It's just something that,
Yeah, that's why things fall through the cracks, though. And if we're gonna work collaboratively, let's move on with that one. For some reason, I can't get it out of my mouth today. If we are not going to collaborate, and then add the "ly" after, right? Then
right.
we cannot change. We can't change if we don't. So, Senator, I'm going to pass it on to Senator Gittins. Senator Gittins, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm holding you to it that we'll be here quite into the evening. I hope you've ordered dinner. People are hired and placed on probation. Again, there must be consequences. At the appropriate time, when the Department of Education responds, I hope that they respond to this part of the questioning even before anybody else have to ask, since the ball was bat on the other side of the court. But what I'm also looking at, as I look through here, I don't know how I'm going to do this in 3 minutes, but I'm going to try. The board is required to submit recommendations to the legislature regarding legislation and amendments, etc. I heard that the board has no teeth regarding these consequences. Have the board made any recommendations to the legislature to put some teeth in this? Yes? No?
So, Senator, we have provided...
yes or no?
Yes, we have.
To this regard, where you still don't have teeth regarding your requirements and a failure to meet these requirements.
So it's not a yes or no question. I know you don't have enough time for me to respond.
Let's move on. I'll expect that you respond to the chair in writing to that regards. Because Title 17, Section 21 of the Virgin Islands Code tells you, gives you your powers and duties. I want you to read that, understand it, and make those recommendations
1 minute.
to this body. No excuses. How often are you as board members, and as I sit here and I see my former teacher sitting out there in the audience, I remember that we were even, well, there was an attempt to ban us from coming on the campus to make an inspection. How often is the board visiting our schools to see what's actually happening?
Member Hendricks.
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Winona Hendricks, and I will try to be brief.
Very, very, very brief. And
The board.
let me say something else. Chair and colleagues, I know I'm an officer of this institution, but let's do this, okay? We're going to need to start making tags for all the invited testifiers. Because when I look at Congress and I look at all these major hearings, every minute they don't have to repeat the name. It's just taking up my time. We need some answers. I am very irritated today with all that's been going on, and I don't want that to come out. So I just want direct, definitive answers, please. How often or when was the last time the board did inspections of our schools? And when was the last time that the board conducted a thorough annual assessment and evaluation of our public school facilities? And if so, where can we review those documents? And again, that authority comes in Title 17, Section 24, School Management Accountability.
The response is yes, the board visits schools. The board provides a report which is sent to the senators, the legislature. It is sent to the Department of Education and other stakeholders. Here you have the 30-day project review, which was completed for each and every
When
school.
was the last time?
The last time was in March, because after that, the department indicated that they would have their students involved in the Smarter Balance testing. Therefore, we could not continue with any visitation. In terms of recommendations and findings, based on the Title 1724, the legislature mandates that June 15th of every year,
yes,
that the board puts together its findings of the schools which may have deficiencies, its recommendations. A copy of this document was forwarded to the governor last year, and for the year 2024, the new SMAR, it's called School Management and Accountability Report, which again is required by the legislature for June 15th.
Right.
June 15th happened to be on a Saturday of this year. Therefore, you received an electronic copy of this document. You will get a hard copy sometime later this year. Not this year, this week. In this document, there is a section that says findings and recommendations, corrective actions. If you have an opportunity, you and all the other members may look through it, because we do go into detail on what our findings are and what our recommendations are. Thank you, Senator.
And I thank you for that as well. The one before, you stated that it went to the governor, but I'll ask you to forward that to us as well. It's supposed to be sent to both the governor's office and the legislature. But I thank you for that information and your due diligence. And lastly, Madam Chair, I wanted to ask if the board has a date for when the board, along with the Department of Health, the Department of Labor's OSHA division, DPNR, and I believe the VA Fire Service, do you have a date when you all will be inspecting our schools to determine whether or not, determine the readiness of our schools and make sure that they are environmentally safe?
The board.
Pull the mic. Pull the mic. It's to the board. The chair could answer.
Speak into the mic.
Okay,
But
Chair
whoever is
Locke,
responsible.
Chair Carwood.
No, I'll allow you to respond, Member Hendricks. Go ahead.
I just need a date. If you don't have a date, just tell me you don't have a date yet, but you'll be looking into it.
No,
We
it's
do
not
not
about
have
a
a
date.
date
You have to break.
and
You
our
have to break it down.
responsibility.
Right.
Wait. Two people talking and we can't understand. Who's going to
Go ahead,
respond?
Member. Sorry.
The chair.
Chairman Calwood, please respond.
So based on the act that was passed, that's not one of the requirements of the board anymore to do that. So it's not about getting a date from the Department of Health or OSHA or any of them to provide, to go through the schools to do that thing. That's under the Bureau of School and Construction and Maintenance now to do that.
Okay, I guess I got to wait until we go to the next side then. Thank you for your responses. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You are welcome, Senator Gittins, but we on June 15th, we did receive the Virgin Islands Board of Education School Management Accountability Report, and as was stated, it did come in on the weekend, and so I myself, I saw it, but I haven't looked at it because it came in on June 15th, and my colleague who was just speaking was just sending me all kind of texts all weekend, so that's why we did not, Senator, pay any attention to. We need to be honest now. We didn't pay any attention to the reports. Well, that's not the right way to say. Well, we missed it. We overlooked it, but we did receive it, Member Hendricks. So you are correct. June 15th, we got it. Next, we are going to go to Senator Francis. Senate President Francis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And sticking on the line of certification, I wanted to ask whoever could respond, how long can a teacher remain not certified? Their time limit?
So there's no time limit. Once their certification lapses, they're not certified.
And what is the consequence, or what is the impact in terms of having a not certified teacher?
The only consequence that they have in the Virgin Islands Code is to send them home. That's the only consequence they have, and that's not going to happen.
So what is the efforts that's being made by the Board of Ed in regards to recertification?
So in terms of the recertification process, thank you for the opportunity. The certification committee ensures that every single professional development opportunity they have, they go there and provide the teachers with the information. The certification administrators are also on site to receive any documents that you need to give them or anything you're not sure about. Any one of the board members can provide information to any of the teachers. I know for instance with me, a lot of the teachers from BCB reach out to me directly, and Alita Concran reach out to me directly to ensure that they can turn in their information, or even if they don't know when it's expired, we are able to provide a date to them. So I do want to commend the teachers that do what they're supposed to be certified, but of course the other ones are not doing such a good job because of whatever factors that may be affecting them, to reach out to the Board of Education. The process is very simple for you to turn in the information, and of course the committee also meets twice a month to ensure they certify, they go through the process, the vetting process, to ensure all the documents required, 125 professional development hours that they're supposed to submit, it's there, and whatever other documentation they need, and then the board approves the certification right away. So we have a quick turnaround time. As you submit your items to the board, we give back the certification quickly. So that was also a process. I know, and since I became chair, that's something that I've improved to ensure that we meet very quickly to ensure the teachers are certified. So it's far and wide. We're doing several things at different times to get it done. I'm so sorry, Senator, for taking up your time.
It's okay. So in respect to consistency, should there be some modification of the policy in respect to recertification, so that you don't have one set being recertified and another not certified? How do you address consistency in that policy?
So that's something the certification committee is doing currently. They met last month for a long period of time to go over some of the changes required to ensure to prove the process. Another thing that we're doing in terms of the online process, where we're trying to get towards, once you submit your application, then it can be approved quickly, depending on how that you're turning the documents required, but we haven't arrived there yet, but that's what we're going to in terms of when you select, when you go to one of those certification bodies that have systems in place, and when you submit your stuff, by the next day you get your certification process. Or I could give a perfect example, Lieutenant Governor's office for your letter of good standing. Depending on how you have your documents, by the next day or the same day, you get a response with that certificate. So that's where we are going towards.
What about incentive? Do you see a need for this to be incentivized, and what should that incentive be?
Oh, definitely. In terms of what the incentive, I would have to get that information from the committee because they more dive in deep in terms of what those incentives look like. But I know one of the incentives that the board has done since in terms of the in-service grant, we have increased it from what it was to what it is now to ensure that teachers have the opportunity to get whatever classes they need to complete the certification process.
Thank you for your response, and I think that we should entertain that incentive, and really, because I think that the trending, in my opinion, is in the reverse. We're seeing 541 not certified versus 366 certified. So if we really want to make an impact here, we should trend differently and create an incentive. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time and opportunity.
You're welcome, Senator Francis. Senator Fonseca, you are now recognized for your 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, and pleasant good afternoon to all the listening audience. We give thanks and praises to the Most High, and blessings. You know, I want to start out on a real positive note, because, you know, we attended the graduation ceremony at Eudora Ken. There's a whole bunch of senators, and I think we're all here today. Look, we're all in the same row that graduated from Eudora Ken, you know, and I was so happy of that amazing young man. I think his name is Darnell Birmingham, right?
Birmingham.
This young man, he graduated Val, right? But he was top of the class, 9th grade, 10th grade, 11, 12. He won the Principal's Award. He won this, that, the other. He in the band, he playing drums. So there's good happening in our community. You know, sometimes we talk about the bad, right? But there's good. I was very proud of the adult education graduates. And so I want to, you know, go into that route, right? Because you mentioned, Commissioner, on page 9 about the dropout rates has been decreasing, which is good. There's less dropout. But I was, you know, I was Googling here, and it says that black students have the lowest graduation rates. So, you know, I don't have a PhD, but I'm trying to tell you that a low graduation rate and a high dropout rate is kind of like inverse. But anyway, I wanted to ask you, Commissioner, when they drop out, right, because they're still in our community, how do we push them to get an education? Do we push them to adult education? And I'm going to ask you, I'm going to ask the chair woman your consideration, you answer it on her time, because I only had 3 minutes. And I want to get to another thing here. We have 10,312 students on page 5, but on page 7, you notice, you list that there's 1,074 students have limited English proficiency. That's a full 10%. That's 1,074 students. So when I look at your breakdown here, you got Indian, Asian, Black, African, Hispanic, and Ting. But I don't see where you're tracking the Haitians. And you know, the Haitians have their own language, they have their own culture, their own churches, you know, we've been around. And I think that's a subset in our community, and maybe that's a part of what's contributing to the 1,074, because what I've seen with the Haitian students in this past graduation, they're smart. They were to the top of the class. So if they are not you know, good in English proficiency. That can be. Madam Chair, was time call? I didn't hear you.
30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
Okay, yes. So we need to be looking at the Haitians and tracking them so we can get the population, because I noticed you mentioned there's a 96 students increase in the Hispanic, but I didn't see the Haitian, and the Haitian is very good. Next, Commissioner, I want you to take a look at the AC at Eudora Ken. There's 12 units, and for the big graduation ceremony, Popa, 5 of them were out. I think Madam Secretary and thing was sweating.
Time.
I think all of sweating, so we got to look at that. Also, oh, I'm sorry, she was a little warm. She was fanning. So, okay, BCB Sports Field also. Take a look at BCB Sports Field. It wasn't, it don't look like it's been cut in a while. And then also there's some materials at East End Lumber that has been there for quite a while to fix the school. Check at East End Lumber Materials. Take a look at the AAC at Eudora Ken, the sports field. And thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time. And now you can answer about the Haitian immigrants and also about the dropout rates and the chair's time if the chair will allow. Thank you. Blessings.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca, and the chair will allow it after the Board of Education has departed. So I'm sure the commissioner has those down. We are going to go and we're going to go to Senator Potter. Senator Potter, you have 3 minutes for the Board of Education. And before Senator Potter is finished with his line of questioning, if you don't tell me who your historical figure and present-day person, this is to the Board of Education members, you will have failed today's test. So we need to get at least one person that moved from the Virgin Islands and has done well in the United States of America. This is the reverse. Caribbean American, we left, we're no longer here. Just give me a name, current figures or historical figures that you know. So Senator Potter, you can go ahead. 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and a special good afternoon to the professionals from the Department of Education as well as the Board of Education. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here. I wanted to just start by asking the Board of Education's Chair, Dr. Colwood. I was looking on the findings and recommended corrective actions. One thing that stood out, I could ask a number of questions, but I know my time is limited. You mentioned, Dr. Colwood, that no effective, on page 2 of your testimony on the findings and recommendations, no effective accommodations or modifications have been identified for improving outcomes for students with disabilities. And that's something that stood out to me, and that was of concern to me, and I wanted to give you an opportunity to elaborate a little bit on that. And I wanted to ask if you have had some discussions. This is something that I find very, very serious, very troubling. If you've had an opportunity to discuss these matters with the commissioner.
So I will start by indicating, not directly with the commissioner, but of course, when we attended the data chat, some information was provided for the principals there at that time. However, in terms of the effective modification is more related to the presentation that the school principals do beginning of the year, the end of the year, in terms of providing us with information how students with disabilities are affected through the Smarter Balance test. That information wasn't shared directly. Of course, when they provided the information, they provided for the whole school in terms of what's happening in the whole school, but not that specific segment of students. Because those specific segment of students, we have to ensure we provide them with assistance needed, as well as the other students as well, but to provide whatever they need to ensure that they can do well on those tests as well. So we was hoping that information would have been shared, because the department does a lot in terms of, in special education. I know the Deputy Commissioner, Dr. Charles, was over special education at one point. Now she's a curriculum instruction. They have done a remarkable job in terms of the state plan as provided. But of course, some concerns that teachers, parents have been sharing in terms of the different things that's happening in special education in terms of resources, not being made available, of course, the department may provide the school administration with those resources, but of course, if they are not getting where they need to for the students with special education, then they will fail as well, and that's not the goal. The goal is to make sure that no child is left behind or fails in the territory. So that's what we're talking about in terms of the modification. Also, I know throughout, from COVID to now, we talk about social emotional learning. How does that affected students with disabilities? What does that look like for them as well?
Excellent, thank you. I will get the commissioner to elaborate in round 2. I wanted to also ask you in a minute that I have, Dr. Calwood, I was curious about the second bullet on the VIDE action items. Poor test outcomes despite classroom mastery of the subject matter, and it seemed a little paradoxical where you have mastery of the subject matter, but it's not reflected in the test outcomes. And I wanted you to talk a little bit about that.
So in terms of when you get your child's report card, you see that they have all these A's on this report card. But then when they take the test, they're not doing so well in the test. So you want to beg to differ. You do so well in terms of science and math in class on your report card, and you're doing so exceptionally well. But when the tests come, that shows a poor reflection of you as a student that is exceptional in what you do, but you can't do so well in the test. So there's a lot of factors that talks about. The factor in terms of, again, mentioning that students, they don't get a grade for the smarter balance test, so I don't have to do well. Even if I don't study, I'm gonna take eeny, meeny, miny, mo, pick an answer, submit it. Okay, the school would just try to make us do more work to get it done, but of course it doesn't affect my overall grade as a student. So I'm gonna still be Val, I'm gonna still be Sal, the top of my class, have nothing to do with the test. So we want to ensure that it has some type of balance in terms of you're doing so exceptionally well that you should do well in the test. Of course, that is the case in some of the schools. Students that do exceptionally well in the test as well. But it's a small segment of those students that's doing well. So obviously, it's either the parents are doing what they're supposed to do for them, they're either utilizing the services the department have offered those students, because what I've seen in the community through everything, I term in the SDP, the same 10 people are always involved in all the services and the opportunities. So in the school, you have the same set of children that's always engaging in the service opportunity, but the other students that really need the help, they're not coming, either because they have to go and work for their parents to support their need. It's a different internal factors that's happening, but we really have to get to the root cause of really addressing why our students are not doing so well, because they can. From the time a baby is born, they can take your cell phone, get the password. You never give it to them, but they know to get in the password and do things with the phone. But we want to see that translate into the results of what they do in the school system.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Calwood. Madam Chair, if I may just ask one final question with your permission.
Go ahead, Senator Potter.
I wanted to ask you to elaborate a little bit on the last paragraph in your presentation said assessment results should guide curriculum and professional development decisions. Teachers should be integral to developing and analyzing assessments to ensure alignment with curriculum standards and improve instructional strategies. So I wanted to know how that would look. Is there, you're saying that there should be a role for teachers in developing their assessment instruments and having them aligned with the curriculum. How would that realistically be done?
So depending on how the department comes up with a template to ensure with a smarter balance test, teachers need to also be a part of that process, because some of the things on the test may not be things that they're learning in the classroom setting. For instance, one of the questions on the test may talk about snow. Of course, if a student is not exposed to snow, they may not do so well in that question, versus a student that every summer or every time of a vacation, their parent tried to take them off island for Christmas to see snow and how that looks in terms of the evaporation and those things. So they won't do so well in those tests. So, but to ensure that whatever is being taught in the classroom setting is also translate on the test, and not that it has to do a testing in maybe national standards and Common Core that they have on these testing, but not exactly what they're learning on paper in front of them may not be in the test, and that could be a factor why they're not doing so well as in addition.
Thank you, Dr. Calwood. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your leniency.
Thank you, Senator Potter. I was actually going to ask that the exact last two questions that you asked, but I'm concerned about the responses that you received, because based on what Dr. Calwood is saying, then we need to throw out all those assessment tests that we're conducting, if in fact the poor test outcomes do not align with the classroom mastery of the subject matter. I'd like to discuss that later with the Commissioner of Education. And I also am a little, at one point in time, yes, when I was growing up, if I didn't leave the island, I didn't know anything about snow. But nowadays, with social media and cable, and children are so more exposed to things all over the world. I mean, we know in time, as a matter of fact, if you think about it, when something is happening, we are seeing it exactly when it's happening, including war. So I don't know, Dr. Calwood, you and I will have a conversation on those last two items. But before I let you leave, Senator Gittins has a point of information, and then I just want your answer to the Virgin Islander who went to the States and did well and is living in the United States. So Senator Gittins, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first off, let me just thank Ms. Hendricks again for the information regarding the submittal of the reports. But that's why my questions are pointed, with me asking whether or not the board has submitted or when was the last time. Pointed questions. So thank you for that. The legislature is also obviously doing its part, because as we're talking about certification, I'm not sure, I did hear the finance chair ask for a point earlier, but I hope that she had mentioned about her bill championed through Act 8270, which spoke to certification of early childhood and funding that as well. But what my point of information, Madam Chair, is that my office is receiving several calls, and we did get these calls before, and I did talk to Ms. Hendricks on the side, so she'll follow up for me. But the concerns from callers and students are that the deadline for scholarship is somewhere in April, and at that point, students haven't received acceptance letters or transcripts as yet, so they miss the deadline by the time that they get the information. So they're asking if there's a possibility that they can move the deadlines for the scholarship back closer to the summertime. So just asking so that that can be a consideration if they're missing this information by the time.
I need to find out from the chair whether he's going to respond or whether he wants me to respond.
Yeah, I could respond and you could add to it. So we have extended the deadline. The deadline that we opened the pre-read, it used to be by the code, it says you have to do by January 15. However, the board has opened it from November. So it's open from November all the way to April for students to provide the information. They not getting the transcript or the acceptance letter from college doesn't stop you from applying for the scholarship. You can't get the money until you submit that you have been accepted to a college. That's the only difference. So students have the opportunity from November all the way to April to open it. Why we can't do it in the summer? Because it takes a while to process in terms of getting their vendor numbers, getting all the documentation is required for them to submit. Even the staff have to text, because what happened, depending on how you sign up, if a student sign up themselves, they don't answer cell phones. You have to send them a text. So we have gotten cell phones for the staff in the office, for financial aid, to text students so that they could respond, because if they don't identify the number, they don't respond, or they don't check the emails that they have signed up with to get those emails for the promissory agreement to be able to process the scholarship. So I do hear you, I do hear the community's concern, but the board has really worked in that area to ensure that we provide assistance for students to apply, and also the financial team goes in the school Every senior class, the different meetings, the financial aid staff stays in the school to ensure the students get the information, and we also on the radio as well.
I like how y'all really make this sound like we have no problems, but I'm asking y'all to really, really and truly just be responsive to these recipients, because I know I have received the calls and my staff is letting me know that the office is currently receiving calls while we're here. And Ms. Hendricks, I'm going to definitely count on you to see if you could look into that with the nursing scholarships, please, because I have a couple of nursing students who are in my office working for the summer at Wang F. Louis Hospital, doing a remarkable job over there, and they're interested in the nursing scholarship. So if you could assist with that offline as well. Thank you so much for your responses.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. So I'm going to start on St. Croix with Member Hendricks. Who is your historical or present-day figure, Caribbean American? Virgin Islander, you know what I mean.
This may be difficult, but I'm going to say Alexander Hamilton, our first Secretary of State. He is island-born. I don't know, he is Caribbean American, so that's my response. I was going to say Colin Powell, but he's not from here. Or
right, yeah, but Alexander Hamilton is. So that's a good one. That's a good one.
I could leave now?
Yes, you can. Yes.
Thank you for your gracious
Associate Executive Director Prentice.
So this one is definitely a plug for Little League, as over the weekend we had territorial championships. And so I have to give thanks to Mumba Rivera, who is St. Croix born and a graduate from the St. Croix Educational Complex. He is an MLB player, or was an MLB player, with the Tampa Bay Devil Rays and Seattle Mariners, and he comes home maybe twice a year to train our little leaguers. He's a relief pitcher, and so he trains them in the area of pitching. So Mumba Rivera, on behalf of Little League, thank you.
Wow, nice. I love that. Thank you for that. And Dr. Calwood?
So I have two. Of course, one that we know, Aaliyah Boston. And we also have Lionel Selwood Jr. from the class of 2006 from the Charlotte Amalie High School, has rose to the top. And of course, he's also I have to thank the body for approving him as a member of the WAPA board. And he has rose to the top as a CEO of an electric company. And now he has come back to give back to the community. So 06, you're big.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Coward. See, you guys are coming up with great answers. And, excuse me? And Harris Clark, okay. Now, you're throwing them out. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development takes a 2-minute recess so that we can excuse the Board of Education members. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is back on the record. I'm going to start by giving a little history lesson. And hoping that it motivates all of us who are serious about changing the course of our children's lives. The Cuban Literacy Campaign was an 8-month-long effort to abolish illiteracy in Cuba after the Cuban Revolution. The literacy rate in the city was 11%, and in the countryside it was 41.7%. Over 7 million people in Cuba after the Cuban Revolution. They started a literacy campaign 8 months, and in 8 months, by 1962, the country's literacy rate was 96%. Part of the campaign, the words were "Yo si puedo." Isn't that interesting? Yes, I can. Which, later on in reading this history, I said maybe that's where President Barack Obama got his "Yes, we can." Started in Cuba, right? What's interesting too is that Cuban literacy educators who were trained during the campaign went on to assist in literacy campaigns in 15 other countries, for which the Cuban organization was awarded a literacy prize by UNESCO. If you don't know what UNESCO is, it's the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. So this is a challenge. We can do it in the Virgin Islands. This is 7 million people, and they went from 11% to 96%. Yes, I can. Yes, we can. So that's I'm hoping that inspires us as a community of people with, I think a little over, it's like 10,000 students, or it's decreasing, right? We can do it. So we need to start setting goals and coming up with how we're going to accomplish this. So most of my questions today are going to surround, be about setting goals and getting it done. They can do it in 8 months. We surely can do it in 8 months. So I'm going to start with the line of questioning for the commission, well, not specifically the Commissioner of Education, but the team, right? The Department of Education, and we're going to start with Senator DeGraff. And for this round, no, I'm not doing 10 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes, and we'll start with Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Boy, it's a poor thing what we do with the Department of Education here and everybody. But to everybody who here braving the time, no lunch, everything, thank you. Okay, so I in the same boat, man. But we're going to get through it together. That's the most I could say. Commissioner, has your budget been cut for the 25 budget? You could turn on the mic for the commissioner.
Hello?
Mic for the commissioner. Try again.
Hello?
Wow. Madam Chair, you can hold my time. We're here trying to wait on the mic to come up.
Hello? Hello? Yes. Hello?
That's what we call Coco Bay on top of yours, buddy. Jeez. Okay, so Madam Chair, if you could have them turn on the mic or turn up the mic. Try it again.
Mic for Commissioner of Education, Dan Wells Hedrington, please. St.
Okay,
Thomas?
I think it came out. I think it came out, Madam Chair.
Okay,
So,
go right ahead. You still have your 5 minutes. It's okay.
yeah, she has another. You could try the one next to it.
No, let's let him wait. Yeah. 1 minute.
Okay, Mr. Latham is trying to make an adjustment, but if one of the other mics on, we could try that. No?
Take this out of the education budget.
It on now?
Yeah.
Okay, I think we could try it now. Okay, it's on now. So yes, I was asking, is the Department of Education budget, has it been cut?
Yes, Senator, from last year to this year, it has been cut. If you want specifics, I will have to get that information to you.
Okay, so in terms of personnel, any personnel area has been cut?
So based on the ceiling that was given to us and the fact that we were to budget for five vacancies to be funded, not considering who may be separating now, I would say yes, it has been cut. It limits the flexibility of us, creating additional monitor positions and some of the other needs that we may have. And so the team and I have been looking at how to utilize the human capital that we have to make sure that we are maximizing excess teachers that may be in various schools so that we could have that equity.
And do you know if the teachers finalize the contract?
That has not been finalized as yet. I believe in the next week there is a scheduled negotiations meeting.
So do you know if certification is in the contract?
No, it isn't.
It is not. Okay. Because I said, and I ask all these perimeter questions because, again, to me, it affects overall graduation rates. It affects maintenance. It affects everything. Because basically, we have the teachers come out to work for free. So those who should be certified, I think, again, and that certification, I think there's no excuse for any teacher not being certified. That's my opinion, and that's my own, because we're talking 541 teachers uncertified. That's really unheard of. Now, school maintenance. You have some maintenance in the testimony you gave us. When will the school maintenance begin?
I'm going to allow Mr. Fleming and the directors to respond to any specific. Senator, you want to narrow something down, or you just want an overall statement?
Well, I'm doing overall right now.
Okay. Yeah. Mr. Fleming?
Good afternoon, Alan Fleming.
Good afternoon.
CEO. School maintenance is an ongoing process, Senator. So it is ongoing. It's going to be ramped up every year. It ramps up after school closure.
Yeah, but what we always face every year is the week before school open, then we want to rush to paint, we want to cut the grass, we want to do all this. I know we got old schools, and the list that I saw in the testimony, it's a lot of work. What kind of maintenance team do you have?
It is a lot of work, Senator. It's a combination of in-house and also contracted vendors.
Yeah, so we need to be realistic because, again, it is, so when will it begin? You know, a date for starting the school maintenance?
It has already started, Senator.
It has already started?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Now, in addition to the school maintenance, we have all the school construction projects that are supposed to kick off. Charlotte Amalia High School is supposed to start their demolition and stuff. Where are we in terms of moving towards the construction of the schools that we support? When will that be started? In 2024, before it's there, out of the 25 budget. When are we looking at?
So, as mentioned in the last hearing, we have had to push back the demolition of the Charlotte Amalia High School buildings A, B, and C. FEMA has requested an in-depth archaeological study. We had to procure the services of a vendor who specializes in that. The approximate time for completion of the work that needs to be done is between 60 to 90 days. So no demolition will occur during the summer months. After demolition is finished, that's when we start to work on construction. Now, in the interim, we are still negotiating the contract for the new build of Charlotte Amalia High
30
School.
seconds.
Once signed, what the vendor will do is continue with the design. So even if construction isn't taking place yet, the design work will still be ongoing because we've only completed 30% of the schematic design for the new Charlotte Amalia High School campus.
Okay, I didn't hear what was said, Madam Chair. If there was time, I have one final question.
Go right ahead, Senator DeGraff.
Yes, in terms of graduation rate, how many seniors graduated totally in the territory? And they could do a breakdown, St. Thomas and Croix. But a total number and then a breakdown.
Superintendents, do you have that information? Dr. Paul?
Yes, I have the information for, yes. I have the information for St. Thomas and St. Croix. It's 181 from Ivana Durkin High School and 187
Please
from
state your name.
Charlotte High School.
Please state your name.
Bishop Powell, Bishop Powell, St. Thomas St. John District, 181 Ivana Durkin and 187 Charlotte Amalie High School.
And St. Croix?
Dr. Bastian Knight, do you have that information?
I'm actually trying to find it here in the testimony. Yes. That's the percentage. Give me 1 minute, Senator, I'll get that for you.
Okay, Madam Chair, just in the essence of time, they could answer your time when it comes, so you could keep moving.
Thank you,
Thank
Senator.
you for the time.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Our next senator is Senator, we're going to go to Senator Capehart.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think even 5 minutes is good enough. What do you ask? I see the vacancy data by schools, and I'm very curious as I see 127 retirees. Is this retirees for the upcoming school year or teachers that just recently retired?
So that's teachers who, or that staff who are eligible to retire. So they have not retired, but have the years and could separate from the department at any time.
So, Commissioner, what is your mission to probably start a marketing campaign to get teachers, because as you mentioned that there are individuals that's leaving Department of Education to then take employment elsewhere and not teaching. And then also, what is your success rate of your international teachers? How has that been with them coming and teaching our students? Has there been like a big cultural difference? Just what's the success rate of our international teachers?
So generally, Senator, thank you for the question. The international population that has joined VIDE are filled with teachers that have quite a number of instructional skills, pedagogical skills. They know their content. They're able to deliver on their content. What we see them struggling with is classroom management and being able to adapt to the behaviors of our students here locally. And so, as mentioned in the testimony, one of the focuses for the upcoming years to be very intentional with our international teachers and making sure that we have a cohort of training that is provided to them to help them to transition more successfully into our cultural setting. When it comes to the recruitment and retention, I'm going to allow Director Jacobs to expound on it, but one of the challenges historically that we've been having is competing with other states that have the same issues in terms of teacher vacancies. And so just before we started, Director Jacobs was sharing the starting salaries for 2 counties. And when you look at the starting salaries, that's like way down on our list, maybe like with 10 or 12 years of experience. And this is first-year teachers. So you're competing against salaries, you're competing against the economic state of the Virgin Islands and what it requires for people to move here. We do not incentivize. And so even as I believe Mr. Abdul mentioned going to Puerto Rico, we've tried to go to Puerto Rico, but they opt to go to Florida and other states that are offering them better packages. So one of the things that we're looking at within our high schools is creating a track, a pipeline that helps us to start to train our own, get our students interested in the world of teaching and all that we do and what it has to offer, and make that actually one of the focuses within our high school program. But Ms. Jacobs, can you talk about your recruitment efforts?
Good afternoon, Nicole Jacobs. As it pertains to the recruitment efforts that we have done so far, we still continue, like the commissioner indicated, to rely on international teachers. We also have a crosswalk or a pathway where students currently at UVI would be allowed to be the teacher on record, so which means that the Board of Education, in collaboration with UVI and the department, we will allow those individuals while they're student teaching to be that teacher of record, and the Board of Education will give them certificates. So it would allow us to recruit locally. I think one of the problems, like the commissioner indicated, is our retention. So we also have individuals locally that are leaving to work, like at the Department of Labor, Waste Management, those types of things. But we continue to recruit with other school districts who have better incentive packages, because currently we do not have any.
Madam Chair, I just need one clarification.
Go ahead, sir.
Under the financial overview, it says all schools receive their funding through the American Rescue Plan, ARP, and Stronger Connection Grant. The goal was to allow schools to create budgets aligned to their school improvement plans to drive the improvements in student outcomes that they wanted to see on their campuses. Do all principals, are they aware of this, about the availability of this American Rescue Plan grant? And I asked this...
Yes, they are, Senator. If you would like more information relative to that, both Dr. Basha Knight and Dr. Powell can elaborate on that.
And if I may, until before you answer, Mrs. Knight, and why I wanted this clarification, because as I participated in graduations this school, the ending of this school year, to see our young people move from one level to the next or out of the school system, I was so taken back by a principal who gave me a message to give me and my colleagues that they need an AC in their auditorium. So to see this, and that's why I'm asking if all principals know about this, because I was very much offended. But if you can please give us some clarification on that. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So if I may, before the superintendents jump in, our maintenance issues are not going to be addressed with that ARPA fund. That ARPA fund is solely to align, to drive the school improvement planning process. The school improvement plans did not include infrastructure challenges. And so that still falls under the direction of the Bureau and the Division of Maintenance. So I agree that our issues should not be addressed to you in that way, Senator. But those are longstanding issues that the maintenance division will be addressing as resources become available. So what you hear the superintendent speak about is more in line to closing the achievement gap that we're seeing, making sure that our teachers are trained, making sure that we have wraparound services and that schools have different resources in order for them to do non-academic things like the clubs and the different things that we mentioned. So Dr. Powell, can you just briefly talk a little bit about yours, and then Dr. Bastian Knight?
Good afternoon again, Disha Powell. So yes, all the schools have been informed. We've had several workshop sessions at our district meetings with the schools to discuss the funding, how the funding will flow. And we have an ARP team that meets or communicates via email with the principals. So even if they submit a specific budget, but they need additional detail, you know, the individuals, my program managers, program assistants, email the principals to break it down. And I also encourage them, if they have to go and knock on a door or visit a school, that's what they need to do. But so for the most part, the majority of our schools have the requests have been fully processed for procurement. While some of them are not available yet, they haven't been received in some of the schools. They have been procured in one way or another, or going through the procurement process. I believe one of our last procurements is our computers, our desktop computers, and that one had to go through the big DPP, and we recently had an evaluation meeting about that, so those are forthcoming. But yes, all the principals know about the funding.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Likewise, Carla Bastian Knight, likewise in the St. Croix district, the school teams comprising of the principal and the individuals on their team, they sat, they looked at their data, identify what their priorities are, and they focused, that's how they were going to spend their allotted $250,000 for that school year, based strictly on that data-driven project, programs, just activities to grow and fill those gaps that they identified as a school. So some schools move faster than others, but with the assistance of the federal grants team, they have conducted the site visits, they do the drawdowns, the weekly meetings, the program. Federal Grants Office assists with procuring the items. For the most part, at least 95% of the schools have depleted majority of their monies. I think we have just one school that has a little bit more fund than the other, but working through this summer to meet those requests, and we'll process those as well. But they are aware, they are very aware, because they track and follow up. Some of them have received their items, while many of the things, the big ticket things, are still going through the process. They also had the flexibility to decide what professional development they want their staff to attend, targeted to what they see in their school as their need. So you have principals going to model school next week because they decided that's the conference that catered to what they needed to improve that achievement gap that they identified in their school.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bastian Knight. I want to go quickly to page 23 that talks about the Stronger Connections grant funds per school. And it seems as if I'm reading it correctly, none of the non-public schools have used their funds. Is there a reason why the numbers did not change when it came to the non-public schools? You know, you have the total and then you have the balance. And the numbers are the same. Is that a typo, or what's the reason behind that?
It's not a typo. The districts are responsible for working with the non-pubs to expend their money. And so, Dr. Powell, I don't know if you want to say something, and Dr. Bastian Knight about that.
So, yes, we've had to go back to USDE, for example, to get permission for some of the things that non-public schools wanted. Initially, they wanted to do a lot of the same types of projects that the public school were doing. and those were denied, and so we had to go back and get special requests. For example, some of them want to get ACs, and so we did get recent permission to buy the ACs, but we can't pay for installation. So we have to be able to purchase things that we can provide to the school, but we have to be able to pick it up and move it out of the school if something happens and the school closes or the equipment is no longer needed in that school. We have to be able to remove the items. So those were some tricky items that we had to go back now one by one and get additional permissions for. And those are the larger items, but a lot of the PDs and a lot of the smaller requests, the supplies are processing. But like, as you say, you're not seeing a big movement because a lot of those big requests are moving through now, and some of them are DPP as well.
Is there a deadline for the expiration of these funds? Well, I see on the next page you said the goal is to have all funds obligated by the end of 2024. Does that mean that they expire, if not obligated, by the end of 2024?
The following year, Senator. And so what we've been trying to do is set up some timelines that would help to keep the districts on track with encumbering the funds, especially when we get down to the deadline. So setting those internal goals will help us, especially knowing that the consolidated grant application funding is also there to be encumbered. So we're still dealing with several parts of funding, and having those internal parameters was to help them to control the volume of work that the district employees would have to do to get this goal accomplished.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. Can these funds be used for summer learning? Is that possible? And I am, you know, like I said on Saturday night, readers are leaders, and I'm thinking, could any of these funds be used, for example, to do reading programs during the summer? And or was it left really to the school to just decide what they're going to do with the grant funds?
So absolutely, Senator, it was really left to the schools, and one of the things that we encourage is for the funding that they receive to align it to their school improvement plans. So you'll see that crosswalk that's done with the Stronger Connections, Consolidated Grant, and the ARPA funding, so that we are able to measure whether the funding that we're using for these various programs are having the effects and improvement in student outcomes that we want to see. So yes, it's aligned to their school improvement planning processes.
Point of information, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. When I saw these numbers too, I was quite alarmed because obviously we're not talking about a whole bunch of money. I wanted to know, was there a scope of work that they had to apply for in order to get this funding? And what is the level of engagement with these, especially the private school or the non-pub schools, in regards to expenditures of these funds?
So overall, the Department of Education was awarded the grant, Senator Francis, in the amount of $809,852. That was then separated by the schools based on their populations. And then the way that we're structured, Senator, the districts are responsible for assisting the non-pubs as well as the regular population, our public school system, with the encumbrance of these funds.
Yeah, my concern is that some of these schools are very creative. I mean, Good Hope Country Day, $16,000. Freeway Baptist, $11,000. You know, these are the same entities that I'm seeing, or school, same institution that I see on weekends out selling water, you know, to try to raise funds for a number of different initiatives. So I'm just trying to determine what's the engagement, at least so that they know that the fund is available, and how best then to be able to fit their scope, you know, so that they could be able to expend this funding.
So I would say that all schools are aware that the funding is available. I do not know if the district wants to speak a little bit more about the interactions with the non-public schools, but I know that they are aware of the award. Dr. Powell?
Yes, so we actually, some schools are a lot more engaged than others, and so some schools have very comprehensive, detailed plans, and so we're able to push those through a lot faster. But some schools you have to, engage with often, keep getting more information. And so some of those schools require us to come out because a few have been unresponsive, so we've had to literally, physically go out there and engage with them, and so that's helped a lot. So we're working through the challenges, and so we hope to get a lot of the resources that they've requested in their schools very soon.
With them about the money being there. A lot of it, like Dr. Powell mentioned, is tied to revisions, and the things that are usually requested from our private schools are usually not allowed, and it requires us to go get approval. As mentioned before, we need to be able to pick up that playground and walk away with that playground and redistribute it to other schools if that school should close. Take the tablets, give 10 to this school, 10 to another school. If that Good Hope Country, they should close their doors. So a lot of it is tied to revisions, but the ladies of federal grants, they're stepping up their attempts to work with the non-pubs when it comes to stronger connections. There's an overlap. You're working from 3 different grants, so you have to make sure that what's being requested in stronger connection is not also being purchased in CGA and also being purchased with the ARP funds. So it's like the commissioner said, it's a crosswalk, just making sure and being careful not to overlap the services and the requests from the schools. And that goes to the public schools also.
Thank you for that. When you look at the numbers, though, as Senator Francis was saying, St. Mary's, for example, I went to St. Mary's, $5,680.44. It's like spend that $5,000, get it spent. And so it leads me to, if the non-pub do not use or obligate the money by 2024, it goes to the public schools. What happens? Do we lose it? I mean, what's the strategy here? Because then I need to do a public announcement right now to all these non-pub schools out there. There's money. I mean, what happens? What happens?
The goal is to make sure that everybody uses their funds.
Non-pubs will not spend that money. I am not in the same position as you may be looking at the numbers. Those are not numbers that take a lot to spend.
No, that's what I'm saying.
But I think what the districts are doing is focusing on the larger funds. In a lot of cases, we have ARPA funds that have to be encumbered by September 30th of this year. You have consolidated grant funding. All of this funding the non-pubs getting as well has to be encumbered by September 30th of this year. And so with the stronger connections, a little bit of money is still on the book. So I think that they're prioritizing in a lot of cases and dealing with first in, first out, the one that's really going to be affected first and then move into this. So you're gonna see, I'm not even worried about that one, to tell you the truth. I am more concerned with the ARPA and the consolidated grant funding at this present moment.
Which caused me then to say, if you can't spend $998.76, can you spend the larger amounts? It makes me, you know what I mean? Because it would seem that it would require more work, more requirements to be met. And overall, whether it's public school or non-public school students, we want the money to be used in the territory because ultimately it helps all of us. My colleague, the Senate President, was saying that I actually have it written down here, students raising money for travel. I ran into some young ladies at the market in Frederiksted, who again is allowing students to raise funds at their establishment. Have we ever tried to come up with some way to fund these students so that they should fundraise? I believe in fundraising, don't get me wrong, because we used to do it long ago, right? And it builds character. You contribute, skin in the game, right? Like my colleague just said. But at the same time, I do not like them selling water on the roads. It's just frightening. And so we need to come up with some strategy, I don't know. And I'm wondering, do the and I don't know the answer to this. Do the EDC companies, do they give money for things like that? I'm just going off on a tangent here. Sorry.
Well, you're not on a tangent, Senator. You're actually hitting the nail on the head. Recently, I had two of my colleagues work with the EDC companies to determine what their contributions should be. There's a stipulation in the agreement that says that they should be giving money to the Department of Education, and historically they have in some cases, and in some they have not. So we are looking at each individual company, making connections with them to try to get that funding in place to help to offset the cost of some of these travels that our students are fundraising for. In addition to that, if it's a sports-related endeavor, what we are looking at is the money that's given for interscholastics and determining, what can we say as a department that we would help our schools to pay for, whether we say, okay, we're going to pay for the flights for whatever teams to travel, and then you have to come up with hotel or vice versa. I think that we have to be uniform in our support of our schools. We try our best to fund the entire trips when the money is available to do so, but in those areas when it's not, how do we get that equity across all schools? So those are the conversations that we're having, and then we're going to move into those discussions with the schools next year so they are aware of, okay, this is how much I need, but the department is willing to pay for this. This is what is left for us to come up with. So your sentiments are mine exactly. I wish I could pay for everything, but unfortunately, until we get our EDC benefits on the wrap and on those, what it is, those contributions should look like, then we're going to have to be creative in the funding that we have. But we're working on that. Again, that's something that needed to be cleaned up, and so we're currently doing that.
Thank you. Thank you. That's something I guess we all need to look into down the road. Senator Johnson, your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again. I'm going to use this 5 minutes for one topic alone because you said we have 3 5 minutes wrong, right? I definitely want to discuss the kitchen equipment, and if I lose my 5 minutes here, so be it. Because these equipment been there for quite some time. I really want to hear a status of every school, and I would like to really hear that all the kitchen equipment going to be installed this summer for all our schools. So who want to take a swing? If Singray want to start first, help me out, please.
Okay, Senator, if I may, I'm going to have Mr. Fleming start first, and then we could segue to Mr. Milligan if needed. Mr. Fleming?
Good afternoon again, Senator.
Good afternoon.
Yes, I could say that the kitchen equipment will be installed by the end of summer. We have 2 kitchens that are already completed. We have the Ricardo Richards and the Lumocle kitchens. They have already been completed. The Juanita Garden School, that's substantially completed. We're still waiting on some equipment and some change orders to complete that project. The Yuli Rivera School, that's in process right now.
Slow down. When you say in process, when you say the work started?
The work has started, equipment has been installed, but they haven't finished the finished buttoning up of everything. So that would be completed shortly also. Claudio Marco, I've spoken to Claudio Marco already, Commissioner. Yeah. But then we also have Juanita Garden, and I'm missing one school. I don't have it with me. Central High School, sorry, yes. They will also be completed by summer. The end of the summer also.
Mr. Fleming, I know part of your office there. When summer done, I come in knocking on your door. Today you say that all of these equipment will be installed when summer done. and I'm holding you to it. I'm holding you to your word. So I hope that you're knocking on the same doors of those people that was giving this walk to make sure that our kitchen
3
and our
minutes.
schools are complete. Go ahead.
Yes, Senator, I'll be glad to walk with you.
Any other more information? That's it. My next question will be on this ESF funds. Some 256 million that was awarded, and we still have 137 million. And my question to this, is there a time frame that this money has to be used? And what is the time frame?
I didn't get that, Senator. The what fund?
The ESF funds, it was 256 billion plus, and there's a remaining of 137 million. My question is there a time date for this fund to be, for us to lose it? And if there is, what's that time date?
So absolutely, and that's what I was referencing with the ARPA funding. That funding has to be encumbered by September 30th, Senator.
Slow down.
September
2024?
Yes, Senator.
137 million?
No, that number isn't accurate. Our numbers reflect, that number probably includes personnel, indirect, and operating. And so when we look at our balances, we're looking at operating because that is what has to be encumbered by September 30th. So both district superintendents who are actually present today are the ones who are the lead persons that are working around the clock to get this money encumbered. And if I may, Senator, we have quite a number of large ticket items that are going through the process in terms of contracts have been awarded. However, in some cases, we're waiting for revisions from the U.S. Department of Education to move the money in the right places. So, for example, in the St. Thomas, St. John district, we have generator projects as well as St. Croix district that contracts have been awarded, mobilization or
2 minutes.
Conditional notices given, but we cannot get the purchase orders without the money in the right places. But if we may, Senator James, I would like the superintendents to expound on it because it's alarming, but they do have a plan for execution. So, Dr. Powell?
And please, before they expand, what is the remaining amount of money that has to be spent by September 30th, 2024? Because I gave some figures, 137. And I would like to hear what the figures are.
That to you. No problem. I'll get that to you.
Good afternoon, Disha Powell. So if I have a spending plan in front of me, and so we have several projects, and so if I go project by project, I have an outline specifically. It's broken down by quarters, and we're in quarter 3 right now to show what amount of money should be encumbered, and this quarter ends June 30th. And so by June 30th, for example, under my Safe and Healthy Schools budget, I have $5,182,762, and $1 million of that is going to be remaining for quarter 4 because the balance of that money is tied to filters and cleaning supplies that we've already have our codes for, and the justification letter just needs to be submitted. We have our district crisis alert system, for example, that's already closed at DPP, the solicitation. Our AED bags for $1.5 million, security car for our security bureau, and we have that justification letter that I prepared this weekend ready to be submitted. We have our school lunch vehicles for $227,000. We have bus services, which is broken down, and so we have the bus services come to 1.3 million. And so it continues like that. So if you would like a copy, or this body would like a copy of that spending plan to show all the different balances, I have it broken down by all the different projects that we have in the department right now, in the district right now?
At Carla Bastion Knight, same in the St. Croix district. We have a lot of items currently going through the procurement process, from our painting of our schools. We have playgrounds, new playgrounds totaling over approximately like $240,000 for 4 of our schools, which includes the Pearl B. Larson demolition and installation of their new playground, Claro Marco. Eulalia Rivera is gonna get one, and Ricardo Richards is gonna get a bigger playground to suit their population. We have the generator projects going through. That's a couple millions there also. So there is a plan. We can provide you a spending plan. We do update our spending plan weekly. Every Monday, a new update is provided, and it gives you a description of what that project is, the amount of money that project is estimated to cost, and the timeline, or the status of where that is, whether it's going through the contractual process, whether it's going through procurements. We have things waiting on purchase orders to begin the work. But I can give you the St. Croix District spending plan.
Thank you very much. And if I may ask through the chair that we could get a copy of these spending plan. Madam Chair, may I wrap up with one more question?
Yes, you may.
And my last question will be to the commissioner. What is the biggest challenge you have currently in the Department of Education, and how do you plan to achieve this biggest challenge that you have? Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
So for me, we have many challenges, but the crux of what we do here at the Department of Education is educating our children. And so for me, literacy and math instruction and overall school instruction and making sure that we are preparing our students to transition into real life is a priority. It is a challenge. There are many factors that have been impactful to this process, and so the focus is on instruction, the focus is on supporting our schools, the focus is on making sure that these resources that are in the school improvement plans are actually materialized into the hands of those teachers who must deliver the transformation that we want to see. So that's site-based management, that's school improvement planning, that accountability piece where we align our plans to the funding and really measure where we are is where I want to see, or where I intend to focus the majority of my attention on for this upcoming school year. Again, we have to support our people in the trenches so that we don't see the mass exodus that could be looming over the department's head, because again, our children deserve a quality education. So the student achievement levels is a challenge, but what I will say is, unofficially, some of the data that we have had the opportunity to be privy to looks and demonstrates growth. And so the only way for us to go now is up. And I think that the direction and the alignment that we've spent the past 2 years doing has really set the course for that improvement, and being able to support our administrators and teachers is what we will continue to do.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Wasn't today the day that the director of the Bureau of Construction and Maintenance was to start? Did he in fact start? And who is it?
He did start. The governor makes his announcement on Monday.
Okay, thank you. So, going back to Mr. Fleming, I must apologize. Did you give us the information for Claro Marco School, and when and the status? I'm following up on Senator Johnson's questions.
Yes, Senator, I did give it. Claro Marco, I reported that it's pretty much substantially completed. However, we're waiting on a final change order to purchase and install a solving line within the facility.
And then how long do you think that change order is going to take?
I don't have a time frame on that. We're still waiting to receive that back in our division.
Yeah, the reason I followed up with you is because Senator Johnson specifically said he's going to come to you at the end of the summer. I'm trying to save your life here today. That's what I'm trying to do, because we do need specifics, you know? And a lot of times when we hear answers in here, you can come back and say to Senator Johnson, I told Senator James that, you know, there was a change order and it didn't happen. Just letting you know that a lot of times we receive ambiguous and vague answers. And it's been more than a year now. Well, for me anyway, it's been more than a year that we've been asking. According to Senator Johnson, it's been more than 5 years with respect to the equipment. So it's just too long. We're just taking too long to get things done.
Senator, if I may, in response to Senator Johnson's inquiry, the equipments that are installed that he's referring to, those are equipment that were purchased previously. Those will be installed. The solving line that's at Claudio Marco, that's to replace a deteriorated one that was there. So that wasn't something that was purchased prior. So we're actually improving what is going to be in the final product at Claudio Marco.
Okay, thank you. I'll definitely digest on that one for a little bit, you know, like, and think about the answer. Senator James Sr.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. At first, I was wondering what Mr. Abdul Ali is doing down here, but it all makes sense. And I really want to say a special thanks to the St. Croix Public School Parent Coalition. Mr. Ali, how was that started? Quickly, the short version.
The short version?
Yeah.
Well, it's just a parent coalition. We just got together to look at some of the issues that's been affecting us in schools.
And how many parents total?
Well, in this particular group, the coalition, it's 11 members.
Those are the individuals we should start listening to. I don't know it all, but the parents experience it more than us.
Sure.
So I just want it to be a start,
right,
at least for the conversation, at least give them the benefit of the doubt, the parents, to at least listen to some of the concerns that they said. Because according to the agenda, it says the St. Croix Public School Parent Coalition will present concerns that have been identified by public school students, parents/guardians, and staff. Right. And he went on to a series of things. Right. But I'm not going to go into depth, because internet connectivity shouldn't be an issue. There will always be issues, yes, because we have to leave room for human error. But we shouldn't be having an internet connectivity conversation in 2024. So I'm going to scratch that off the list. Somebody need to fix that. As far as transparent communications, I must admit that the Department of Education do send out press releases. I'm not sure if the St. Croix Public School Parent Coalition right, are a part of the email list, but some connection needs to be there. We do see those updates and responses. So I really have to give them credit for that. As far as the teacher shortages, it's not that simple. If we had it our way, we know for sure we would have tried to get individuals from other areas and jurisdictions. But think about this right now with all the news going on. But anyway, it's not attractive right now to come to the Virgin Islands. So we have an issue. But the good thing is, even though it's not really good, the population is decreasing and it gives us time to catch ourselves. So I say all that to say is, in one of the things that stood out for me in your testimony, Mr. Ali, because I could speak about infrastructure, schools, but the most important thing a teacher does is teach. And of course, they have to teach in a suitable environment. Right. But something simple as history and culture is dear to me because I can't remember which, is April 2019, during my first term, 4 months into my first term, I asked the Board of Education a question, and Ms. Lockhart at the time said, Ms. Lockhart at the time told lawmakers that a draft curriculum policy is currently in the works and is awaiting feedback from the VI Education Department. She went on to say in the beginning of June, suggestions from the Education Department, VI legislature, and representatives from the National School Board Association will compile a new strategic plan for the territory school, which will include new curriculum, goals, and objectives. She went on to say, I am clueless and not afraid to say so about the tools and resources and models of what's being used to teach Virgin Islands history. And so I've made a note, and I promise you, meaning me who asked the question at the time, it will be a discussion within the Board of Education, hence why I asked the question earlier. That was in my first term. It's going to make 6 years I'm in this institution. I've been asking the same questions over and over for the past 6 years, me and my colleagues. Like sometimes when my good Senate President opens his mouth, I know exactly what he's going to say. I can memorize this thing. And I'm not going to ask any questions to the department heads. Sticking to you, Mr. Ali. What are the conversations with the public officials regarding your concerns? Not your concerns, the collective concerns of the people you represent.
Right, yeah. Well, clearly one of them is the whole business of teaching the VI history in schools and Caribbean history. It's law. It's been on the books for...
Is what? Is what?
It's law.
I know. I just want to make sure people hear that.
Yeah, it's a law. I think 30-odd years or so it's been. I think Senator Bryan was the one who brought it up first, and that hasn't been happening, really. Now, they do have some teachers who might
30
talk
seconds.
about VI history and so forth, but it's not on the curriculum as yet, and we'd like to see it there. And at the same time, I just want to add this. When we talk about slavery and things of that particular nature, I think we also need to talk about the whole business of forgiveness for some of the...
Oh, stop right there, Mr. Ali, I have a couple of seconds left.
Okay. Right.
I don't do the forgiving thing. They took us against our will, but that's a whole other story.
I was going to say forgiveness and at the same time, to ask for reparations as well.
That I could agree with.
So it's not just forgiveness, it's reparations type.
So back to the initial conversation.
Yeah.
Or question. What are the conversations like regarding some of the issues that you presented to us with the heads of departments and individuals who are in charge to make sure that there is some level of communication and open line? And if you list 10 things, at least they gave you 2. What are those conversations like?
Time.
Miss,
Go ahead.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead. Oh, thanks a lot. Right. Okay. I just made a little note here. Can't even find my little note. Jose Cuero. That's what you said, right? Jose Cuero, right?
Cuedo.
It's Cuedo. Oh, it's Cuedo. Puedo or Puedo. Wait, I gotta get that right. P-U-E-D-O.
I don't use words I don't know.
No, well, you gotta learn words.
P-U-E-D-O.
Oh my, yeah.
Spanish.
P-U-E-D-O. Yeah, I
Yes.
got it now. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So, well, we're at the moment trying to find people to talk to as we're beginning.
Okay, look there right there.
Yeah.
I'll stop right there. Madam Chair, I don't want to abuse my time. In fairness of my colleagues, I had a long list of questions, but earlier when I asked the question to the Board of Education, I know exactly what I was doing because I was waiting for the Department of Education to talk, but I'm not going to question them. I want to hear from the parents that he represents, and that's where we need to start. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James Sr. Just in terms of communication and interaction, following up on the Senator's train of thought and conversation with you, do this coalition, the parent coalition, and I met you, I met everyone, the officers of the respective schools.
Right.
How often do you, as a coalition or group, or have you ever met with, for example, do the principals have a group too? Just wondering, do the principals have a coalition? I don't know. They don't? Okay. How often do you meet with anyone in education?
Well, what we're doing, as you know, we've just started, so we're trying to develop a plan to meet regularly and to find out who is doing what. We heard from the good gentleman about the kitchen, Lumaco. It says completed, but the last PTA meeting we had, because I'm the PTA president there, some of the work was done. That was about a month or 6 weeks ago, but it wasn't completed. But I'll check again to find out where we are.
Okay.
So we're trying now to start this as a group to develop, to know who to meet with, who to find out what's going on, monitor situations, and try to make people more accountable perhaps than they are at the present time. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to ask the Commissioner one of your concerns. I'm glad that Senator James Sr., my colleagues, really focused on you at this point, because in the conversation with the Board of Education, there were some questions that I wanted to ask them, and your number 10, which is the quarterly air quality and water quality reports, you're asking for a publication for each school. Is that, Commissioner of Education, is that something that has been done in the past, or is this something that you would contemplate doing?
So the water testing the water testing is done regularly, Senator. Air quality testing is done based on findings. If there's a report of air quality issues, mold, or growing mildew, we would go in and test. Because of the limited funding, testing on a regular can be very costly. So there has to be a reason why the test is done, and then we go in and test, and based on the results, we remediate right away. So that's not something that's consistently done. Again, it's based on a need for the air quality testing.
So someone has to lodge a complaint then? Basically, that has to happen before? Okay. I will move forward in the interest of time to Senator Joseph for her 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. A pleasant good day to everyone. Madam Chair and colleagues, I really want to commend the Department of Education. During the break, I mentioned to some of the members at the table here in the chambers regarding, for the first time, this is the first time I've ever noticed it, that you have included the number of students enrolled in college and career tech school in the fall immediately after high school. That's the outcome for education. And I see a number, but I haven't had a time to really analyze it fully. But it is a good amount of our young people are now transitioning after high school, and it's good that you're tracking them. What software, because this is the first time I've seen it, what software, is this something that newly occurred, or you always had this information?
So that's Vivis, Senator.
Oh, Vivis at work.
Yes, Vivis at work. My PRE director, actually James Richardson, uses Vivis quite a bit.
Good.
To populate reports on the behalf of the department. And one of the things that we're doing is tracking our students better, because we want to be able to offer them jobs when they finish. If we know what discipline they're studying, then we could share that information in the community and get some of our children back home.
And that's why we are educating them, so that they can gain employment and become part of our community, positively contributing to our community and helping us move forward. So I'm happy that you were able to get some of this information. I don't want to spend most of my time on it, but I also think it would be good, at least for me, just under the amounts where you have total in public. What does that mean? Total in public, total in private?
Those are public colleges, private colleges, 4 year. It's disaggregated by the different types of colleges.
So these are colleges that they are in, okay?
Right.
But you don't have how many have entered into the workforce?
No, and that's part of the software that I mentioned through Navians that we just invested in. It would help us to track those students who are going college, career tech, military, and the workforce. So Commissioner Malloy and I both, have a charge. I want to make sure that when students graduate from 12th grade, we could set them up with a job,
right?
If they're entering into the workforce.
Or entrepreneurship.
Or entrepreneurship, correct.
Right, so this is all part, and this is a very appropriate question because this is about workforce development, and you and Commissioner Malloy are both on the Workforce Investment Board, correct?
Correct.
Okay, good. So that conversation and collaboration is begun.
Yes.
Let's keep that momentum.
Definitely.
Communication is a critical, you said it in your testimony, is the key. We had a teacher who used to tell us that all the time at Eudora Kent High School. Now, I want to look at page 23. You had some testimony regarding your ARPA, 22 and 23. A financial overview, because money is what helps us get things DONE exclamation point along with the human beings, because we want to make sure that we're paying people well and that we are putting the services there, but we also need resources. Now, you mentioned in your testimony with a financial overview, you have ARPA Rescue Plan and Stronger Connections Grant. These are two different grants?
Two different grants, and we still have consolidated grants.
Okay, so you mentioned the consolidated grant as well. So tell me, I saw only a breakdown of your Stronger Connection funds per school, and you mentioned that you had given some monies also for ARPA to your schools, but I didn't see anything regarding that here.
So it's quite lengthy. I think
we like to look at lengthy things.
So I could submit that to the body.
Commissioner, kindly, through the chair, submit that information to the body where we are. And how much you got in total ARPA funding? I think, if my memory served me, was what, 138 million? About that amount?
Oh, it's about that amount, yes. Let me see.
Okay, so we need to get a breakdown and how much is...
I have that.
How much?
Okay, so we were awarded $138,158,430, and based on the senator's inquiry, I went back and I looked at the operating balances, $56,236,911.16.
Okay.
And that's the spending plan that the districts will be furnishing to the body.
That is excellent, because that's how you are going to be able to track how we're spending it. If we need to make changes, you have to have something that is committed to paper, not just arbitrarily spending money. And then you, Commissioner, whoever you have managing your grant, they're supposed to be able to monitor that and report it to you and have those conversations, communication. Madam Chair, I believe my time was called, but I wanted to ask another very pressing question, if I'm allowed.
Go right ahead.
Thank you so kindly. I also wanted to ask about where are we looking as far as going ahead, because there was a comment made in the Board of Education about these disparities in testing. I don't know if any of my members ask about that, but testings are usually standardized. What type of disparities do you suspect are occurring, or I shouldn't say suspect, but that are occurring, or that you suspect that the Board of Education was referring to in their testimony today?
So when you look at one testing module to determine the overall performance of students, every researcher will tell you you cannot. You have to look at multiple data points. And that's why the accountability model that we're using is looking not just at proficiency, but is also looking at growth. So while a student may not have made it out of level 2, it doesn't mean that that student did not progress in level 2 to get to level 3. And so we're looking at the holistic view of the student. But when Dr. Carwood mentioned it, it brought me to the fact that our students are being tested on Common Core state standards.
Of course.
Our teachers are creating assessments that aren't always aligned to the level of questioning that our students are being exposed to. So it's actually going to take us looking more closely at our assessments to determine if they're fully using the same type of vocabulary that these children have to be exposed to on the test and doing those crosswalks, 1. 2, we have other factors that impact a student's ability to test. But one of the things that I want to see us look at are the skills. And a colleague of mine mentioned it, and it stuck with me, that we have to have a matrix. The first 90 days, these are the skills that our students are expected to know and learn and master. At the end of the 90 days, we should be able to communicate with the students and parents where the students are. And if at that point, we see that students are falling behind in those skills, we remediate them. And so that's the direction that we're going in if we're really going to narrow that gap that we're seeing. So those are the types of things I think he was referencing. And then you take pencil test, paper pencil test for the whole year, and then you come to take a computer-based assessment.
It's going to throw you off a bit.
So it's the different things that the superintendents, these beautiful women here, are going to have to really look at when they work with their schools to help us to make the crosswalk a little bit more smooth for our children so that they're used to that type of questioning and that type of assessment.
And that's very key. I won't abuse my time any longer. Madam Chair, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Commissioner, because I clearly understand what you are trying to do there, and I commend you and your team. Thank you kindly, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. I want to follow up on that because I did not agree with, or I didn't understand really what Dr. Calwood, I wouldn't say I disagree. It seemed as if he was saying that students who did poorly on these tests, the computer-based tests, it doesn't match their mastery of subjects. I can't find where, I probably could find quickly what he said. And if that's the case, why are we then publishing the proficiency rates? He said, poor test outcomes despite classroom mastery of subject matter. Are we saying that the tests do not truly reflect the proficiency level of our children? I mean, what are we saying this afternoon? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
So I wouldn't say that we're saying it doesn't match the proficiency rate. What I'm saying is that there has to be an alignment in how our students are being assessed to how they're being taught and assessed. And I think what Chairman Calwood was saying is there's not that alignment across the board. And so that's one of the areas that we have to work on with our school-based personnel to make sure that, you know, something as simple as language, vocabulary, and the way that the questions are worded on the test, if students aren't used to having that type of vocabulary in their conversation or even in the assessments that they're doing in their classroom, then it becomes foreign language to them. And so making sure that that vocabulary development is part of the daily routine within our classroom, making sure that our students receive more assessments that are computer-based, making sure that our teachers understand what skills have to be mastered before the testing cycle are different things that the districts can work on with their administrators and professionals within the schools. And that's the direction that we're going, and that's why these data chats have been so impactful in opening the understanding of our professionals. Data doesn't lie. This is what your data says. So what are we going to do about it? How do we close it? What are some suggestions, or what are the trends that you're seeing in your school that you can work on professional development-wise with the funding that you're receiving? That is the type of conversations that we're having now. And that is also why the accountability workbook and the accountability measures that we have in place don't just include proficiency rates, because we understand that there's more to the development of a child.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on to Senator Fred Gregory for your line of questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon again. So, Commissioner, you shared with us earlier today that you have finally completed the department's strategic plan.
Yes, Senator.
And I see that the name of it is Reforming, Rebuilding, and Rebranding Public Education.
No, that's just the acronyms that we use.
Okay.
Transforming today's learners to tomorrow's leaders is the vision.
That's the vision.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's completed?
Yes.
Through the chair, can we ask the Commissioner of Education to please forward a copy of the strategic plan to this committee?
We will.
So now let's talk about distance learning. Of course, I was a sponsor of the legislation, and how long has it been in play?
That's a very good question, Senator.
That's important for us to know. And I ask the question because at some point we need to begin assessing whether or not distance learning, the platform or whatever we have set up is in fact working for our children.
So if I may, proximity learning, Dr. Powell, has been active for 2 years? Mm-hmm. 2 years.
So I think it's time for an assessment, right?
Okay.
Now, part of that legislation required the Department of Education at the end of the school year to assess how many teachers were resigning or retiring from the department, and also assessing the needs of students, and if students were interested in not only for their content-specific courses, but their elective type classes as well. Was that done this school year to determine what the needs are for the students coming into the 24-25 school year?
I'm going to have the superintendents respond to that. Dr. Powell?
Quick, short, and sweet.
Actually, I'm going to ask you to repeat so I can be very clear.
Let's hear from St. Croix.
Because it's you. I need to be very clear.
Let's hear from St. Croix because my time is short.
Carla Vashton, you're speaking specifically to the proximity contract. I know the St. Croix proximity contract is getting ready to come to an end.
No, that's not what I'm asking. Let me ask again. Madam Chair, I'm going to need some more time. I want to be specific. The legislation says that at the end of each school year, the Department of Education is required to complete an assessment of the teachers that are submitting their resignations or retirements.
3 minutes.
Same thing. They're also required to assess the needs of our students moving from grade to grade in their content-specific areas as well as their elective areas. The question is, did we conduct the assessment in our respective school districts to determine what the needs are of our students, and how does the teachers that are now exiting this school year, how is it going to impact 2024-25, and how are we aligning to ensure that once school reopens, students are not sitting in the cafeteria waiting to get a distance learning course. The legislation is very clear. That's the question.
So yes, St. Croix
So
District.
let me jump in. Let me jump in a minute. So we did the crosswalk, Senator, based on where we are and what the needs will be based on the graduation requirements and the students' needs. But I don't think that we did the full assessment where the separation data now was looked at to determine what that menu might look like for distance learning next year. And you could correct me, Soups, if I'm wrong. But Dr. Powell?
So we definitely looked at what our students' needs are. And so we have had the conversations with proximity already and with the principals to be very targeted in what content areas they want to cover. For example, foreign language is a challenge for us to recruit. So we've already asked to make sure we have those type of professionals available. So that work has started, so yes.
St. Croix?
So I want to say yes for the St. Croix District. In those meetings with our principals, they present their needs based on the programs that they anticipate for the upcoming school year. And meeting with HR, we were able to present what those vacancies are. And as we continue to do our interviewing, because we're in the process of interviewing right now, we're targeting those vacancies to make sure those needs are met. And although our contract with proximity is coming to an end, it's something that we are exploring to make sure that those critical needs that we cannot fill with a human physically in our classrooms, we can get that through that service.
Thank you. So y'all took my entire 5 minutes for this.
We have to make sure.
Yeah, we got to listen because.
Go ahead, Senator Fred Gregory.
So the issue that I have with this is I'm going to ask Commissioner, you're making me forget your name, Anna.
That's okay.
Commissioner Hedrington, to please review this legislation with your team, with your HR, because we did not, we put a lot of effort into this legislation, and the response that I'm getting does not align with the legislation. We don't make the legislation for an entity, we make it for the work. Okay, so let me now move on to the next thing. What about the Impress Fund for school year 2023-24? Did the schools receive the Impress Fund?
I think we have maybe 2 outstanding that did not receive because of reporting deficiencies.
Yes, so, but for the most part?
Yes, majority.
And have we already started, is there a policy in place for them to start submitting their stuff at the end of the school year so they could be on task with?
Right, so the Impress came late, Senator, and so some of it will not be expended in time, for sure. Remember?
It doesn't have to all be expended. It's
but remember,
replenishment.
right, so if I leave $10,000, $20,000 in my account, that 20 is taken off the top from the next allotment.
Nothing is wrong with that.
Right, so then they end up losing now because they got it late, right?
Commissioner, but that does not, once you set a deadline where you spend within that year, you submit your report, you lose. You can't go back and spend money for those children that were in 3rd grade.
But
that are now in, let me finish, that are now in 4th grade. They've lost that opportunity. We have to move on.
Right, so our Impress Fund was not received until April and May. So it's just unfortunate. It's just unfortunate.
But why are we having that challenge? That's why I asked the question, why are we continuously having the issue that we have hired school accountants? Why is this? And the reason why I asked the question is because, and I agree with you that school-based management is important, but there must be a clear understanding of the importance of moving your funds off the table. Otherwise, while we move towards allowing schools to expend their own dollars, if it's not something that's moving in a meaningful and impactful way, then we're not really moving. I have a lot more questions, but I guess I'm out of time. I just have one more. I have a lot more. The Board of Education made a lot of concerns and recommendations, and a lot of these concerns and recommendations are really squarely in the hands of the Board of Education. They talk about developing and maintaining interagency online tracking database. That's not a responsibility of the legislature. That's a responsibility of collaboration. These things that are outlined here are really tied to collaboration. Increased support for early childhood education programs. That's not a legislative matter. That's a collaborative matter. So, I mean, there's so much things that we need to do, but I don't know why we are thinking that these are legislative. And if you feel that they're legislative, then draft the legislation and send it down, and we will deal with it. But, you know, all of us have a responsibility to do our part. And then you have the Stronger Connections grants funds per school. And I see that the majority of the funds are still on the books. When were these funds released to these schools?
They were released earlier this school year. I would say this previous school year, maybe November. I can get the correct date for you, Senator.
I asked a question because the majority of the funds still on the books. So these are federal funds?
Yes.
When do these funds expire?
Next year.
What's next year?
September.
September
2025.
Okay, but the thing though is,
I know.
See, if you understand how it works, the children that in third grade, when these funds were released, should have been benefiting from this money, not when they go to fourth grade and fifth grade. It says that these kids are behind because they're not receiving the resources in a timely fashion. I mean, everything that you laid out sounds good. It's been tried before, but how do we get folks to move? That's the issue on the table. Do you have any idea?
So I think that we are moving in the right direction, Senator, and your sentiments are ours exactly. We want to get to a point where we're spending on the same grant cycle year. We're still behind. So we're dealing with 2 consolidated grants this September. We're dealing with ARPA. And so after we get past this hump, I think that we're going to be able to get back on track. But in the district's defense, I think they've been focusing more on ARPA than Stronger Connections. And Superintendent, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I know that that fund is expiring very soon. So that probably has been the focus. But I am with you on spending on the same grant cycle year that money is awarded. That's very important.
Okay, my time has been called, so I have to wrap up. But, we have things here that we've discussed, low student attendance and high tardiness. We discussed that in what year are we in? 2024. That was heavy discussions in 21 and 22. We're still discussing the same thing. I'm just very concerned about, we talked about this challenges that we have with even staff absenteeism. It just seems like the cycle continues and we're having the same conversation over and over. I know it's a challenge. You do have a strategic plan now, so now you should be in a position to begin to measure these challenges and begin to chip away at them in a meaningful way. So I'm hoping to see that in the next discussion that we have. Okay. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Senator Gittins, your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all. Up front, I'm asking for equal time or a little more time. How are y'all doing? In school, we custom a hearing about pop quiz and open book tests. So I'm going to go first to the open book, okay? But listening to everything and hearing what all went down or transpiring over the weekend to now, I remain that the Virgin Islands government doesn't have a money problem, but rather a money management problem. I want to go back to the February 12th hearing that we had. And I asked specifically for some contracts. Custom builders. We remember this? So custom builders made a promise. I asked whether or not the work was completed at the complex, and I got responses like substantially complete. Come to find out, the work was not complete. And I was furious. And I'm still furious because our students had a well-organized protest, and I tipped my hat off to them, and we got to do right by our students. Again, to remove and replace a 36-inch door, we paid it in excess of $4,000. To remove and replace a ceiling fan, we paid in excess of $18,000. I asked for us to review these contracts. You said you were going to go back and review them. I asked whether or not the AC units were installed. The answer from the gentleman over there in St. Thomas, I can't remember his name, Mr. Fleming, I think, yes, that they were installed. However, later, the commissioner gave me the accurate, or gave us the accurate information that the 30-ton AC handler unit that we were waiting for, that we paid $43,000 just to troubleshoot, and another $43,000 plus to replace it, wasn't installed. And we were on a target date of July 22nd. What's today's date? June 17th. Are we still on the target date for this, or was the AC unit installed?
Senator, the AC unit was installed.
Great.
And installation,
Great.
and we're talking specifically about custom builders.
Great. Thank
some
you.
of the units that we have
Thank you.
installed have also.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to go back to that still, because I definitely want documentation on that. Because the foolishness about residential versus commercial doors and whatnot didn't fly right with me. Act 8717, again, I stated, colleagues, that we're going to need to probably amend this, because Section 1, subsection 102, which states that the executive director should report directly to the governor, I foresee problems in the future. Now, with no lease or contractual agreement in place, I also ask for contracts regarding the lumberyard, and I'm sorry to call it the lumberyard because that's where I went to school, the Alexander Henderson Elementary School. What arrangements were made to have the lumber stored down there, and with whose authority?
Senator, because that's an open investigation at this point, I cannot comment on that.
So prior to today, I did ask for that
30
information.
seconds.
We shouldn't be able to know what the agreement is, absent of a lease. And I'm asking this because if you have a memorandum of understanding in place, then the law requires that these memorandum of understanding be reviewed by the Solicitor General of the Virgin Islands, which is within the Department of Justice. Was this done?
Senator, I am not at liberty to comment on this as it's an open case.
Time.
Arthur A. Richards Junior High School modular was open for 7th and 8th graders, and the federal government sent monies here for that. I think the modular was closed down for air quality testing. I want to believe that the air quality testing was done because we have employees in there. My question is why do we have our students trucking from way down in the west all the way up to John H. Woodson Junior High School when we have the modular right there for them to attend there? What's the decision behind this?
So, Senator, we still have some air quality issues at that particular site. Even though we have the Human Resources Division there, we've had to still do air quality testing and remediation in that site. And so the decision was made because we could not mitigate and get that whole air quality issue corrected, was not to move those students back down, to have to move them out again because people end up getting sick at that campus. That issue still has not been rectified. Even though we have employees there, we still struggle. That area where they're at seems to be working good, but the campus itself, after we remediated and went back in there were fishy smells again. So it's still not fully corrected. So the decision was made not to have students there, to have to upheave them again should this issue continue to persist.
Thank you. And the kitchen equipment that is still sitting on the outside, how are we handling the contracts with those, and when is the installation going to take place? We're in the summer now. School will be open in August. What's the status of the kitchen equipment of all these schools where they're sitting on the outside here in St. Croix?
Okay, Mr. Fleming can give you that update again, Senator.
Senator, the kitchen equipment for Ricardo Richards and Lumocal schools have already been installed, and that installation has been completed. Claudio Marco is substantially completed. Juanita Gardine,
Mr. Fleming,
and Central.
Mr. Fleming, explain to us what you don't mean by substantially completed, please. Because your substantially completed means incomplete in my book.
It is incomplete, Senator. Substantially completed refers to the status of the construction based on the contract. So when most of the work that's in the contract is completed, it's considered substantially completed.
What about the one for Eulalie Rivera?
Eulalie Rivera is currently in progress. Some of the equipment has been installed, but there's still additional work to complete there.
I'm going to be making my physical inspections prayerfully next week. And I hope to see substantial completion done. And lastly, I'm going to say that because I can't get the responses to questions that I've asked in previous hearings, especially regarding Alexander Henderson School, my alma mater, I am going to be forced that whenever I'm asking for documents from agency heads, I am going to start subpoenaing, making motions to subpoena information if I can't get it voluntary, because I am a little disappointed, but understand your reasoning for not responding to the question in fact, but this is information that I asked for previously that we should have gotten. All right? I just wish us all the best, and let's do what we have to do for the betterment of our students come next school year. The place looks bad. Let's see something happening during the summer and not 2-3 days before school open, then we see people cutting grass, because we don't have no landscaping going on here. We see people just cutting grass. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Fleming, Senator Johnson is now joined by a bigger person, Senator Gittins. So, coming to St. Croix, I don't want to say will be detrimental to your health, but I'm beginning to worry about you, because they are worried, and I'm making light of it, but we are concerned about work being finished and completed. And so you understand the concerns of my colleagues who have been in here longer than I have and have said they have been asking these questions long before I came on board. So we need to move forward. Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Psalms 91.
Woo!
So, I said it before I left home this morning. As soon as I came to my office, I had to say it again. Mr. Abdulali, I want to thank you for your testimony and certainly for the work that you have done and your due diligence along with your team.
Right.
And I truly appreciate your team's steadfast commitment, and I'm hoping that you do get the attention of the Department of Education to support you and assist you in some of your endeavors to be able to address some of the concerns that you have raised in your correspondence. Commissioner, of course, one of my colleagues talked about that you could almost predict what I'm about to ask. I want to ask about the chronic absenteeism. As you know, I was a mover on the truancy bill, and I know that our last conversation you spoke about that you were seeing that a number of our absenteeism was coming from the kindergartners. They don't drive themselves to school, so you know what's happening there. But I wanted to ask you, I see that in the St. Thomas and John district, we had an improvement from 39.6 to 19, but here in the St. Croix district, we had 38.4. Seems to be the average of the absenteeism. And overall, for the Virgin Islands, 28.5. What is being done to address that? And again, what is the data showing in terms of what's the trending of the grades that's absent from school?
So, Senator, if you take a look at page 41, you will see the breakdown and the data that supports the fact that, you know, we have, for example, Juanita Gardine have 88.9% of the students not coming to pre-K. You have 67 kindergarteners, 67% chronically absent. And so that's why we talked about partnering with the agencies. These parents are going to have to be referred to Human Services. We're going to need their support in assisting us in addressing the parents, because you're absolutely right. The ages that we're seeing, those high numbers are the lower grade levels where usually parents are bringing those children to school. So in the midst of us working with the agencies, you know, the districts have put together some attendance initiatives as well as individual schools in their school improvement plan, because Eulalie, for example, is very concerned about theirs. Juanita Gardine, Alfredo Andrews, Claudio Marco. And so, yes, it's alarming, and the districts can expand on what they're doing to address it. But from a holistic territorial perspective, those agencies are going to have to be involved, because it cannot continue that way if we're going to close the achievement gaps that we're seeing. So, Senator, if you wish, they can respond. If not, you know, just know that we are working on it.
No, I'm just, I'm concerned about what happens at Human Services. Is there going to be a home study done, or what's going to happen, or what's the discussion? Is there a collective plan once Human Services get involved in terms of how do we address this situation?
So that's a conversation that we're going to have with Commissioner George. But, you know, we have historically been doing the outreach from the schools and contacting parents to see what's going on with the students, attendance counselors, truancy officers that are present, in deans. You know, they've all been reaching out. But at some point, if us reaching out isn't making an impact, we got to escalate that up. And so that's a discussion that I plan to have with Commissioner George, because I know that they too have challenges in personnel. And so us sending all of this extra work is probably going to pose some issues for them as well. But we have to come up with some kind of plan to address the parents, because this cannot continue.
I'd love to be in on that whole discussion, because, you know, truancy, again, the bill calls for some parental responsibility there. So I know that Dr. Bashton Knight, you had something to say?
Yes, so in the St. Croix district, we actually implemented that relationship a little bit better this year with Human Services. We had several cases that we referred to intake and have been working collaboratively with them with tracking those students. We had some of them show up back to school after months. We have parents who got mad with the district because we had to call Human Services and they go out to their homes to do the inspections and stuff like that. So it has been occurring in the St. Croix district. I know myself, Mr. Sum, we actually dealt with a case just recent as May for a child that was missing from March, early March, April. But that's not the only one. But we do have that relationship, and it's improved, especially this year. We've had a lot of collaborative efforts to get those students back. And it's not only on those lower levels. We've been seeing it also on the high school and the junior high levels also.
And if I may, Senator, and with the commissioner's permission, we just concluded with the Superior Court as well as the Department of Human Services, the Child Welfare Academy. And as we prepared for that Child Welfare Academy, Assistant Commissioner Benjamin and I were having discussions. We were on a panel, but prior to the panel, we were having discussions about the concern that the Department of Education has, and we are continuing our discussion and our action in terms of forming a task force to not only include human services, but to include the courts and VIPD. And we are to the point where the Department of Education will have to approach the courts and file the necessary petitions to get parents to understand that we're serious.
And also, we need to make sure that we're involved in behavioral health, because there may be some bullyism and all kind of things that's involved in that. So we need to look at this holistically. Madam Chair, I got a couple more to wrap up. I think the timekeeper pressed turbo on the time clock. Got 5 minutes went pretty fast. I just got a couple real quick. In respect to Commissioner, are we still required to go through a third party in order to with our purchase orders?
Yes, third party has oversight over the federal dollars.
And what is our turnaround time? I know in the past there have been some issues in terms of a delay. Where are we with the turnaround time in that?
We've had several meetings, Senator, and we are collaborating. And so the districts have been able to pick up the phone and call. And so
Commissioner,
our entities are aware of the urgency.
Commissioner, that's something political. What's the turnaround time?
No, it's not political. I'm being very honest with you, Senator. I'm being very honest. We monitor the queues, and if stuff is stuck in somebody's queues, we pick up the phone and we call.
Okay, so
and just like if anything is stuck in any queue within my department, we do the same thing.
So what's the turnaround time?
It's 3 days to review in the queue. There's sometimes it might be there 5 days. There's sometimes it might be longer. But again, we have had meetings and they've been collaborating. Districts you can add in so the senator could know that I'm speaking the truth here.
We pick up the phone and we call and we beg them to review the.
That's 3 weeks later or a month later?
It takes a good while to get a purchase order. It goes through the VIDE process. It goes to OMB. It goes to the third party. You probably have a PO in like 4 weeks, truth be told. But when things are stuck, whether in one of my colleagues' queue or be the third party queue or OMB's queue, you have to pick up the phone and communicate and ask them and let them know the urgency. We have ceiling tiles crumbling. I need that order that allows Mr. Milligan to go exchange the ceiling tiles to timely open the schools. Yes, you have to call and beg sometimes.
I'll leave that alone. I'm a cop by trade and I can read body language. So all I'm asking is do whatever needs to be done to at least try to expedite that time a little bit sooner, because it's critical that we're able to get these purchases out a little quickly. Real quickly, we are 48 days away from the start of school, to include weekends. And I see that there's a whole list of items that's being taken care of. I'm hearing that the new EXO, Executive Director, is coming on board. Well, he started today, and then he'll be announced on the next Monday, which again, continue to delay the time. What is being done in the interim to make sure that our schools are ready for the start of school on August 5th?
No, we haven't stopped working, Senator, not because the executive director is not on board means that work stops. So the listing that we have furnished within the testimony was actually the list that was given from both directors who are present here today, in addition to some of the major projects that are being funded through the ARPA funds. So, I mean, the directors could tell you exactly where they are, but work has started once the schools were closed, and we will continue to work until we get the list completed.
Okay, and we just need to bear in mind that we're also in hurricane season, and the potential for storms and delay could very well be there. So we got work cut off for us. And we had a heat wave last year, and I know in my previous questions we had some concern about the education complex. Have we been able to overcome those concerns and make sure that the education complex will be retrofitted for air condition? Or with air condition?
So that will still be ongoing, Senator. That will not be completed by the opening of the school year. Definitely not. What has happened at Complex is we've installed the ceiling fans. I've had the conversation briefly with Superintendent Bastion Knight about us looking at, the weather patterns and us being able to be a little bit more proactive in how we're going to deal with Complex. Again, Complex is being designed as we speak as part of the modernization project. It will include electrical upgrades for us to be able to facilitate air conditioning that entire campus, which is part of the work that Springline Architects is currently designing. So that's going to take a little bit of time. And so in the interim, we are preparing to have those conversations as well.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your response. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time and leniency.
No problem, Senator. Point of information, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, and staff in the DOE, you have architect on board and an engineer, correct?
Yes, Ms. Chanel Calwood is the architect, and Mr. James Bernier is the engineer.
Okay, and we're still contracting an outside firm to perform some of these same functions? Or are we doing or are we doing this in-house?
So the work that I'm talking about with Springline Architects, Senator, is tied to the disaster recovery process. And so that's a task order to design the modernization and upgrades for Complex. So we already have the obligation for Complex, and so that's what that group is working on.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, I continue to hear this conversation around the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance and it being placed here and it being placed there. But I wish to remind us that the intent of that legislation is to ensure that the conversations that we are having today, that those conversations will be minimized in the future. A lot of times we like to get our emotions into these things. Our education department needs to focus on our early childhood issues, on our teacher certification issues, on our test scores, on our truancy, on the spending and the obligation of our federal funds. And I'm sure there's a lot more. So let us not allow our emotions to get involved with how we feel about what has already been passed by this legislature. We need to allow the process to run its course. We need to give it an opportunity to run its course. And I agree with the commissioner that as the summer goes by, we still have to continue the work. But at some point, there must be a conversation about the transition. That has to come, but we have to allow the process to run its course. I continue to hear what needs to be amended. You're amending before you even start the work. You have to allow it to run its course. And this is why we forever get ourselves in problems, because we do not allow things to run its course. So I'm going to ask, again, I asked this before, that we take the time out to review the legislation and take the time out to understand the information that's before us here today as it relates to our numbers, the expenditures of the expense, the responsibility that the department has with expending all these federal dollars, the balancing of we spending these first and then we spending these second. We have to come to a point, and that's because there's so much that they're responsible for. The fact that our interest fund dollars are not being received in a timely fashion because we still have challenges in our schools. So let's focus on academic achievement. That's my message this afternoon. Let's focus on the academic achievement of our students and allow those who are responsible for other things do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Commissioner, I would like copies of all the reports that were done on air quality testing in the Virgin Islands schools in the last 6 months, or I'd say 9 months. I'd like to find out, because we're still receiving complaints about air quality and issues in the various schools. And also, even though Arthur Richards is no longer a school or being utilized as a school, I'd like to get one on that also, as raised by my colleague. I wanted to ask, are all the, who selects the principals? Let me ask that. Are the principals selected by you directly, the Commissioner of Education, I'll follow up and say, do you have, or the superintendents, or is there any conversation with the Board of Education? Because I'm still, and I will ask, what do you think about the recommendation from the Board of Education with respect to hiring the superintendents? I just want to understand what we're doing now. I see a little smile, and then your opinion on the recommendation. Commissioner?
So principals are hired by the superintendents. I know that the superintendents have a panel, and on that panel would include the EAA president, the union president, Mr. Farrow, often sits on those interviews. I don't, and I don't place principals. That's the role of the superintendent. When it comes to the board having more teeth, which is what I heard today, it really is going to take us looking at more than just the board having teeth. Because if the board is responsible for hiring the superintendent, and then the governor is placing the commissioner, there's not going to be a smooth way of operating within the Department of Education. So if it is that's the direction that this body or anyone wants to move, you have to look holistically at how the department functions and what the implications would be if that's the way that we're transitioning based on the way things are set up now. That's my statement in regards to that. It can't be just a desire. It has to be a holistic approach to a unilateral system. So it means really looking at the role of the commissioner, how the commissioner supports the superintendents, and how the hierarchy works. For example, when we have union issues, for example, and there's a grievance that's filed, it's heard on the principal level, it goes to the superintendent, and then it comes to me. And so if the board is in the mix, how does that work? So it's definitely more conversation that would need to be had around that whole recommendation.
Dr. Bastian Knight, did you have an opinion on that one?
I concur with the Commissioner of Education. The superintendent team usually sit the panel. The board informs of the qualified candidates to become a principal or assistant principal. We sit the interviews as a team, and we make the selection based on those interviews. In regards to who appoints or places the superintendents, I concur with the Commissioner of Education.
The reason I ask, well, first of all, Commissioner, that's why I asked, because if the superintendents hire the principals and the Board of Education hired, I was in my head putting it all together, then I was trying to figure out, then what would the Commissioner of Education be doing also? But it is clear that we need some kind of reform, but it would be very complicated and complex because of just the way the system is set up right now. Because it really involves looking at the Board of Education again and their function more than anything else. Earlier, Senator DeGraff had asked about the number of graduates from on St. Croix, right? Do you have that answer?
Yes, the St. Croix Central High School had a total of 173 graduates. The St. Croix Educational Complex had a number of 183 graduates with a 100% graduation rate. Total graduates from the 12th grade, 356 for the St. Croix district.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Capehart, your point of information.
Thank you, Senator James. You actually kind of addressed my question, which was about the air quality and water quality. As we have 48 days, I understand we have this new director coming in to deal with facilities, but you're talking about drinking water. We're talking about making sure that there's safe drinking water. My question is, do you do your own internal testings, or do you hire someone to do these environmental testings? Because, and then the publication and publishing of these reports, who does that?
Senator, water testing is contracted through the department, and the reports are provided by the vendor, that's Ocean System Laboratories. They are also provided to DPNR to meet the safe drinking water requirements. Based on the results of the testing, there are other requirements that the department would have to do in terms of correcting any deficiencies and retesting.
So if I may continue that, so, you know, working for DPNR, I understand when you test for water, have you gotten hits? Have you gotten hits with bacteria? Have you gotten hits with E. coli? What are your contaminants that you find in this water that, you know, that we can have improvements? Do you chlorinate these? Are these cisterns? So because I know there's no water, there are water fountains throughout the school. Are the children drinking from these water fountains?
District superintendents, you can respond to how you deal with the water in your respective districts. Dr. Bashir Knight?
Yes, so Senator, it varied from campus to campus. What we did this school year that went, and we are somewhat prepared to do it again if we have to, we provided pallets of water to our school as we continue to go through the efforts to improve the water quality in our schools. So in beginning last school year, I already had in reserve like 168 pallets of water. I currently have some high number still in storage and procuring to begin the upcoming school year while we work on rectifying the water issues that we have. We do have our bottled water filter stations in our schools. Some schools opted not to utilize it. However, we do have some schools that utilize it. The water is tested, it is treated. We have the Ocean Systems Lab. We have our own internal environmental water tester that go around and do the shock treatments if necessary, etc. But we also have a backup plan to, if the need push, we do provide our schools with their pallets of water. Even for the summer program, this morning, the warehouse was delivering pallets of water just to make sure that the students in the summer programs have bottled water available for their use.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, I just wanted to follow up. Abdul Ali, you mentioned about playground equipment, Alfredo Andrews School, Pearl B. Larson School, Eulalie Rivera School, which the playground is condemned. Commissioner, do you have any plans to have new equipment at these schools this new coming school year?
Dr. Bashan, can you let the senator know?
Yes, Senator. As mentioned before, going through the procurement process right now is the demolition of the Pearl B. Larson condemned playground. That's currently sitting in procurement, going through the contracting phase. Also going through right behind of that is the replacement of that playground. So that school has that two-prong approach going on right away. Ricardo Richards, they have an existing playground that is suitable, but we wanted to expand just to make sure that all grade levels have the opportunity for play. So we have a playground going there, also going through in contracting as we speak. Eulalie Rivera has no playground. They're actually getting an extremely large playground based on they actually are our largest elementary population. So they have a playground right now going through contracting in procurement and the Claudio Marco School. So I have 4 playgrounds going through the contracting phase. I double checked with Mr. Sum earlier because I don't recall the Alfredo playground being condemned. I have to double check, don't quote me on that. I do know we may have some missing parts, maybe a swing not hanging, and those are like little things that we probably need to address, and I'll look into it. But I don't remember it being fully condemned. I know we resurfaced the basketball courts, and we do have that in our plan for several other courts across the district. Well, it looks like we have a lot of money on the books. We've been pulling from different projects just to meet the needs of the priority projects. So I know like some of our basketball courts, we actually had to grab like $300,000 last week to put to one of the playgrounds just to make sure that Claudio Marco gets a playground. I had to grab some $250,000 with the commissioner's permission from her project just to make sure that Claudio Marco didn't go without a playground. So I do have 4 playgrounds in contracting as we speak. Priority is Claudio Marco and Pearl B. Larson and Eulalie Ricardo. They have one already, so they'll be ongoing throughout the school year.
Okay, don't just prioritize Alfredo Andrews School. That playground has been down for some time, and I hope that this school year they would be able to play on those playgrounds. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Mr. Ali.
Right, yes.
Why do you think it's difficult to engage parents in attending PTA meetings? Because I can vouch that I attended several, and as the commissioner said, I was one of the senators that told her that I was so disappointed. I attended one with over 500 students in their population, and there were probably about 10 parents. What are we going to do about that?
Well, as far as Lumocle is concerned, we usually have about 35 parents coming, yes. So we're reasonably happy with that.
What's the population of Lumocle?
About
students?
About 350 students, yes.
10%?
Yes. So and then when we had the problem with the virus and so forth, we had about 50-something sometime. So that was pretty good. But the real thing is, I think people respond to things when they could see some benefit for them. So we need to, if people say, well, okay, there's some benefit in terms of my going to this meeting, my child would do better, more prepared, and all of those sort of things, then it's easier for them to make the trip after work and come to the thing. So what we do generally is we have the meetings, but we also try to put on some kind of training in some area. We had the people from the St. Croix Foundation come to talk about students and what's happening or not happening with grades and so forth. So the essence of it is for us to be able to show the benefit to the parents that they would have if they attend the particular meetings.
Oh, so when you say benefit, you mean like training, workshops, that type of thing?
Yes, so they come and they figure, well, I got something out of that. I have a better understanding of what's happening in the education system. But if generally people are feeling as though there is no benefit, then they just go home, generally. So the benefits is very, very important indeed.
But that's unfortunate, though.
Well, it is.
Because coming to the PTA is also about offering your ideas and solutions to improve the school that your children are attending.
Right.
And participate with the other parents to find out what issues, concerns they also have, right?
We also have to put the children first.
Of course.
Because if we put the children first, then we would be doing a lot of things in a slightly different way. So
Right,
that's
right.
also important. Yes.
That's the reason why you come to a PTA meeting, because
Right,
your
yeah.
children should be first in your
yeah,
lives.
that's right. At that school, yes.
We have to find a way, because I attended a conference or workshop in Boston recently and found out that Puerto Rico has overcome that problem, and their PTA meetings now have their auditoriums are filled with people. So we're gonna have to learn that formula and try to imitate or replicate it here in the Virgin Islands.
It's always good to look outside to see who's doing what, how they're doing it, and then trying to see what adjustments we could make as we go along. Right?
Yeah, thank you. Senator Blyden. Senator Blyden, you are acknowledged for your 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again to all. And I want to thank you, Commissioner, and your team for this testimony. There's a lot of information here, pointed information. Commissioner Hendrington Wells, a lot of pointed information, good information that can help us move forward in a positive light. I want to ask you some questions in respect to your testimony, though. Because I know in your testimony you spoke to many times about absenteeism, chronic absenteeism. And as you went on with your testimony, you spoke to the SEES grant. Is SEES grant? The grant program.
Stronger connections?
Yes. And it said it can be used for mental health services, mentoring, counseling, etc. And I was looking at the different schools and the balances, the fund balances for most of those schools, and some of those schools have not even touched the money. And when it comes to our students, and many of them, when they have a high absenteeism rate or have absentee rates, there are many other issues going on at home and around them. And I believe that is one of the reasons for the funding. And I would just want to hear from you in terms of what you think the reason is that some of these schools have not even touched the fund. I know that they have until the end of 25 school year, but I was wondering, have there been any insight as to why these funds are not being utilized as much as I think they should be utilized, especially with what's going on in our schools? Can you speak to that for me, please, briefly?
So, Senator, thank you for the question. You'll notice that you've seen some draws on the public school side. Our schools are spending, or they have a plan for their spending. What the team needs to understand, or your colleagues need to understand, that the non-pubs don't spend their money. The district have to spend the non-pubs money.
Really?
Right. So they have to consult with the non-pubs, figure out what they want, and the district staff have to procure whatever the non-pubs need. And it's not just for this grant. It's also for the ARP. It's also for consolidated grant. So I hear everybody, and my sentiments are the same. I want to see us get to where we're spending the same year, but it's a lot that the district's staff has to do for each of those respective programs.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Let me ask you though, in social promotion, you still have that in the schools, right?
Yes, that's in the board's policy.
Okay, that's in the board's policy. And again, with your testimony and with the Board of Education testimony in terms of reading and math on the third grade level, etc. I know we have some students that's promoted socially for whatever reason, up to from 5th to 6th, etc. But then at the same time, they're still not where they need to be. So how are we addressing this? Because if we continue to socially promote, nothing is going to improve. It's going to get worse because they are way even farther behind by the time they get to the 6th grade. And that's why I believe when some of them go to, some of them drop out, they drop out. So what is being done to really make an impact in these individuals? Because they're those that want to really need the help.
So again, we go back to those early childhood years. We have to go back, right? So in the interim, we're working to close the achievement gap of students that have already matriculated out of the early childhood years, right? So we're working with different intervention programs and focusing on the tier 1 instruction, making sure that students are being instructed at the grade level they're on. All of that is happening in the interim while we're going back now to the pre-K to the K to the first, the second, and third. That's where you gotta make sure that moving forward, we are tracking these children. And one of the things that I'm looking at very, very closely are the pre-K students. Because if we get them from pre-K, they've been in our system. Anything that you see in the system from when these children start, they come with a clean
30
slate in
seconds.
kindergarten. We seeing children go and leave kindergarten performing high and get mid first grade and drop down to below proficiency. That's not a student issue. That's an instructional issue. That's a teacher issue. And having those types of conversations where you're really looking at student performance, teacher performance, and what the data really says. So that's part of what we've been working on, making sure that people know how to look at the data, how to make informed decisions. That's the training piece. So now they can go out and execute. So that's what we've been working on for last school year.
And in closing, because I know my time is going to be called right now, the data, the amount of data you have in this testimony, I really appreciate it. You spoke to, Madam Chair, if I can wrap up, I'll appreciate it.
Sure,
You spoke
Senator.
thank you, Madam Chair. You talked to about 126 teachers that can retire today. And I want to applaud them for sticking on the job for the sake of the students and the community. But at the same time, what's your backup plan? If you have any, because I know with all that you said in terms of vacancy, in terms of certification, in terms of a shortage of teachers, what sort of backup plan do you have just in case any of those individuals decide to leave, if any?
So our recruitment efforts never stop. We're recruiting all year round because we have people that leave during the summer, we have people that leave in December. So you're always filling vacancies in the department. We really have to look at retention rates. What is it that's causing our people to exit? Do we have too much on the plate? Are we asking and demanding too much with little resources? Maximizing our human capital, which is right sizing that the districts did to ensure that any excess in teachers were moved to vacancies that were seen across the district. And Senator, we're going to just have to continue to grow our own and recruit. We just have to continue with that measure. But what I think we have to do is make sure that we support the people so that they stay. I think the stress levels are high. I think that in a lot of times or conversations that I've had with teachers is they're not feeling supported. And so really looking for ways to get the support to them, making sure they have what they need to be successful.
And thank you so much for your responses. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your leniency. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Senator Blyden. Senator Gittins' point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Based on the line of questioning from the previous speaker, I mean, although the commissioner said that, but tell me, because I know you have the state level and the local level, it is?
Mm-hmm. Local
Which is a
education agency,
superintendent.
education agency.
So what struck me there is when I hear this social promotion again. From the superintendent level, these social promotions are still happening at all levels or just on a specific level?
I would say more on a specific level. We have those packets where I know just recently we did a study on our overage children within their grade levels. We see them in the 9th grade. I think another grade that stood out, I think was like 5th grade or 7th grade, where we saw those students who are above age with their peers, and the decision has to be made to socially promote them because it's just unfair to have a 17-year-old, approaching 17-year-old person in a 7th or 8th grade population.
So this is happening on the lower level then, but not at high school.
No.
Okay.
You have some 9th graders that are should be in 12th grade based on their ages, but not as high as the levels below.
Right, but at that high school level, you're not doing social promotions, are you?
No.
Okay, I want to be clear on that because it sounded like we're doing social promotion, and I am truly concerned about that.
No, we focus with those identified 9th graders. We focus on our intervention programs and the other behavioral programs that are in place to assist with helping them credit recovery and just being creative with how we deal with them. Some of them have unique situations that you can somewhat understand, and we find ways to work with that child and family to make it work.
And Madam Chair, can you now have the Department of Education, because I did ask, hopefully we wouldn't have to ask a question again, but going back to when we had the board here earlier and the ball was back in their court, when they stated, when we were talking about individuals on, what do you call it, probation, what's the consequences if you are not certified? So from the Department of Education now, if you have a specific requirement and you're on probation and you don't meet it, then what? And I believe it was the president asked if there's no incentives given so that people can become certified. So I'd like to hear from the Department of Education with regards to that probationary period and the consequences.
So, Senator, thank you for the question, and I'm glad you brought it back up because I did want to comment on the certification. And any teacher who is on probation during the year and is not performing, and there is valid documentation to show that interventions and support was given to that probationary teacher, we can move to remove the teacher. What I do encourage the superintendents to do performance improvement plans to ensure that we have done our due diligence to support any new teacher within our territory. When it comes to certification, and it's such a touchy subject because, you know, a lot of our professionals feel as though, you know, the department needs us. You know, you can't get rid of 500 people. You don't have teachers. Nobody's knocking down the door to come and teach. And so what we did is we invested and we realized that we gotta help our people to get certified and to get their credit hours that they need to meet the hours mandated by the board to be recertified. And we did that. And we still didn't get the kind of traction that we want to see. And so within the contract, there are no stipulations. There's nothing that says that they ain't gonna get raises or anything like that. So what the team has done in conversation with the union is express that in the evaluation system that we use for teacher evaluations, we're going to add a component that talks about certification. It's going to have a percentage or rating because it has to be some kind of connection to the overall performance of a teacher and of a principal. You cannot go anywhere on the mainland and even have a seat at the table without being certified. So it's not an option, and we're not dumbing down what we ask about from our professionals. You gotta be certified to be in front of our children. And so we'll continue to work with our people. We are working on changing the weights of our evaluation system as we speak so we could roll that out for the upcoming school year, and we're going to continue to have the conversations, but that's a part that wasn't there before, Senator, that would add a little bit more teeth to the importance of being certified.
Thank you, Commissioner. Point of information, Senator Potter.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just quickly, Commissioner, and piggybacking off of speaker before the last, concerning exit interviews, when people are leaving the territory, are we regularly and routinely doing exit interviews? And what is the prevailing sentiment as to why teachers are maybe leaving?
Hello. Oh, Nicole Jacobs, Director of HR. So, yes, for the most part, we do the exit interviews. Sometimes we get them back, sometimes we don't. But even in basic conversation with individuals, the morale, lack of support, cost of living, a myriad of different things, better opportunities and so forth. So like the commissioner indicated, as we try to work with our personnel to get some feedback. Recently, the HR department did a survey as it pertains to how can we support, do they feel valued? We sent out a mass survey to get some information to see how can we improve the morale in hopes of retention efforts. So getting folks in is one challenge, but the retention is a greater one for us. And so as we continue to work on retention, we survey, use that data to see how we can improve as a strategy to retain.
Thank you for your response. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Fred Gregory, for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me ask you, Commissioner or superintendents in particular, you talked about the retention rates, and we have some challenges with student retention. How are we utilizing our alternative education programs rather, in light of this high retention rate and the social promotion conversation that we had earlier? How are we utilizing those?
So, Dr. Powell, can you talk about what you guys have done with the alternative program?
Hello, good afternoon, Bishop Powell. So our alternative program is really now serves as an intervention program. So that same group of students that you're talking about may need a social promotion or are overaged. Those students, we look at those students from the middle school, and they make recommendations to our Director of Intervention Services. So they have a team, and they evaluate whether or not we're going to accept students into the program. So those students then go to a 9th grade setting. So if a student may have retained in 8th or 7th grade, depending on their age, how far behind they are, they go into this setting where they have small group instruction, they have counseling services and different opportunities to even engage with some career opportunities. And so these students have a smaller setting for the entire 9th grade year. They earn their credits and they are promoted to 10th grade. We've had at least a 95% promotion rate. So if a student is not successful, they would have to go to 9th grade. But if a student is successful and earn all their credits, they would go to the 10th grade.
St. Croix District?
To be just totally honest, I would say that the St. Croix District, we're not satisfied in how our alternative ed program is currently operating. We're currently in discussions of revamping how that program is catering to the students. It's not the revolving door that we know it needs to be. We see our students going there and not returning back to their home schools. Those that make it out are the real success stories, but we're currently thinking about things that we have done in the past, like the Twilight programs, and just when you think of all the shortages that we have, the first thing we try to do is always staff up our bigger populations in our schools. And they always take a teacher from maybe the alternative program or one of the other programs to fill that vacancy, and that leaves that program strapped. And the technology infrastructure provided a lot of challenges this school year, but we are not satisfied with our alternative program, and we are in motion and having the discussions and making the hard decisions on how we're going to approach that program for the upcoming school year. Just the use of a principal being there when we have all the needs elsewhere, and we're looking at it at a holistic standpoint and trying to make those necessary changes. So to be totally honest, it's not working.
So if I may add to that, we're looking at several things in addition to that. So back when we went to school, we didn't have alternative programs. Everything was dealt on the school level. We have to track our students from early. Many of the behaviors that we're seeing displayed in middle school and high school didn't just start in middle school and high school. It started in elementary. And for whatever reason, it was not dealt with properly. So being able to have our schools work on their individualized plans is looking more holistically at what are the prevalent behaviors that you're seeing. Is it bullying? Is it fights, or is it inappropriate language? What resources can we put in place at the elementary level to try to curb that inappropriate behaviors? And some of it can be handled at the school, but some of it will require outsourcing some wraparound services, which are some of the partnerships that our schools have already started, that we have professionals that go into various schools and do whole group sessions, and in some cases some individualized sessions with our students. So we're always looking for alternatives to out-of-school suspension, to expulsion. You got to come good if you're coming to me for expulsion. I don't go easily to send a child out of school. What we have done that has worked this year is alternate placements. We look at our adult program, night school, and in lieu of expulsion, I've sent students to night school. And some of those students were there when you saw them at Charlotte O'Malley High School. We look at this child's academic record. We have students who are B students who have bad behavior, but they're passing. So why are we kicking them out if they're 6 credits out of graduation? And really looking at individualized plans that work for our students. But again, everything for me starts at that primary grade level. Everything.
If I may, Commissioner and Senator, Chairman, the Commissioner is absolutely correct. I'm very happy to say that we've had no expulsions, none whatsoever, for the 23-24 school year, because we've been very adept at finding alternate solutions for students from, as the Commissioner indicated, sending them to our adult education night programs, even partnering with my brother's workshop, where they can continue to get an education and learn a trade. So when we look at alternative education, having spent 13 years of my educational career there as the administrator, it is more than a place. The Commissioner is absolutely correct when we talk about the behaviors. They didn't start in high school, they started in elementary school. When a child in kindergarten can show you how to wrap a marijuana joint, that tells you a lot that's going on in that child's life and it's going on with that child's parent. And so providing for wraparound services in the earlier grades so that we can address behaviors is the direction that we need to go. We can't wait until children get to 7th grade, 8th grade, and 9th grade to then provide wraparound services. We have to reach down to the elementary level and provide those services, because that's where the behavior begins to develop, especially if they're in 3rd, 4th grade and they're still learning how to read. Thank you.
Thank you. Point of information, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Real quickly, Commissioner, I see that we in the St. Croix District have an acting deputy and an acting superintendent. Any idea when those positions will be filled for permanency?
So I'm working on that as we speak. I did advertise for the positions. We do have some prospective candidates in mind, and so I'm hoping to have that or those vacancies filled sooner than later, Senator. So we're looking at those resumes this week, and I hope to get that scheduled with this good lady here by next week at some point, or the week after the latest.
Thank you, Commissioner. Senator Potter, thank you for your patience. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Commissioner, I wanted to ask you a question. I think during the latter part of this school year, I had an opportunity to interact with teachers, particularly here in the St. Thomas, St. John district. And the common theme that I heard as far as concerns was, one, the issue of aging modular units that has outlived the shelf life of 5 years, and we've gone well beyond that. And two, the ability to access basic supplies. And believe it or not, toilet paper was something that was said over and over again. Being able to readily access it, and it may seem like a simple thing, but that is a disaster in a school if you're running an elementary school and you don't have toilet paper. So I wanted you to sort of weigh in on both of them. First, the modulars. Do we have a plan for dealing with modulars that have outlived its existing shelf life? And there's a reason why it has a shelf life. Mm-hmm. And I know that you're building new schools and you're doing modernization of new schools, but what happens in the interim? What do you do in the interim?
So I'm going to let Mr. Weeks speak to that. Mr. Weeks has been troubleshooting him and Mr. Milligan because it's a problem where we're seeing some separations in the joints where the two trailers are joined together from the roof and the floor. And then when moisture seeps in, then we have the mold and the different things that we're experiencing. So Mr. Weeks has been doing some work. Mr. Weeks, can you share some of what you have been doing?
Yes, good afternoon, Gene Weeks, Maintenance Director, St. Thomas. We have been continuously doing repairs to the modulars when it comes to the roofing and flooring, because with the heat and the material that they used in the modulars, the foam and stuff separates. Mm-hmm. So we seal in the roofs, we tape in the roofs, sealing them off, and we also repairing the floors. And we also have a big issue with condensation with the modulars. We
3 minutes.
Continuously fighting with condensation. We have put dehumidifiers in there to help with the condensation, which helps a whole lot. It's a continuous process that we're going through with these modulars. We have changed out some of the air conditioned units. Instead of running them to the ducted system, we are putting split units, which helps a lot with the condensation, because now you don't have that sweating in the duct and causing the ceiling tiles to get wet and stuff like that. So it's going to be continuous until we move them. We're going to just have to keep pushing and repairing those things every day.
I have no doubt, Mr. Weeks, that you are working hard and you're being called on a regular basis to do these repairs. I have no doubt in my mind. But at some point, don't we reach that point of diminishing returns when there's only so much more you can do with these modulars that have the condensation problems, that have the joints going and the foam? At some point, don't we have to replace them? Yes, for another 5 years? I mean, I think these schools are going to be built probably within 3 to 5 years, and we're being generous. So, I mean, is this a sustainable pace? That's my question. To do the repairs and the repairs and the repairs of aging, deteriorating modulars that has a shelf life of 5 years?
Well, we just have to keep pushing, because we don't want to spend good money and old products. We want to get rid of those products in the whole. So we just have to hope that new schools come online quickly, get these new buildings up in place, and get rid of those modulars. When they first came here, I was glad. But now, I need to get rid of them.
That is something that's a part of the whole morale issues that these teachers are dealing with. And I think from a safety standpoint, just on the unlikely unfortunate event that something happens with these floors that are separating or something with the ceiling, that just happens, you know, then we're going to have to be dealing with, you know, the ramifications of that. So you ain't going to solve the problem right there, but that's just something that I told the teachers that I spoke to, that I would present that question to the commissioner and her team, just FYI.
And it's not falling on deaf ears. My heel actually went in the middle of one of the grooves, so I'm quite aware of the separation that's happening, but we have to be very realistic in what we're saying. We can't afford to change out the modulars unless we have a windfall somewhere. So we really have to just keep maintaining them. And I'm hoping that as we form the Bureau and we start to really look at the modulars holistically, because it's not just over here, it's in St. Croix, experiencing the same challenges, that we could find a fix that would allow us to take it another 5 years.
Extend the shelf life.
Time.
Thank you. Madam Chair, if I have like 10 more questions, but I'll just ask one with your permission.
One quick one.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner, on page 12 of your testimony, you mentioned our students can solve basic mathematical equations, but they struggle with word problems or multi-step computations. This difficulty often stems from their inability to understand what the questions are asking. Fundamental reading skills are lacking. I wanted to ask you, and I concur with that, I wanted to ask you, what is the fix for this? I know once upon a time, we had reading specialists. Reading was so foundational and fundamental that we had people who had the title of reading specialists, who had training, specialized training in that area. Isn't it time, given the serious nature of what we're seeing, isn't it time for us to reactivate reading specialists in our school system?
Well, unfortunately, we don't have the personnel for that. So what we're doing in the interim is getting our pre-K to third teachers trained in the science of reading. Reading there's an art to teaching reading, okay? And we've moved away from some of the basics that used to work, phonics, phonemic awareness, and comprehension is the stickler that gets our children trapped all the time. We generally will see children coming in from the private school setting, and they use their Becker program, and they read fluently. But if you ask them what they read, they can't tell you what they read. Vocabulary development. So getting back to the basics that we knew worked and using the same type of vocabulary that our children are being exposed to on the test will help them to solve the problems. Not that our children can add, subtract, multiply, and divide, you know. But when they get those word problems that are multi-step problems, they get tripped up in understanding which information is relevant to me solving the problem and how do I do this multi-step problem. So focusing again, you help me keep saying we're going back to the we're going back to the primary level because we have to close the gap there. And I find that we can't keep making excuses because our children are coming with a clean slate. And they're showing that they're improving in some grade levels, dropping in others. That's our issue. So what do we do in the interim to close that gap, which is what the schools have prepared in their school improvement plans.
Thank you very much for your response. Thank you for your flexibility, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Potter. Committee on Education and Workforce Development is in recess for 5 minutes. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is back on the record. And I believe Senator Johnson said he has a burning question. We're in a burning question round at this point. So Senator Johnson, go ahead and ask your burning question.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I got 4 burning questions, but I'm going to ask one. My basic question is about the special ed bus. I understand some of these buses down, and I'm trying to find out if you guys have a contractor that maintain these buses and what we're doing to get these buses up on time. And I've got some complaints from some parents that are troubled with how their children with these challenges are missing schooling. And it's serious. And I take this very serious, especially with children that are challenged. I have a good friend of mine in Fredericksted. When we were growing up, they had his classroom on the 2nd floor. And he couldn't make it to the 2nd floor, and they told his parents to keep him home. And that's the only reason why he doesn't have... Die my phone. This mine's. And that's why I saw what happened to this young man. We grew up together. And I'm always concerned about these children with these challenges, because we have to open those doors and give them these opportunities, because they have the capability to learn and do well. And if we don't do this for them, they can't survive in this community, because at some point in time, they're going to become adult. God spare they outlive their parents and their family members. And if they don't get this opportunity, they can't help themselves. So please help me about this bus. I think this has been going on for a little too long. Somebody please help me.
So, excellent question, Senator, and your sentiments are mine as well. What I realized in the St. Croix district, it's constructed a little bit different to the St. Thomas St. John district. So the special education buses in the St. Thomas St. John district were being maintained by School Busing Inc. As part of their contract. That wasn't happening in the St. Croix district with Abramson. So, they were outsourcing for the procurement of tires, oil changes, etc. And these things were not coming through, purchase orders or whatever, not coming through in a timely fashion. And I've had to pay for tires. Dr. Bastion and I have had to do quite a bit to keep the buses on the road. So moving forward, I have spoken with my lovely procurement director who's here about us engaging in the same type of contract that we do in St. Thomas to make sure that these buses can be adequately maintained on a regular basis. So we're working on that, Senator.
Please, if I may, I working on it doesn't fall well with me. I'll be very honest, it doesn't fall well with me because it tells me that we're still in the same predicament. We don't have a contract executed. Is it fair for me to say that we don't have a contract executed?
We have to go through the procurement process. We got to get these negotiations done and the contract in place. It is on the top of our list to get it done once we get back to this school year. Trust me when I tell you that. I am not dishing out any money, and neither is Dr. Bastion. We are going to have that contract in place.
I think Dr. Bastion have something she wants to say.
So the commissioner is absolutely right. We actually met Attorney Hudson, Director Joseph, and myself. We met on Friday to discuss the special ed buses. It is a thorn in our side. Until we can get the contractual process in place, we are working to get our PO to make sure that all the buses receive the necessary servicing needed this summer to start the school year, which will buy us some time to put the necessary contracts in place. Abramson, as we know, has an existing contract with the big fleet, and it's not an easy just add to the contract. The procurement process has to take place, and Director Joseph and Attorney Hudson have both agreed back and forth. We're collaborating, whatever. It's after 6. We're collaborating to make sure that it occurs. Mr. Henneman is also included in that discussion. So we are working, but the buses, we do have some vendors that are currently giving us a little push, and we are pushing to get them paid. And once they're paid, they'll take on the servicing and the buses and making sure that they're ready for the upcoming school year.
I'm holding y'all the same way I'm holding Mr. Fleming to this one.
The commissioner and I, we pay for these repairs and we buy tires out of our personal pockets. So we want it fixed just as fast as you do.
I'm going to hold this one to you and the commissioner just like I hold Fleming, because September come, when school start, I hope these children are not deprived and have to stay home any more than they need to. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Sure, Senator Johnson. Quick question. Do we have truant officers? And if we do, how many in each district?
In the St. Croix district, we don't have truancy officers. We have deans, student success specialists, and attendance counselors. And I'm going to get that number for you. But we don't have truancy officers in the St. Croix district.
Okay.
Not without effort, though, but we don't have them.
Isha Powell, St. Thomas. Hello. Good afternoon or good evening. Isha Powell. We have one truancy officer in our district, and we're hoping to retain that individual, but that individual was brought on through our ARP funds, which expires in September.
Okay, thank you. We are now...
Senator James, if I may, before you move on, Dr. Charleswell would like to make a comment about the special education services.
Sure.
Good evening, Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction. Senator Johnson, thanks for your question, and I just want to make it clear on record that no parent should be told to keep their child home regardless of what is happening. That is something in regulations, and all students must attend school. So if we're having issues with parents being told to keep their children at home because there's no bus services, they need to reach out to the department immediately.
Thank you. Do we have any senators with any burning questions? At this point, I think we've exhausted not the questions, but the quite frankly, because we do have a lot of questions. So I'm going to ask Mr. Abdul Ali, give you 30 seconds to wrap up, and then we're going to go to the Commissioner of Education, Deanne Wells-Hedrington.
Thank you very much indeed, Senator James. It's been really nice being here. We learned a lot today. And of course, the goal and function of the St. Croix Public School Parents Coalition is to put the welfare of the children first. And so as we go along, we'll be managing the links. We know about the senators, we know the VIBOD, and of course, we also heard about a couple of people on St. Thomas. Well, Mr. Milligan is here, Mr. Fleming, so we could hook in with them as we go along. And we'll be monitoring the situation to see if the things that are supposed to be happening are actually happening. And well, if they're not, well, we're going to have to address those as we go along. And I was excited sitting here next to Ms. Chancellor. She has a program, or has had a program called Amira, and that's a program that helps children to read. You do your reading, and then some AI comes in and sort of things out. So it's been really very nice indeed, and we'll continue the work with the committee. I have to report to them, and I'm hoping that we could get some reports as well from the various senators and the board, whomever we contact, so they could know that we're there and we want to know what's going on. So it's...
Yeah, you're entitled to know what's going on.
Well, definitely, that's right.
Yeah, for sure. Commissioner Wells-Hedrington, final words.
Thank you, Senator. I just want to thank the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, as well as the other senators present today, the listening and viewing audience, and, you know, the entire VIDE family. We have a lot of work to do, but I am confident that we've set a good foundation and we have a way forward, especially when it comes to where we want to see the department go. And so we're making the moves necessary to ensure that schools have what they need in order for them to make the changes that we do all want to see. I am looking forward to continuing to collaborate with this body, as well as you, Mr. Ali. We've had some conversations, but I'm really looking forward to having a sit-down conversation with the task force or the coalition, because I believe that all of us play a role and we cannot do it alone at VIDE. We need the involvement of every single stakeholder. So thank you for your continued efforts to keep us accountable, and we're looking forward to a great 2024-2025 school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wells-Hedrington, and your team for being here. It's been a long day. I really appreciate your responsiveness. Mr. Ali, still involved, still engaged. I want to thank the Parent Coalition for their letter and coming forward. I will definitely be talking to you in the future, and hopefully I'll be part of the conversation with the Commissioner, because it's important that as we move forward, we resolve a lot of the issues before us. So the Committee on Education and Workforce Development is in recess for 2 minutes. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is back on the record, and I'll ask Madam Clerk to read block number 2.
Block 2. The committee will hear testimony for, against, or neither for or against the following legislation. Bill number 35-0240, an act transferring the administration of the Government Insurance Fund from the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Finance to the Commissioner of Virgin Islands Department of Labor, and amending various sections of Title 24 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, to facilitate better recovery for injury or disease that arises out of and in the course of employment in the Virgin Islands under the Workers' Compensation Administration, and to ensure that workers entitled to workers' compensation benefits receive medical coverage, rehabilitation services, and disability compensation without undue delay by merging the benefits and payment components of the Workers' Compensation Insurance Fund. Proposed by Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Finance, and the Honorable Gary Malloy, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Labor. Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to begin with the sponsor, who will be presenting the bill, and then we will, well, let me start first of all by asking the testifiers who are here to put their names on a record and speak clearly so that we know who you are and your position. Sorry. It's a long day. We will start with we will start with Commissioner of Labor, and then we're going to go to the Commissioner of Finance, who I wasn't aware. I apologize. Was sitting in a well on St. Thomas, and then we'll come back here to the remaining testifiers. So let's start, Commissioner.
Good evening, Gary Malloy, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Labor.
Good evening, Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel for Virgin Islands Department of Labor.
Good evening, Rania Thomas, Director of Workers' Compensation.
Good evening, Anthony Selkridge, Director of the Government Insurance Fund.
Commissioner of Finance, sorry about that.
That is okay. Good evening, Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner of the Department of Finance.
Thank you, thank you. It's been a long day, as you understand, so we're going to start with the sponsor of the bill. Please present the bill to the committee members.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to the testifiers, and of course, good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Bill number 35-0240 is an act transferring the administration of the Government Insurance Fund from the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Finance to the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, and amending various sections of Title 24 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, to facilitate better recovery for injury or disease that arises out of and in the course of employment in the Virgin Islands under the Workers' Compensation Administration, and to ensure that workers entitled to workers' compensation benefits receive medical coverage, rehabilitation services, and disability compensation without undue delay by merging the benefits and payments components of the Workers' Compensation Insurance Program. Bill number 35-0240 is offered by yours truly at the request of Governor Albert Byrne. It brings needed reform to the Workers' Compensation Statute with the intention of creating a more efficient program. This bill transfers the administration of workers' compensation from the Department of Finance to the Department of Labor. It eliminates Workers' Compensation Board and fully vests the authority of the board in the Commissioner of Labor. It addresses the long-standing concern of our local physicians community by mandating that a fee schedule recognized by local medical communities established. This bill also provides for temporary and contracting workers, recognizing that your employment status should not impact your ability for benefits. Today, Commissioner Malloy, as well as Commissioner McCurdy, will speak to the amendments proposed by the governor, and the latest version of which we just received this past Friday, June the 14th. Unfortunately, the late submittal of this amendment had not provided adequate time for legal counsel to draft and vet the proposed language in time for today's meeting. It is our intention to discuss the bill 35-0240 and propose changes and offer these changes as an amendment in the nature of a substitute at a later date. Ultimately, these reforms proposed by the governor remove bureaucratic barriers and better support the needs of persons who have been injured in the line of work. And again, we have the professionals that's here to discuss and provide some details on this measure. Thank you very much for the opportunity. At the appropriate time, I'm asking for my colleagues' support to move this measure forward. I'm not a member of this committee, but I ask for you to be able to move this measure forward so that we could address this issue requested by the Office of the Governor. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. We will begin with the Department of Labor, followed by the Department of Finance. So who speaks on behalf of the Department of Labor?
Good evening. I will start and I'll turn it over to Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel, Nisha Christian Henderson. Good evening, Senator Maurice C. James, Chairperson of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, esteemed senators, our viewers and listeners. I am Gary Malloy, the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, accompanied by Assistant Commissioner and Legal Counsel Nisha Christian Hendrickson and Rainier Thomas, the Director of Workers' Compensation Administration. Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding Bill number 35-0240. This act proposes transferring the administration of the Government's Insurance Fund, GIF, currently in the Department of Finance to the Workers' Compensation Administration, which is a division of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. It also amends various sections of Title 24, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11. This amendment aims to enhance recovery for injuries or diseases arising in the course of their employment in the Virgin Islands under the Workers' Compensation Administration, WCA. Additionally, it speaks to ensure timely access to medical coverage, rehabilitation services, and disability compensation by combining the benefits and payment components of the WCA, or the Workers' Compensation Program. I'll ask Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel to detail the rest. Thank you.
Good evening, Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel. The WCA's primary goal is to minimize the adverse impact of such work-related incidents by providing fair, efficient public service for employers and employees. From October 2023 to present, the Workers' Compensation Administration, or WCA, has paid out approximately, and I've updated numbers, $2,409,234.13. In terms of the providers, there was a payment of $1,837,146.75, and to injured workers, $572,087.38, with 439 cases. Currently, the Department of Labor's WCA division enforces the relevant laws as custodians of the injured workers' records and processes claims for persons who are injured on the job. Presently, the Department of Finance's GIF division is a custodian of the Government Insurance Fund and processes employers' premiums. Claim payments processed by the WCA are then dispersed to providers and injured workers through the Department of Finance. Recently, the Workers' Compensation Administration Unit has implemented several changes to policy and procedures to bring about better efficiency. Notable recent improvements include the Workers' Compensation Administration Division, for the first time, implemented a comprehensive workers' compensation risk management system. The division has replaced 96% of its manual processes and is fully operating out of our automated insurance claim system called Ventib's Claim Premier. The WCA was able to liquidate all our aged accounts, some as far back as the year 2001, for all of our private medical providers and both of our local hospitals. The division has also added telephonic nurse case management and utilization reviews to the program. The division held several employee workshops and provider meetings in the past 5 years. Our monthly employee workshops serve as a refresher course on the workers' compensation law and the division's day-to-day procedures and operations. The provider meetings updated our providers on the payment status, and we shared tools with them to assist them in reconciling our payments. Even with all of the successful implementations and strides we have made in the last few years, the cost of both medical and indemnity components of the WCA continue to increase substantially. Medical benefits account for more than half of the total benefits paid in workers' compensation claims. The increased costs and payments associated with facility services, physician charges, prescription drug costs, and improvements of technology have contributed greatly to the increase in medical payments per claim. For example, one provider's office visits last year were $249. This year, that same visit cost $449.51, which is almost double the cost. Nonetheless, the division's future looks promising. The integration of the GIF and the WCA division will correct the shortcomings of both divisions. With the combined units come several significant legislative changes that will help us meet our KPIs, and most importantly, push forth and foster a fund that is solvent. The division is in the final stages of securing a provider's fee schedule agreement, which will standardize the cost of medical care and procedures in less than 90 days. We plan to continue fine-tuning our integrated processes, developing new procedures that will align with the system and train our team. We want to move towards being able to print and disperse our payments. Another goal is to change the current narrative on the WCA program. We want to educate the public that our primary goal is to respond to workplace injuries with the best, most appropriate medical care at a reasonable cost, and to return employees to the workforce as soon as medically possible. The proposed legislation includes an increased length of time for the statute of limitations of medical care, waiting periods for disability benefits, employer responsibilities, payment timeliness, investigation requirements, and provisions regarding the employee reemployment and disability benefits. Below are the sections that have been proposed for amendment and the justifications. In all instances in this chapter, the designation of, quote, the Commissioner of Finance will be stricken and replaced with, quote, the Commissioner of Labor. Additionally, in all instances of the Government Insurance Fund will be stricken and replaced with the Workers' Compensation Trust Fund, which will be administered by the Commissioner of Labor and housed within the Department of Labor. The following definitions of the word board, district administrator, and fund administrator shall be stricken. The following definitions shall be changed in all instances in the chapter. Firstly, by striking Board of Workers' Compensation Administration and replacing it with Commissioner of Labor in the title and section wherever it appears. Secondly, director means a person appointed to the Commissioner of Labor to handle the day-to-day operations of the Workers' Compensation Administration. The reason for this amendment and all above changes help to clarify the combination of the two divisions and streamline the current processes. Section 251. In Section 251 of the Virgin Islands Code shall be proposed to be amended and in the definition system of what we call the waiting period. And that will mean the time that must pass before disability benefits can be paid to an injured employee resulting from a personal injury or occupational disease arising out of and in the course of employment. The waiting period is counted as consecutive work or business days, not calendar days. The first day an employee becomes disabled triggers the start of the waiting period. Also, in 251, we would propose to add the following language: maximum medical improvement, or MMI, which describes when the covered illness is stabilized and is unlikely to improve with or without additional medical treatment. Additionally, in section 251J, we propose to add the language: for use for the payment of medical procedures, a fee schedule recognized in the local medical community not later than 90 days after the fee schedule has been established. In section 252A of the Virgin Islands Code is proposed to be amended as follows: for every employer shall pay compensation as hereafter specified for disability or death of an employee resulting from personal injury or occupational disease out of and in the course of their employment, irrespective of fault as a cause of the injury or death. There will be a 5-day waiting period before disability benefits can be paid. If an employee is found eligible for payment on the 15th day, the compensation shall be retroactive to the first full day of disability. No compensation will be paid if the injury or death is caused solely by the willful misconduct of an employee or the willful intention of the employee to injure or kill him or herself or another by the intoxication of the employee, in which case the burden of proof shall be on the employer to show that the injury was so caused. The reason for this amendment: the waiting period is counted as consecutive work or business days and not calendar days for the first day an employee becomes disabled to trigger the start of the waiting period. Additionally, this will help to maintain fund solvency and define the extent of an injury prompting disability benefits. In 254A, the bill proposes the following language: that there be in J a 4-year statute of limitations on medical care. If there has been no activity in a case for 4 consecutive years, the case will be closed. K, in the event there has been no activity in a claim for a period of 6 months, that claim will be scheduled to be called inactive. The injured worker must then submit a narrative medical report for the director's consideration in determining if the case will return to active status. A claim can remain in inactive status for no more than 4 years. Reason for this amendment: the bill seeks to limit fraud and discourage injuries unrelated to WCA. 254C. The bill proposes to add the following language: if a contracted or temporary employee is injured, that bill is eligible only for 26 weeks of maximum temporary total disability benefits after the termination date of the employment. If the injury is determined to be catastrophic, the employee will be eligible for 120 weeks of disability benefits after the termination date of employment. Contracted and temporary employees are entitled to medical rehabilitation benefits pursuant to 254A. The reason for the amendment: this addition is needed to codify the temporary total disability limits already in practice. This change will also assist in preventing fraudulent claims where employees would claim disability as a planned income replacement in the event of termination of employment. Section G states, unless otherwise noted, temporary total disability income benefits shall be paid out for a period not to exceed 120 weeks or upon reaching maximum medical improvement, or MMI, whichever occurs first. The reason for amendment: Section G was added to guarantee a codification of the rules and regulations of the code. 265, the bill proposes to add the following language. Title 24, Chapter 11, Section 265, to add Section B. 265B will read as follows. Workers' Compensation Trust Fund will now serve as the payment for future vendors and providers. There is thereby created a fund to be known as the WCTF. The purpose of this fund is to insure employers against liabilities under this chapter and to assure the persons entitled thereto compensation provided by this chapter. This fund shall consist of all premiums received and paid into the fund, of properties and securities acquired by the fund, 10% of all monies collected for traffic violations pursuant to Title 20, VIC Chapter 43, and the interest earned upon monies belonging to the fund. The fund shall be applicable to the payment of losses sustained on account of injuries and to the payment of expenses in the manner provided in this chapter. The fund must be available until expended. Furthermore, we would suggest there to be an assessment of a penalty per month for businesses that do not submit certificates to the government upon commencement of their company. Reason for amendment, the purpose of the WCTF is to pay providers or vendors that provide services to workers' compensation for injured workers. Payments to injured workers will also be paid through this fund. The Workers' Compensation Administration Fund will be administered by the Commissioner of Labor and housed within the Department of Labor. 273, Title 24, Chapter 11, 273. Presently, the law states that from January 1st to March 31st, provided that such employer submits the necessary reports to the Government Insurance Fund no later than February 28th and pays the premium due by March 31st. Every employer who has not filed the required reports and paid the premium due to which this section refers within a term herein fixed shall be considered an uninsured employer. And in T, and the annual premium prescribed by this chapter may be paid in 2 installments. The first installment, which is payable on or before March 31st, shall consist of 1/2 or more of the annual premium plus any additional premium due. The remaining portion of the premium shall be paid on or before June 30th. And the proposed language to be replaced is A, the annual premium prescribed by this chapter shall be made in 2 installments. The first installment, payable on or before December 31st, shall consist of 1/2 or more of the annual premium plus any additional premium due. This will issue a policy for 6 months, and the remainder of the premium shall be paid on or before June 1st, allowing a second policy to have coverage until December 31st. A company can elect to pay the total premium by December 31st. The actual number of employees a company has employed must be reported by the September 30th of the current year. Rate notices will be issued by November 15th, and renewal shall begin on December 31st of the current year. Reason for amendment, to be able to reduce issues of non-payment, we wanted to streamline the payment structure to align with the certificate, which runs on a calendar year. This will also help to modernize the insured and uninsured processes as it relates to coverage of employees, position titles, and the number of employees covered before a new coverage period begins. 276. Title 24, Chapter 11, 276 is proposed to be amended to state that the statute of limitations shall be increased from 4 to 10 years, which will allow for greater recovery and compliance. Reason for amendment, this change is needed to expand the recovery period and assist for greater solvency for the Workers' Compensation Trust Fund. 277. Title 24, Chapter 11, 277 is proposed to be amended to state to replace shall be fined not more than $500 and replaced with $5,000. The reason for the amendment will encourage compliance with the law. 279, Title 24, Chapter 11, 279, is proposed to add the following language: that the Commissioner shall assess and collect fines in the same manner as premiums are assessed and collected against any employer who fails to keep accurate and true records or willfully misrepresents the amount of the difference paid between the premium paid and the premium that should have been paid. Reason for amendment: this will encourage compliance with the law. 285. The following language is proposed: in the event an employee is terminated for just cause, no disability benefits shall be issued. Or that an employer has terminated an employee for an accident for just cause. In the event the employee is terminated for just cause, no disability benefits shall issue. No employee rehired under this section may be subsequently dismissed without just cause. Reason for amendment: this language prevents fraudulent claims where employees would claim disability as a planned income replacement in the event of termination of employment or corrective action by an employer. 286. Title 24, Chapter 11, 286 is proposed to be added as follows: that the Director of Workers' Comp Administration shall impose a fine of $250 per failure to respond to a payroll inquiry. Employers that fail to respond within 10 working days shall be recommended to the Commissioner of Licensing and Consumer Affairs for suspension of their business licenses until the payroll inquiry has been completed. Reason for amendment: the failure to provide the requested payroll information results in the delay of payment to the injured employee. The next item on the testimony is a graphic that we are proposing or are intending to be able to follow in the transition between the workers' compensation and the GIF fund. So it details the first 2 weeks, the first 30 days, 60 and 90 days of what we intend to combine the two units. To prepare for this combination, Vital has had preliminary conversations with the unions. However, a full conversation will occur before the integration of the units. We would like to emphasize that all employees' rights and salaries as derived from the union contracts from the GIF will remain the same upon the integration of that unit into the WCA. Those who come from GIF will be in the underwriting unit once combined with the Department of Labor. However, management reserves a right to organize, assign based on the needs of the administration of the WCA. In conclusion, the Department of Labor would like to extend our gratitude to the VIAL team, the DOF team, especially the Government Insurance Fund Unit, the Office of Management and Budget, the Division of Personnel, the Office of Collective Bargaining, and the Office of the Governor for providing background, guidance, and suggestions regarding this bill. Our team and myself are prepared to address any questions you may have in this crucial matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Hendrickson. We will now have the Department of Finance.
Good evening. Good evening to the the Education and Workforce Development Committee Chair, Honorable Senator Maurice C. James, other senators present, listening and viewing audience. I am Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner of the Department of Finance, accompanied by Anthony Selkridge, Director of the Government Insurance Fund. I appreciate the opportunity to address you today regarding Bill number 35-0240, which proposes transferring the administration of the Government Insurance Fund from the Department of Finance to the Department of Labor, while also amending sections of Title 24 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11. This transfer aims to enhance the efficiency of managing workers' compensation benefits, ensuring prompt delivery of medical coverage, rehabilitation service, and disability compensation to eligible workers. Our primary objective is to ensure the effective fulfillment of the mandated obligations of the Government Insurance Fund. Therefore, we do not oppose its transition from the Department of Finance to the Department of Labor. In addition to recommending the creation of a new fund, a new bank account will be established for the collection of all future premiums. This account will be managed by the Department of Labor outside the ERP system. We will continue to work internally with the Department of Labor to address any gaps resulting from this transfer. The Government Insurance Fund under the Department of Finance plays a crucial role in administering premiums and settling claims within the Workers' Compensation Division of the Department of Labor. It serves as the territory's sole provider of workers' compensation insurance and possesses the necessary capabilities to execute this responsibility effectively. Over the years, GIF has undertaken initiatives to enhance its operations, including contracting with Oliver Wyman Actuarial Service for comprehensive analysis and guidance since 2009. Completing the computerization of its processes through preventive technology and embracing remote operations capabilities as demonstrated during the COVID-19 pandemic. Moving forward, the GIF aims to align its practices with industry standards and incorporate best practices into its standard operating procedures, to include the separation of functions which fosters accountability and transparency. It is imperative that we continue to heed the recommendations of the actuary promptly, as delays in implementation can hinder effective fund management. In conclusion, government insurance is committed to modernization, efficiency, and financial prudence. With record premium collections in recent years and prudent expenditure management, the fund is on track to achieve financial stability within the foreseeable future. We reiterate our support for the transition of the GIF to the Department of Labor and stand ready to address any inquiry you may have. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Commissioner McCurdy. So, we are going to start. This is probably a good exercise because usually when we have testimony and we have a bill in front of us, the public doesn't have the bill in front of them, you know? And so sometimes they don't know really, unless they take an active part and get a copy of the bill, they don't know specifically what we're talking about. So this in a sense, with how it's being presented today, gives us the opportunity to not only ask you the questions and find out for ourselves the effectiveness of this transfer, but it also gives the public the opportunity to see where our mind's at and how we can decide if this is a good move, okay? So, my question is, well, let's start with one thing I noticed in the bill is you're gonna transfer employees. How many employees are being transferred from finance to labor? How many?
Right now, the number is 7, Senator.
7 people?
Correct. 7 people.
On each island or
It's
overall?
a combination. I believe it's 3 on St. Thomas, 4 on St. Croix.
Yeah, 3 on St. Thomas, 4 on St. Croix.
And well, how do the employees feel about that? I mean, in situations like this, do we ever ask the employees, how do you feel about this transition or this move? How would it affect them?
Well, I'll just say that, Senator, that of course with any integration, any transfer, there's going to be an uneasiness between one or the other agency. We are, we've had dialogue with the Department of Finance, and we've had dialogue with, of course, it's been over different commissioners. So Commissioner McCurdy is pretty new in the process, but we've had discussions and to try to work out the actual reasonableness, the actual processes, to be very, very clear that it's not a takeover. It is an integration. Because what to make it as simple as I could put it, is that it's been very difficult to be able to administer this program in a very efficient manner because it's spread over 2 departments. So Department of Labor is responsible for the claims, and the Department of Finance is responsible for collecting the premiums and for making sure that they collect the funding. So one of the things that I think would make it a lot easier for everybody to understand is that what we're doing is mirroring the operations of the unemployment insurance program. So we're bringing our lessons learned from the federal structure and bringing that over to to approach this particular integration by having, in unemployment, we have the benefit side and we have the tax unit. So the benefits pays out the claims just like how the workers' compensation in labor right now works on the claims. And then the tax division in unemployment does the revenue end of it and collects it from the employers. So what we're attempting to do is to use that methodology to bring the units together. And so that's why the integration is the workers' compensation unit that does the claims. They'll continue to do the claims unit. The individuals, the staff that's coming over from the government insurance fund would be technically like the tax side or the underwriting side in the insurance wall, to be able to to have everything in one department for better functionality.
Okay, I have some more questions, but I'm going to start with point of information, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to ask a question. With these employees, are they unionized employees? And if they are, what's the union take on them being transferred? You have that, and did you have that conversation?
They are unionized employees, and that's why in our testimony, we had a very preliminary conversation with the unions to let them know that what is on the table. And then we're going to have more in-depth discussions, but right now, the integration is that they're coming over in the same units, the same union, with no changes in salary or anything. And the bargaining units are scheduled to start doing renegotiations in September. So it's a real good time to be able to have the integration done at this time, so that we'll be ready to be able to respond when the unions when we do meet with the collective bargaining, to be able to go through negotiation process.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Senator DeGraff, I'm recognizing you for 5 minutes. We're going to do a 5-minute round.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, colleagues. Good evening, testifiers, all of you and listen and present. For the unionized employees, would they lose any seniority?
No, Senator. There's no loss of seniority. They're coming over in the same bargaining unit with the same structure.
Okay, I have the one bill. I don't have the bill in the nature of a substitute, which I haven't been privy to that fully. So in the areas where they talk about striking $500 to $5,000, is that a penalty? Assistant Commissioner just mentioned that.
Yes, Senator. And I'll have Assistant Commissioner elaborate.
Yes, so you get penalized $500 to $5,000, and then for each respond within 10 days to a payroll inquiry shall fine again another $250.
Good evening, Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel. Both of those we're hoping to serve as incentives for people not to get to those points. The intention is not to have to fine them up to $5,000 or to require the $250 penalty. But what we have found in the past is that some people unfortunately just ignore us. And so we have to put things in place to protect the injured workers, because we need the information from the employers to be able to process their claims.
Okay, so that is standard now in the other program that the Commissioner just mentioned in regards to what you're trying to mirror that you already have operating?
We actually have stiffer penalties on the unemployment insurance side, but we believe that the ones we've outlined in this should be sufficient.
Okay, so right now, let me see. This is how I see it. So you get the claims, you send the claims to finance, finance send you the money, you put it into the account, and then you distribute your payments to the individual?
Good evening, Senator. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so then the issue with finance would be availability of funds. If they don't have the funds at the time, is what causes the problem?
Yes, Senator. One of them. The challenge that we're talking about with the fines is that there's a period where if a worker is injured, they have between 24 to 48 hours to report it. The employers have up to 8 days to be able to report that. What's been happening is that there's been a very long lapse that I'm sure Director Thomas can elaborate on in terms of the employers reporting that. So that stymies the process, because unless you have the confirmation from the employer, then the process can't continue.
Okay, so transferring from finance their end to labor, it doesn't sound like that would fix that issue.
Well, that's not the only issue that we're trying to fix, because right now the issue is making sure, for example, one of the clear things that the Department of Labor program has to contact finance to ensure, to see if the employers are in fact covered. So they have to go through their own internal process separate to apart from us. So what we're trying to do, like I said, if you look at how the employment program is structured right now, with the tax and as well as benefits internally in one department, there's a easier flow process. Also, that comes up is that unemployment, we have the employers are expected to file their quarterly reports. So there is also additional checks and balances that can be done internally based on those individuals who are in unemployment, as well as those individuals who have workers' compensation, because you'll see the difference. There's a drastic difference in terms, for example, unemployment. There's over 4,000 employers in our system. On the government insurance fund, they can tell you that they bill for 2,000. If we talk to licensing and consumer affairs, there's some 9,000 employers in the territory. So look at how many individuals go uninsured if any work-related injury happens. So there's always a gap in terms of determining where the coverage is and finding out who's insured, who's uninsured. And then it becomes a situation where Department of Finance still has to collect the premiums, but then the Department of Labor can't get this claim paid. And then we would then have to charge the employer 30% above costs that still has to be collected and put into the government insurance fund. So right now, it's very awkward and time-consuming having it spread over 2 departments.
Time.
Okay, also, and in closing, Madam Chair, also or have you informed any of the businesses, the owners of the businesses, as to what we are looking at right now? The fees, the increases and different things. Have there been any discussion with them prior to the finalization of the bill?
No, we have not discussed it with the businesses, but we have discussed a lot with the providers, because what happens, when I said providers, we're talking about the doctors in the networks that services our clients that come on the workers' compensation program. So there's been a long process of delayed payments, and they will tell you that it's taking a very long time for them to get paid. And on the claimant side, it's taking a very long time for them to get appointments, to get processed, because if we can't pay them, it kind of bottlenecks the process. So what we're suggesting and proposing is that by having it in one department, a lot more of the coordination, it'll be a lot easier to do a lot of the coordination. And again, we're mirroring or using the lessons learned from the unemployment insurance program. So we're bringing in more of a quasi-federal structure. We're bringing that federal structure to this particular program and mirroring it and trying to make sure that all the protections and safety is in place for the injured workers and to make sure that the provider payments are paid.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. You helped me understand it a little better, so thank you. I appreciate that. I was trying to figure out on page 2, this is the Department of Labor. What's the significance of that sentence about the provider's visit costs doubling? And how is it related to, how does this bill change that or affect that in any way? I'm lost on that one.
If I may, Senator, that is because we're trying to make sure that everybody in this territory knows that the medical costs are increasing. And so it's increasing. And so what we've looked at as being able to, for the efficiency of this program, right now, there's not a fee schedule in place for the providers. So the same provider that's working, let's say, working on an injury that charges $1,000, another provider could cost $3,000 or $5,000. So what we are doing by this is giving an example of how the cost has been raised, and then in getting into why we have been negotiating for a fee schedule to put in place. So the doctors and all our providers now would adhere to one fee schedule, and so we can better budget for a particular injury and look toward the solvency of that particular fund.
So a doctor, a provider must adhere to your fee schedule? I mean, if I'm a provider and I say, well, I don't like their fee schedule, then I can say to the patient, I mean, help me understand this, that no, I'm not going to provide that service to you. Is that possible?
I'll let Director Thomas chime in. This is one of the...
So with provider fee schedules, it just gives us it gives the division room for estimating costs, upcoming costs. So like Commissioner explained, we have providers that charge us $1,000 today for something, but tomorrow they're charging us $2,000 for the same care. So it just puts all the providers pay us all the providers pay us the same rates no matter what that CPT code is.
They'll charge us the same rate.
Right.
Right. So everybody, help me along with this so I can really comprehend this entire system. So they would all have to pay.
Agree.
Say that again.
They would all have to agree to the fee schedule.
To the fee schedule.
Right.
Okay, got it.
And we've had several discussions over months, over years, with the providers to get them to agree that this is necessary and towards the solvency of the fund, and it would help us to be able to ensure that they get payments in a more timely manner.
It's not any different than, well, Nisha Christian-Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner of Legal Counsel, it's not different than being an in-network provider or a Medicare system where you buy into a system and it's regular.
You buy in, yeah, okay. Thank you. I have some more questions, but the next person, I want to make sure that I'm following the next person would be Senator Capehart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good night, everybody.
Night. Good night.
Yes, good evening, colleagues. Good evening, testifiers. I know it's been a long day. Commissioner McCurdy, this is something new I've never heard before. So can you tell me if there are any other funds like this that exist within the government that are not managed by the Department of Finance, but rather managed by the agency of jurisdiction?
Senator, I'm sure they are, but just for accuracy, if you can allow me to get those to you, I'd be much appreciated.
Okay, and I know you're a new commissioner at this, but how would you ensure the separation of duties with the transaction of these types of fund is administered directly by the agencies? Do you have guidelines? Do you have guidelines that you will be able to share with these agencies for this transaction?
Are we speaking specifically to the government insurance fund?
Yes, sir.
So part of what we, in our collection efforts, I think part of what we would need to do is have that separation between the GIF folks, who are the policy folks, and the payment folks, who are the labor folks. I think having that separation would be crucial to ensure that we're meeting the needs of the affected individuals.
So you would say that you would see that the separation of duty, that there will be transparency, accountability with the disbursement process?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I would appreciate if Mr. Selkirk could add a little more color to that, because I know he is very passionate about that separation of functions.
Anthony Selkirk, Director of the Government Insurance Fund. Coming from the world of insurance, there's always been a Chinese wall. A wall that separates premium from claims. I do, and I have discussed this with my friends over at the Department of Labor, that we need to maintain that Chinese wall, and that there would be no claims individuals doing policy work and policy individuals doing claims work. It leads to a position of potential malfeasance. And they do agree with me on that point, so we have no issue there. Now, like Attorney Christian Hendrickson mentioned, when the funds get combined, the payments of claims and the collections of premiums all will now be handled at the Department of Labor, outside of the ERP.
And if I
outside of the ERP?
Yes, and I just Gary Malloy, Commissioner, Department of Labor. Right now, the unemployment insurance, this is exactly the way the unemployment insurance is handled right now. So the unemployment insurance, the employers pay their, from the quarterly reports, they pay, and the contributions go into an account that's managed by Department of Labor. We can cut our own checks, we have direct deposit, and so all we're doing, we're bringing the entire federal process that we use, all our cash management procedures, everything, and we're moving it over and extending it to this particular program, which we are proposing to have the separate fund to be able to do exactly what we do in unemployment insurance. And so that's set up between the benefit side in unemployment, the tax side. The tax side is the one that collects the revenues, sends out the notices, which is what the government insurance fund in the integration will be the underwriting unit, continue to do that. And the claim side will continue to do the claims. So there'll be the Chinese wall in the separation. But the only difference is the fund would not be going through the ERP, just like the unemployment benefits don't go through the ERP.
Thank you for that clarification. So would you say that you would, that 7 employees, would that be enough employees for you for claims, dealing with the premiums, dealing with the whole new transaction? You think 7 employees would be sufficient enough, or you would need to see how it's ran first to then determine?
Or I'll just say that we have looked at what the process is, and we've looked at what they do and how they do it, and we both have what's making our life easier right now. Both departments have the Ventive system. So that system is an integration point between both the Department of Labor and the Department of Finance, the GIF fund right now. So a lot of the process, we're 96% on our side, and they're about 95 or 97% on their side in terms of going completely paperless within the system. So all we would be doing is to add a couple modules to make sure that the payment process can be done through that entire system, just like we do it on unemployment right now. We use the Vidalis system that we transfer a file directly to the bank. The bank then does the direct deposits, or we can cut our checks internally for individuals to be able to get their benefit payments.
On the mainland, Department of Labor in the mainland, is this a unique situation where finance works with Department of Labor to issue the checks, or this is like a one-stop shop on the mainland?
Well, it's a one-stop shop on the mainland. It's not separated between both agencies, and most Department of Labor on the mainland don't have the consolidation of all the areas like we do.
Okay. Also, Department of Finance. What is the current government insurance fund balance?
The current balance is 42 million negative. It was it is down from 48.
Down from 48.
Combination of reasons for that.
Down from 48 million with collections of 7.2. Year to date, we still have until June. We're anticipating breaking a record and collecting $10 million this year. We're hoping.
I know my time was called, but I just have one final question, and this is for Commissioner McCurdy. Would you say that you have any concerns at all with this bill?
As it is, I think having the collection arm and the claims arm under the same roof is a step in the right direction, a positive direction. Being able to have that separate bank account, being able to process payment timely, I think for what at that time is a vulnerable population, I think is important.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. You actually ended up having double the time. But it wasn't your fault. Okay. Next, we're going to go to Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much. We say good evening, good night, or goodbye. I pretty much understand the concept of what you're trying to do. But my question is going to be a little different. What is going to help to make sure that these people collect their check? Because we have always had issues with people who are on this workman income not getting a check. So I want you to help me with that part. I know nothing here going to explain that, but help me. What is going to make sure that folks collect the check consistently? Because we have had gaps where people didn't get a check for some time. So just help me with that part before we go deep into this here.
Okay, thank you, Senator. And that's the main reason, one of the main reasons for the integration. Because right now, on the workers' compensation side in labor, there are no claims that can be entered into the system for payment or processing until monies is put on the system. So right now, you know, Commissioner McCarty and Mr. Selkridge could talk about their process. So we have to physically write to them to ask them to put money on the system. And then once that money is put on the system, then we can start entering the claims into the system for processing.
So are you saying to me then what you would believe the delay with folks not getting the money would be the gap between the two agencies not getting money put on the system in a timely manner?
Well, the processes that each agency goes through. So, for example, right now on our side, we're not seeing the fund balance and seeing the amount. All we know is we have claims, we have injured workers payroll to pay. So we request 2.5 million in October and then another 2.5 million at a different time. So the time period it takes for the fund to be able to collect the money and to get it on the system, there's nothing that we could do in terms of entry. Even if we can't enter, we could stage everything, but we can't enter anything until we get the go-ahead that the money is on the system. By having the fund and new account, set up
3
with
minutes.
unemployment right now, we are able, for example, in unemployment, we are able to run a check register directly with the bank, see what the balance is, see what the numbers is, and run a check, a payroll run based on that, based on the actual cash balance in an account.
Well, then my question will go to Commissioner McCarty. Have you guys been collecting sufficient to sustain these claims that we're having?
So for the past 3 years, we've collected, I think, plus 9 million. The claims, I want to say, has been around 5. Part of the delay, though, to go back to the earlier question that you asked, is part of how we were processing the payment, to be quite frank. What would happen is the Department of Labor would submit the payments, and they would get lost in the shuffle. What we've recognizing that, we connected with the Department of Labor, I want to say about a year ago, and we've come up with this approach where they will give us a mass upload, and that way we are keeping track of it. I think we've gotten a lot better since then. We've refined it, and we're now getting that file, I think, on a monthly basis. The last file we've processed was in June for 151,000, I believe.
Well, from listening to both of you, y'all tell me to bet on you that people that put in their claims will be consistently receiving their check and don't have this long delay. You disagree with me?
Anthony Selkridge, I do not disagree with you, Senator. Coming from an insurance background, I will tell you, it's all about how much premiums we're able to write and collect. And number 2, that our rates are priced accordingly. We contracted with an actuary to get some basic information about the fund for the first time ever in 2009. We just finally implemented those changes last year. It took us 10 years to implement something that the actuaries told us we needed to do a long time ago. That's why in the commissioner's testimony,
30 seconds.
he said, if we act on what our actuary tells us we need to do, he's the mathematician. He's looking at the losses. He's looking at the premiums. He's looking at what we charge per risk. If we move when he tells us move and do what he says to do, we could do better. Our results over the past 3 years show that we're on the right track. We're growing our premiums, but if Hess was to blow up tomorrow, that's another story.
Please, let's only...
That's another story.
Let's may I wrap up on this last question. Okay. With all what we said we're doing here now, what is going to assure us that we will curtail and cut down on the amount of frauds that we have been seeing in the...
And that's why you're seeing the fines, you're seeing the penalties, you're seeing that because in the workers' compensation law, just like in unemployment insurance, every employer in the territory is expected to have workers' compensation. So the challenge is right now, the records that we've been looking at, there's only 2,000 workers. The government insurance fund only has access to 2,000 employers. On unemployment, we have 4,000 employers. So why are we collecting on the unemployment side and they don't have the line of sight? So again, the integration is going to be able to have a lot more efficiency and a lot more balance by doing that. And again, it would help to make sure that by having the separate fund, that the funds are going to be collected and deposited in the exact same way that we use the federal structure for unemployment, and then be able to disperse our payments, cut checks, or walk through the bank for direct deposit.
Thank you very much. I must say I walked in very curious about this, but I too have been enlightened, and I think that this should help us, and it makes a difference in folks that are dependent on this only check that they're receiving. And I've had folks tell me they've been 2 and 3 months behind in these checks, and that creates a lot of hardship. So I'm in support in anything that is going to help make people's life more comfortable and they get their money on a timely manner. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. I'm glad you brought up the actuarial services. I was wondering if the Commissioner of Labor, I saw where it was said in the testimony by the Commissioner of Finance, it is imperative that we continue to heed the recommendations of the actuary promptly. So you're aware of the recommendations of the actuary?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And based on what Mr. Selkridge says, it seems as if we need to follow the advice of the experts, correct?
Right. And the premiums have been at the 2019 level right now. So the discussion that Mr. Selkridge had, so finance and the GIF have put a very good schedule in place so that it didn't burden the employers at one time. So they did it over a period of time. And so it's to where it should be at 2019. It's still behind, but at least it's a lot more current than where it was.
So the funds, whatever funds are in the account at finance will be transferred to the fund that you're creating at labor.
That's the expectation now for the premiums that are collected within this fiscal. The difference to be able to open the fund, we would expect that would be transferred over, and then we would start the collection process for the premiums as outlined in the testimony.
Do you have this space? Let's go back to the employees. Do you have this space available on both islands to accommodate those employees who will be moving over?
Yes, we do.
And let me ask this: they're not in the same union? Are they in different unions?
The individuals in Department of Finance is in the USW, and so they're all in the same union. The ones in the Department of Labor are in SIU, so that's a different union.
Okay, where you strike the Board of Workers' Compensation Administration, so that's the present structure now. Why would you be removing a board and just have you as a commissioner? Then you would be the sole. You'd have the sole role or of the board. Why is that? What's the reason for that change?
Good evening again, Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel. Really what we're doing is that the commissioner is going to then give it to the director to be able to maintain the day-to-day operations, which is in fact what we're doing right now. So it's not so much that the commissioner will be the beginning and the end to do all the operations, but similar in other statutes, he's going to dedicate her to be able to, or him, to be able to do that function as necessary. So the regulations are already outlined for all the rest of the procedures. The only difference we're doing is not moving it from a board to be able to do those procedures. We're keeping within the director.
So there was no director underneath the board?
There was an administrator under the board. So we're clarifying that because the process.
But that's what I'm saying though. You're removing the board. You're removing a board, and you're putting a commissioner in the place of the board. But you didn't explain exactly why that changed. Why is there no need for a board anymore?
Right now, if there's any appeals that comes through the process, right now, those appeals come directly to me. And so while we're mirroring the entire process to be able to move as expeditiously as possible, and what the Workers' Compensation Administration under Director Thomas has been doing is making sure that you could talk about the agreements with the individuals that for medical review, the individuals that are doing how we have to get individuals to off-island. Some of those processes that are going to be a part of to be able to move fast. If somebody is injured, for example, God forbid somebody is injured and they have to be airlifted, no matter what time of the day, we're called in to be able to do that. So Director Thomas is on the line and has to walk with Wang Louis or JFL to be able to get that employee the care that they needed. So the time to get a board together and to get all those things together. So what normally happens is again, the director does the day-to-day, and then she's in touch with me directly, and we are able to get things moving.
Thank you. A point of information, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Senator James. I have a quick point of information, but I'll tell you that as I read this bill on the red line, I'm going to ask my colleagues to be very careful with this. So there's a $42 million deficit. Let me ask you, because I recall when we worked on the budget for FY 2024, that the salaries, the government was taking the salaries from the workmen's compensation payments to pay government employees. I think we stopped that in fiscal year 2024. Do you have an accounting as to how much salaries were paid on an annual basis from this account that has impacted this account to the level that is impacted?
What I can tell you is, Senator, that the fund, the operating costs, including salaries for the on the labor side, as well as the government insurance fund, was coming out of that fund. So on the labor side, it was approximately 1.9 million. And on the finance side, Commissioner McCurdy, I think it was about 1.1 million. So that is, like you mentioned, that is no longer happening. So as of fiscal year 2024, those salaries are, we have our own code. They're not impacting the fund anymore.
Thank you, Commissioner. The legislature created that. We actually recognize that as an issue as we went, drilled down on the budget, and we realized that that's part of the issue with the workmen's compensation. But I will continue to listen until my turn, because I have lots of concerns with regards to the legislation that's before us this evening. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. And Senator James Sr., 5 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Hello to my children who are watching and patiently waiting for me. I'll be there shortly. I see here where your team or whoever came up with this legislation came up with the 3 advisory committees. And I see what you're trying to do here with the 3 advisory committees. As far as to make sure that we have proper checks and balances and to make sure it flows, have you done an assessment, a thorough assessment to your team to make sure that it flows according to the bill? Because everything looks good on paper, in theory, but it's just to make sure that it actually functions.
And again, Senator, thank you for that question, because again, what I just tried to make sure that as simple as possible, we're looking at the unemployment insurance structure in terms of the lessons learned. In a very short period of time, we had over 27,000 claims. We were able to pay out more than 230 million in this Virgin Islands community. We're bringing that expertise and that knowledge and applying that structure to this particular program. And so we're very, very confident. We've had extensive conversations with the Government Insurance Fund about their processes, and we're looking at how we can be able to streamline and to be able to get the injured workers the care that they need, and more importantly, there are injured workers that rely on biweekly payroll and monthly payroll that needs to be paid out of this fund. And so based on the statute, or based on the challenges that each department has, the integration is one of the only ways that I can see us being able to get that rectified as quickly as possible.
And in theory, you would say that the advisory committees are the checks and balances to the director?
I need to. No? There are no advisory committees.
It spoke about 3 advisory committees in this bill.
That's what in the old.
Okay,
3 minutes.
All right, well, I stand corrected. I just going based off of the red line document, and I saw the 3 advisory committees. So I don't know what conversation we're having here today. But okay, we will talk offline, because I see it with the 3 advisory committees here. Yeah. But anyway, And you mentioned a technical advisor. I was trying to find, hopefully you had a definition of technical advisor, but just for me, can you explain to what this technical advisor role would be? I'm seeing all these things in
Sister
here.
Commissioner, Legal Counsel.
He has it in the red line.
Good evening, Nisha Christian Henderson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel. There's not a technical advisor. I think that the red line that you have may be the older one, because there's not a technical advisor in the bill that we are hoping to propose. The director would be given the duties to help to administer the unit under the commissioner.
All right. I'm just going based off of what I highlighted and underlined. And you made mention of getting rid of the bureaucracy. And you know, the founding fathers, when they created this government, there's a certain level of bureaucracy, but obviously you're trying to speed it up. So my question to you is, you mentioned that every 5 years you want it to be amended, and that's based off of industry practices, or that's just something that you feel that should be revisited every 5 years?
Yes, it's to be in line with, to give room for any input from the actuaries and to be able to look at what's happening with the system based on the amount of injuries, the amount of pays out, so that you know, those cost analysis can be done.
And like I said, in theory, it sounds good. I just hope and pray that you really implement, because one of the things mentioned here, it says that one of the goals is to administer the Workers' Compensation Trust Fund, including the following: to protect the solvency of the fund by doing studies, determine premium rates, and the list goes on. And I know you mentioned the lesson learned, but until you conduct a study, do you have a study that you're going based off of that you have used as a blueprint?
30 seconds.
And if so, what is that study?
Well, the study, for example, the actuary report that Mr. Selkirk mentioned is one. The actuary looked at the program and made recommendations as to what should happen in terms of the premiums. What I'm referring to as well, within the unemployment wall, you had a situation where the Virgin Islands Trust Fund was, when we came in 2019, had about $2 million in it. Right now, it's in excess of 30, close to $40 million. So again, the practices, and with this body, the help that we got in terms of getting the legislation in place was able to help us to do the collections and to be able to get it to where it is right now. So all those funds are being managed outside of the ERP system right now.
Madam Chair, if I can just ask one last question. And you went on to say in that same section, you want to be able to plan and improve by electronic means the speedy payment of claims as provided under this chapter. So what are you currently using right now as far as payments? I guess it's checks?
Well, right now, we have to batch through the system and send it to finance, and then finance, once they put monies over the system, then it goes in checks. They cut checks.
And so what you're trying to bring this time, I guess, what, ATH mobile, different variations?
We bring in direct deposit, as well as for those that don't, then we'll have the mechanism to cut checks as well.
Because don't forget the governor brag and boast. You say you want to be known as the digital governor, right? So let's get it going. Let's digitize government, and I will look forward to the rest of the conversations, especially the Madam Finance Chair. As she says, she has some concerns. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James. So along the lines of what Senator James was referring to, because I was also going down the road of the three advisory committee of 3 members. So that's going to be deleted. You're deleting, that would be 251C, section E, where it talks about E and F and G. E, F, and G. E, F, G. No, E, F, G, H. Yeah. Those paragraphs. But then the question is, why would you remove the advisory committee?
I'll just say that while it's always had a provision for a board, it it's never had a board that from, so.
Oh, you've never had a board.
So.
So yeah, there wasn't any advisory committee.
Right.
Correct. Okay, got it. Interesting. You know, that's the thing about legislation, right? And being in the legislature, it's clear, you know, that sometimes we pass legislation that is not implemented, and sometimes it's not practical to implement it. You know, that happens. So, okay, so now both Jameses know that there's no advisory committee. We're going to go to, make sure I have the right person. Is Senator Joseph still on? Senator Joseph, there you are. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I've been ready and able to ask some questions. And a pleasant good evening to Commissioners McCurdy and Malloy and your support staff. I know a lot of work went into this. I know we also were scheduled to hear this bill, I believe it was last month, and we had to reschedule for another time because there were conflicting pieces of legislation based on what we have in this bill form that is before us, and what the Commissioner of Labor had stated. We don't have the amendment that was sent down to the legislature in the nature of a substitute before us right now. I'm not going to delve into some of those items, but I wanted to ask Commissioner McCurdy, do you have an idea of how much money right now that you have in your queue that are to be expended for workmen's compensation? How many claims that needs to be processed?
I do not have, Senator, good question. I do not have how much we have currently in the queue. I have what we've paid as of June 6th,
well,
for
then,
June 6th.
Commissioner, maybe Commissioner Malloy, since he wants to take on that responsibility of managing this particular account, can enlighten us on how much monies or how many claims you have and the total amount that is due to the claimants.
I will ask Director Thomas to shed some light on the process.
So right now, we don't have any outstanding payments waiting to be processed in the Department of Finance. We've been working with the Department of Finance to make sure that we've been sending weekly batches over to Finance for payments, and they've been meeting those obligations thus far.
So you don't have any claims that is outstanding to be processed. Is that what you're representing, Ms. Thomas?
Correct.
No one is awaiting. Okay, good. I also wanted to ask the question because we see in this bill that there's going to be increases in penalties and the like. Have we had conversation with our stakeholder employers in the private sector relative to the impact it will have on their operations? Because we want to assure that we are inclusive of whatever items that may have, because this I know it's a penalty, but what challenges they are facing in the private sector to comply. Have we had those conversations? So should this piece of legislation go forward, those conversations could be, and solutions could be embedded in this piece of legislation.
2 minutes.
Senator, as I mentioned before, we have not had any extensive conversation with the employers on a whole because, number one, for example—
One moment for me. You have not had an extensive, I'm just asking, I don't ask about extensive. Had you had any conversation?
Well, the answer is yes and no, because Department of Labor, there are 4,000 employers are showing on the government insurance fund, they're billing for 2,000. So there's a large gap in the amount of individuals who have been filing on the workers' compensation side and who would know anything about the process.
Okay, and for that gap, what mechanism have you looked at to shrink that gap?
Well, one of the things that we've been, because while there's a gap between the employers, that doesn't stop the injuries and the claims to be filed by the injured workers. So
I understand, but I'm asking specifically because my time is running, Commissioner. What mechanisms or systems that you're looking at that we could possibly include in this piece of legislation to bridge that gap, to minimize it?
To minimize the gap right now is to vote in the affirmative for the integration, and that would help us to be able to use
30 seconds.
Both our roles on unemployment and match them up with workers' compensation.
Okay, thank you so much for that answer. I was trying to pull it out of you, and you were able to tell us. Now, what about this payroll? And I'm looking at the bill, page 4, relative to the payroll fine. Have you been encountering, and do you have any information on how much employers fail to provide this information, this critical information?
Yes, so that's an ongoing problem that we have within workers' compensation. We have employers who ignore our request for payroll information. In order for us to process a case for lost wages.
One moment, Ms. Thomas. Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Director
May I
Thomas.
continue?
Yes. She's answering the question.
Thank you.
Go ahead and answer. Go ahead and answer the question.
Lost my train of thought. So we have a lot of employers who are not responding to our inquiries as it relates to payroll information. In order for us to process a case for lost wages, we need to verify from that employer if indeed that person has not been to work. So we collect that information from the medical reports, but we still have to verify with the employers that that person has not been to work in order to pay them.
Okay. All right, thank you. Madam Chair, I do have one further burning question, if you would allow me.
Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you. It's relative to page 3. On page 3, under K, it mentions a claim may return in an active status for not more than 4 years. Is this consecutive 4 years, or is it sporadic and a total of 4 years? I just needed some clarification surrounding that.
Good evening, Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel, a consecutive 4-year Senator.
It's consecutive. So do you think it would be appropriate to say consecutive here, similar to what is in J?
I think it would be appropriate.
Just for
yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, for the leeway.
Thank you. The why was there a need for the waiting period? Can you please explain that?
So the waiting period is industry standards. Alaska has one, Puerto Rico has one. We're one of the only places that don't have a waiting period. In that waiting period, it allows us time to investigate claims. We could request medical records from doctors, request industrial reports, get witness statements. It's just a next layer of us investigating claims, in addition to helping to the solvency of the fund.
Thank you.
On the unemployment insurance side, there's also a waiting period, a waiting week, for us to be able to do the processing and do the research as well.
Makes sense. Thank you. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do get why the Department of Labor wants to make the changes to this program. But I have concerns. But before I get to that, I want to ask Commissioner McCurdy a question, because I heard that you paid out how much money in this fiscal year?
And in this fiscal year, I don't have that amount, but for June, I have 151 as of June 6th.
So I see that there was 7.2 collected.
Yeah.
It's in the red, 42 million. So I'm trying to figure out how we paying the bill then. If it's in the red, whatever is dumped into that account, is only reducing the red. This is why we have a structural deficit in this government. So I want us to make sure that we understand the conversation that we're having. And then I think Mr. Silkridge talked about collecting $9 million, but if you make those collections are going into, so how are you processing these transactions when your account is showing a red balance?
So part of what we focus on is what we collect in that particular year.
So you focus on what you collect in that particular year.
Yeah.
So then y'all have already done away with the fund balance, literally.
Not really.
Yeah, accounting, yeah. Because you're paying from an account that's in the red, so I'm going to leave that alone. Now, my concerns that I have here is the Commissioner of Labor continues to make the correlation between this program and the unemployment program. The difference is the unemployment program is overseen. There's oversight, strong oversight with the federal government. And we all know that over the years we've seen where there's been challenges. They've put a hold on the program because things were not working the right way. And I understand that, you know, they're talking about lessons learned. However, as I look at the legislation and I see the changes, actually I'm looking at the red line because the blue document, that's the actual bill, and the red line is two totally different things. I'm not sure what we are considering this. But the commissioner in this red line is now a super commissioner because he or she's making the determination as to the salary of the director. There's so many things in here that can create challenges for this particular program. When I look at there is language that says something like this: the permanent total disability shall also include such injuries as blah blah blah, and then the occupation, the remunerative occupation is determined by the director. The director makes all of the determinations in this program as the legislation is before us, which is completely concerning. There must be some other administrative arm that helps to make these decisions with regards to this program. I understand what we're trying to do, but I remain very concerned with regards to the various sections of this legislation. In addition to the fact that my colleague that spoke before me spoke about the stakeholder engagement. At minimum, the individuals who are impacted by this legislation should have had an opportunity to read the red line in particular, because the blue is totally off base, right? And make comments on this. This is a very significant piece of legislation. I understand the changing of the fund. So what we want to do, we want to disregard the fact that we have a $42 million red balance and start a new bank account. Fine. I'm not fine with it, but if that's what we need to do to get people paid and to reduce the structural deficit, we have to do what we have to do. But as we look at the legislation and the red line of this document that's before us, there are things here that are very alarming. I don't have enough time to get into the details of it, but there are things that are very alarming about this, because I'm just seeing the red line this evening. Where is it? Let me ask you, Commissioner, what is the administrative remedy? It says that you are the administrative remedy. Help me to understand how the Commissioner will be the administrative remedy for this particular legislation.
30 seconds.
Right now, Senator, this is Gary Malloy, Commissioner, Department of Labor. Right now, within the process, as I explained, any appeals that comes to my attention right now. The process that like I mentioned, there's never been a board. There's not been a board in place. The injured workers continue.
I understand that. You said that before. So I understand that. That don't make it right. That under Section 254J, that benefits for police and firemen, the director shall determine the sum payable.
Time.
This legislation needs to be looked at. Any fireman or policeman employed by the government whose death results from a personal injury, etc., the director shall determine the sum payable. the director, whomever this director role is, whatever this director role is has become a super director under this legislation that's before us. We have to be very careful. And while we didn't have a board doing what the board was supposed to do, there must be another layer dealing with this, because one person cannot decide the fate of all persons that come before this, the workman compensation. Well, it's not a board anymore, before workman compensation for benefits. There must be some other mix to address this. This is very, very, very concerning to me. As I look at the responsibility of this director, this is a super director. This person is superior to all directors. This is not a middle management position.
If I may, Senator.
And the commissioner sets the salary.
If I may.
So that is onto me. So I need to be clear as it's presented this evening. There is a lot to contemplate around this legislation. I know that we want the benefits paid in a timely fashion, but this is not only about paying benefits. This is about how the law is being changed in its entirety, which can create issues down the road.
If I may, Senator.
We have to review it carefully and understand what is it that we are deciding on as it relates to this legislation that's before us. Who is the checks and balances? Unemployment has a checks and balance with the federal government. Who will be, what entity will be the checks and balances once, if this was to move in a direction that is being proposed in front of us this evening? Checks and balances. I think this weekend, we understand the importance of checks and balances. This requires checks and balances, and I don't see it in this legislation as it is presented. Thank you, Madam Chair.
If I may, Senator, the internal structure within the workers' compensation has adjudicators, has their medical experts that are looking at the reports. They're investigators that would help to investigate the process. It's all a process that rolls up to the director to make a determination. If there are challenges, or appeal, the process, it comes up to the Office of the Commissioner. We do have administrative law judges within the Department of Labor that can have the opportunity to review that through the administrative process. And again, what I want to make it very clear that we are very closely mirroring what we do in unemployment, and we're bringing that federal structure to this process. And so while the overarching arm of the federal government isn't there in this program, the structure is going to be a mirror image in terms of the structure, in terms of what we follow. So we're using the same cash management processes, the same policies and procedures that we have to get approved by the federal government to be able to administer. And the only reason why we are looking at that, at this process right now, is because right now being spread over 2 departments, the process and the processes that each department has to go through is not in the best interest of the residents in the Virgin Islands once you are injured worker and you're injured on the job. The program, how it's structured right now, it's not its fault that it's not working. It's based on the structure right now over 2 departments. Each of us have our responsibilities.
I'm not debating that, Commissioner. What I'm debating is the things that you're saying, then we need to weave them into the legislation, because the unemployment side of the House is clear because it has a federal arm. If we are going to mirror it, then the legislation needs to be clearer so that there is no question that when those of us that are sitting in this room today are no longer in this room, that it is clear that this is how this program should function, not assuming that whomever comes after us will carry it out in the same manner that is being carried out with the unemployment. Intent is one thing, following through is the next. In your own admission, you said that the board don't function. So that is my primary concern.
It doesn't exist.
What is before?
It never existed.
It did exist. There was legislation that was not followed, and that's my point. That's precisely my point. It did exist. The law is on the books. And that's my point. So we need to create the legislation in a manner that allows for it to function, where there are clear checks and balances. You said a lot of important things this evening when you were responding to me that I have to concur with you on. But they need to be in the legislation. It can't just say by the director and by the commissioner. Not enough. Because with the federal program, there is more details that we don't have to have in our legislation because you have that checks and balance arm. Madam Chair, as it stands, I mean, we don't have the amendment or the amendment in the nature of a substitute, so I guess this is going to require further conversation, but stakeholder engagement is very necessary on this, and I would love to have more time to review this legislation and understand it better because it does have far-reaching implications. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Francis, your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. If the law created a board and there is no board, then it never existed. It never existed. It was designed to exist, none was created, so it never existed.
Yep.
So I wanted to ask you, have you had a discussion with VI Equicare in terms of a fee schedule?
Yes, Senator, extensive discussions with Equicare, and we're at the end of the final negotiations for the contract to have a fee schedule in place for this program for the first time.
And in those instances where there was dispute, who then adjudicated those matters?
In the past, internally, they were adjudicated internally.
By who?
The former director and the former commissioners. And before it gets to that process, there's an adjudicator position in the Workers' Compensation Administration. So there are two adjudicators, one in each district, that work on the process.
Do you have an instance where there's like an administrative judge a lot of times that will hear similar matters and make a determination or recommendation?
Within the appeal process, if necessary, there are administrative law judges within the Department of Labor. The chief administrative law judge and would administer and hear the case and then make a determination.
Commissioner McCurdy, in respect to the negative in the account, can you speak to, currently you said that you're able to issue checks based on premiums that come in on an annual basis. What happens to the overage at that point?
So one, good evening, Senator. So the money goes into a pool cash. So whatever bills come in that's related to government for workers' compensation, those get paid out of that pool cash. But it all goes to a pool cash.
And in respect, obviously you said, Commissioner Malloy as well, you spoke about the fact that you're seeing a difference in terms of, under the government insurance fund, you're seeing 2,000 employers.
Yes, Senator.
And under the DLCA, you're seeing about 9,000 employers.
Yes, Senator.
So in respect to the stakeholders' input, it's really difficult then to determine, who exactly are the stakeholders, or do you then just market to every single employer throughout the community?
Well, just one other thing, in the unemployment insurance, we're seeing 4,000. So we are making sure that the unemployment insurance rates are out. We've had extensive conversations with all 4,000 plus employers that are in the territory, and so we have to equate that they also have to pay workers' compensation, but half of them are not.
And what happens in an instance where an employee may have been injured and there is no payment or no premium paid by an employer?
Rainier?
So that employer is considered uninsured. We tack on, we pay that claim. We have the person come in, we give them the necessary care. We also pay them last wages, but we bill the employer a 30% penalty in addition to that initial cost.
And where that money comes from to pay them in the meantime?
Government insurance fund.
Remember to say your name before you answer the question. Okay? Thank you.
At this point, I have no further questions in this regard. Again, I'm not a member of this committee, and certainly this is a measure that that was sent down by the governor and is under consideration. So, while there were some amendments that was recently submitted, those things are currently within legal counsel's office for drafting and formatting, and at some point will then be brought here for consideration. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Francis. On page 4, where you speak to 265, section 265, your language goes all the way to the fund must be available until expended. Why was it necessary to put that sentence in there?
I don't, it's necessary if it stays within the ERP, but if it's not, then it's not necessary.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. And then, of course, the last sentence, furthermore, is not language for the, for that section. That furthermore, we would suggest that there be an assessment of a penalty, right? Okay, just making sure. Then on, I didn't understand 285, page 5, where you say in the event an employee is terminated for just cause, no disability payments shall be issued. Explain that to me. Please explain. Remember to say your name. Yes.
Rainier Thomas, Director of Workers' Comp. So we have instances where if an employee gets wind that they're going to be terminated, we get injuries. So, right, so we have people submitting claims once they're in the investigation process of being terminated, they submit claims to us. So that's something that's going to deter those employees from doing that.
And the reason, Nisha Christian Henderson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel, the reason why that's important is because, of course, while you're going through the treatment, you can't be terminated. So this is a stopgap between what people are trying to do and to make sure that they're actually injured by, no fault of their own.
So once you're on the program, you're protected and you cannot be terminated.
Right. Okay, I mean, let's talk a little bit about that some more. While I could, in fact, be an employee that should be terminated, let's put it that way, but I could, in fact, be injured, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what happens in a case like that? I get injured, and this seems to be telling me that, so if I get injured, and we begin the process of you investigating, you're going to do that. And I have this 5 days waiting period for you to do your investigation. But it turns out that, in fact, I am disabled because of what happened, right? But I also should be terminated for cause for something else, non-performance. What happens in a situation like that?
Remember to put your name.
Or am I misreading that?
Page 6.
Because you say in the event an employee is terminated for just cause, no disability benefits shall be issued.
So we won't pay them disability.
Your name?
Rainier Thomas, Director of Workers' Comp. So we won't pay them disability benefits, but we'll continue to treat them medically.
Got it. Okay. I see what you're saying. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I was a little worried about the employee not receiving what they should receive in terms of medical. But you're talking about disability benefits. Got that. What was the reason behind the change in the premium due dates? The due dates.
In especially Gary Malloy, Commissioner, Department of Labor, lessons learned. These premiums, technically the money got to be in the bank so you could pay it.
Right.
So the change in the period is to ensure that the payments for the premiums are paid in advance of the calendar year. To make sure the money is in the bank so that payments can continue to be made.
Okay, that makes sense. Did I get everyone or any burning questions? Senator James Sr.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. It's still along the same line of questioning of checks and balances, and I have faith that y'all will do the right thing because I know you want to help the people. But say, for instance, years from now, there will be a different person from you, and we have to make sure that we put things in place to safeguard and protect the people who we saw. So my question is to the Department of Finance. Do you have any internal policies or rules and regulations that you currently use right now that can benefit, or do you think benefit what we're about to do here, or are you just going to do you think we should just discontinue it and come up with a whole new system of rules and regulations?
For Kevin McCarty, Department of Finance, a whole new rules and regulations for fund balances?
No, because you share some of the, if I'm not mistaken, he shares some of the responsibilities. Right or wrong, when it comes to this program, currently.
Yeah, we're responsible for collection of premiums.
So I'm asking if you, right now it's split, so there's some checks and balances. Some is in Department of Labor, and some is Department of Finance, if I'm not correct, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm saying it's gonna be under one umbrella now. I'm just saying, do you have recommendations or internal policies that you currently use that can benefit the Department of Labor when they implement this legislation that we have before us here today? If the answer is no, just say no.
No, I think part of what is very important is that separation of, sorry, I lost my train of thought, is that being able to track what we collect, being able to reconcile the difference between, as the Commissioner said, the 4,000 unemployment companies who file for unemployment versus the 2,000 that we have in our system. I think being able to use that information to figure out, okay, what is causing that delta is super important. The farther delta is the 8,000+ businesses registered with DLCA. That is, give or take, let's just say, being conservative, at least 4,000, which kind of aligns with the unemployment that we're not capturing. So I think being aware of what we collect and you know, our premium rates and examining those, I think is important.
I'm not going to prolong it. I'm not going, oh, you want to say something?
I'll add one thing, Commissioner. I'll add one thing. At the Anthony Selkridge Government Insurance Fund, one thing we adhere to at Government Insurance Fund is we track our collections to the dime. We do not get written up by the auditors because we do not have our bank transactions. Every day, we make a deposit at the bank, we have our receipts. Credit card machines, ATM payments, we close the accounts out at the end of the day, and we track our money. So if we show $7.2 million, I can almost guarantee, I don't want to do it, but we can go through our books from October 1 until the date that 7.2 was run, and we would have that total. So cash management and the recording of, like the Commissioner says, our premiums on a regular and a daily basis would help to minimize mistakes in premium collections. Now, that's one thing we will bring from the Department of Finance. Recording of financial transactions on a daily basis. Now, we do it presently in the ERP. But we would now have to do it in whatever that system is at the Department of Labor.
If I may, just like how the under one roof unemployment, the benefits and the tax is under one roof. The tax does the collections, and the process is completely separate from the benefits. We have to do the reconciliation to make sure that the amounts that's collected, we do our check register to make sure that these monies are collected. We have to verify with the bank, our processes to verify with the bank. There's checks and balances based on the cash management and the flow to make sure that there's a separation of duties and the checks and balances within. Like I keep saying, we're bringing the federal process to this program.
And I'm all about making the wheel better and not reinventing the wheel. So thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Point of information, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Selkirk, how long you've been working at Department of Finance and overseeing? You're the director of the government insurance.
I have been at the Department of Finance, there's a break here, since 2007, worked there until 2009, took a short respite at the GERS, and then came back in 2019 till today.
And you're also one of the seven employees to be transferred if this legislation does in fact go through?
Correct, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator, thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Joseph, point of information.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I had a point of information. I didn't see in this piece of legislation or in the red line that you'll be required to do audits. Is it, and you know, I may have missed it, because you're saying, Commissioner of Labor, that this program, this new migration into the Department of Labor will mirror that of the unemployment program. So you have to do audits for the unemployment program. How often?
The audits are for different reports, some monthly, some quarterly, and then annual. So there's a process within that structure for unemployment. And so this audit, we intend to keep the auditors, the same auditors in place that is auditing the process right now.
Okay, so I think it would be beneficial to include it in here to say at least how often these audits are going to be performed if you are indeed mirroring the unemployment program, because I know that's what you're selling. So that's just my suggestion. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Fred Gregory, point of information. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to just make myself abundantly clear that I am in favor of the one umbrella. However, we have to be mindful of, when we look at the red line document, what we're doing is basically changing words. Commissioner of Labor, Administrator to Director, Board to Commissioner of Labor. This legislation needs to have more meat around it in order to ensure that there is compliance. And I hear the Commissioner with regards to mirroring the unemployment insurance. Then there must be language in this legislation that gives it the checks and balances necessary. My colleagues that spoke before me made an interesting point. the legislation should say audits are required every whatever. That kind of information needs to be included in this legislation. It cannot be only changing terms from the board to the commissioner, and from the administrator to the director, and from the government insurance fund to the workman's compensation fund. That's the meat and potatoes of this measure that's before us. It has to be more than that, because we are now moving it in. We recognize that we've had challenges with it, and if we're moving it, we need to move it in a manner where we have meat around the body of the legislation so it can be followed. By the own admission of the Commissioner of Labor, the legislation was passed many, many moons ago. The board was never established. And we are okay with saying, well, if it wasn't established, then it wasn't there. I mean, and we pass laws, and we are good with saying that. Well, I'm not good with saying that. This legislation, the move is a good move. However, it needs work, it needs meat and potatoes around this legislation to ensure that we have the necessary checks and balances built into this document that's before us this evening. Well, it's not even before us, but built into the red line that we saw a few days ago. That's my 2 cents on this, and if we are unable to get that, I am afraid that I will not be able to support this measure as it is presented. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Capehart, point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, I'm requesting the actuary reports. Through the chair, if we can get that. Whatever ones you have, please provide them. That would probably give us a better understanding. So through the chair, if we can get those reports. I totally understand the senator who just spoke before me, Donna Fred Gregory. As we are going through a time of questioning transparency, processes, fraud, me as a senator sitting here, I want to make sure that with this transition from Department of Finance to now Labor, I totally understand, I get it. But I'm just saying, I would like to have seen, you know, the whole amendment in front of us. So, colleagues, I yield, well, I didn't have time. So, Senator, I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. Don't you think, Commissioner, that the jump from 500 to 5,000 is a big jump? No?
Nisha?
As Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel Nisha Christian Henderson, it's up to 5,000. We have to understand that when this was first put in, it was many, many years ago. We have to look at inflation. And unfortunately, for some businesses, if you don't hit them in their pocketbook, they don't respond. So we're really not trying to have to use this, but we need to have something that's a significant penalty, that we have that flexibility to really ensure compliance.
Thank you. I am going to ask, how much have you collected in fines annually? Is it a lot?
Director Thomas? Your name?
Rainier Thomas, Director of Workers' Comp. Currently, we have not been finding, so we haven't been collecting. So it's been a long time since the department has actually fined. We're in the process of we're working on finding right now as far as uninsured, but that's the only fines we've been issuing. But other than that, we have not been finding employers.
Remember, it's over 2 agencies, so, and the fund money would still have to be collected in the government insurance fund.
Great. I just find it interesting that you haven't been finding anyone, but you know, now you're going to because of the change in the structure. Okay. Committee on Education and Workforce Development is in recess for 5 minutes. Committee on Education and Workforce Development is back on the record. Before we proceed, I wanted the director of the WCA to explain the process. If I am injured, WCA is the Workers' Compensation Administration of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. I need you to explain so that we all understand from when I, as an injured employee, come to you, the process. And remember to say your name and title.
Rainier Thomas, Director of Workers' Comp. So once the injury report is submitted by that employer, the case is reviewed and the supporting documents. The case is reviewed or looked at by our administrator, and is forwarded to the claims adjuster who makes that compensability determination. Once that claims adjuster decides that, okay, this person could have medical benefits, we authorize that person to see a doctor, and then they'll determine if payments will be made. Once that adjuster determines that payments will be made, they'll process that case for lost wages. That case will then be forwarded to our auditor, who will make sure that the medical evidence is in a line for payment, and then it's rolled up to myself or the assistant director for us to review and send payments over to the Department of Finance.
So there's a three-step process, really. It goes to the claims adjuster, then to the auditor, before it gets to you to sign off on the recommendations of the two people below you.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. One last question. I know you're merging the two different units, and you said that they were different unions, correct?
Yes.
Are the pay comparable between the finance side and the WCA side?
No, Senator. Well, the unions have different pay scales. So the individuals in finance currently make a little more than the ones in labor.
A little more?
Yes.
How much more?
It depends on the position. But again, based on the union and the titles, they're in the right pay plan and they're in the right area where they've gotten their increases. And so they're on step. And the SIU is a little behind. But I know that once the negotiations come, the goal is to make sure that everybody is where they need to be.
Right. You know, I was going to say that because of course, it's a union negotiation that has to take place. But one of the things that that we don't realize when it comes to financial crimes, I'm going to say it straight up, but financial crimes that occur on a lower level it's not greed like it is on a higher level. Just putting it straight out there. It is the fact that people are not making enough money at those levels, and they need to be properly compensated so there's no temptation, okay? And especially in departments and government where people are collecting money or dealing with financial transactions. That's something that we need to get across. You know, if I'm working in a department where I am seeing, not necessarily yours, but I can call one, I'll put it out there, for example, the recorder of deeds, because I'm a real estate attorney, right? So I know the amount of money that comes in. You want to pay those people in those departments well. So,
agreed.
You know, yeah, just want to get that out to avoid the type of issues that we see occurring in our society and our community. Do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator James Sr.
Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 35-0240, proposed by Senator Novelli Francis Jr. by request of the Governor, an act transferring the administration of the Government Insurance Fund from the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Finance to the Commissioner of Virgin Islands Department of Labor, and amending various sections of Title 14 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11 to facilitate Title 24, I repeat, Title 24 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11 to facilitate better recovery for injury or disease that arises out of and in the course of employment in the Virgin Islands under the Workers' Compensation Administration, and to ensure that workers entitled to workers' compensation benefits receive medical coverage, rehabilitation services, and disability compensation without undue delay by merging the benefits and payment components of the workers' compensation insurance program be voted on favorably in the Committee on Education and Workforce Development and be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and amendments. I so move.
Second.
Moved by Senator, motion probably made and moved by Senator Jivan James Sr. and seconded by Senator Franklin Johnson. Roll call on bill number 35-0240.
Senator Diane T. Capehart? Yes. Senator Capehart, yes. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, absent. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory?
No. No.
Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, nay. Senator Marie C. James?
Yes.
Senator Marie C. James, yes. Senator Javon E. James Sr.? Yes. Senator Javon E. James Sr., yes. Senator Franklin D. Johnson?
Yes.
Senator Franklin D. Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph?
No.
Senator Carla J. Joseph, nay. Madam Chair, 4 yeas, 2 nays, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0240, an act transferring the administration of the Government Insurance Fund from the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Finance to the Commissioner of Virgin Islands Department of Labor, and amending various sections of Title 24 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, to facilitate better recovery for injury or disease that arises out of and in the course of employment in the Virgin Islands under the Workers' Compensation Administration, and to ensure that workers entitled to workers' compensation benefits receive medical coverage, rehabilitation services, and disability compensation without undue delay by merging the benefits and payment components of the Workers' Compensation Insurance Program, has been approved by the Committee on Education and Workforce Development and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules for further consideration.
Thank you.
Commissioner of Labor and Commissioner of Finance, your 30 seconds.
Just want to say thank you very much to this committee for being able for your approval of moving this forward. We will make sure that everything that we propose is in place to ensure that we assist making sure that the injured workers and the providers are paid on time. Thank you.
Commissioner McCurdy.
Good evening. Just to echo the sentiment of the Labor Commissioner, I think our objective is to ensure that we are addressing timely the needs of those who are experiencing work-related injuries. So anything that we can do to make sure that that is being addressed timely is very important to us. Thank you.
Madam Chair, point of personal privilege, if I may.
Senator Joseph, go ahead. Point of personal privilege.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. I want to just explain my no vote on this piece of legislation because of its far-reaching implications. Definitely, I would like to get some feedback from the private sector because it affects them. In concept, appreciate the move. I think it would bring about a level of efficiency, but I also want us to be mindful that we have to do our due diligence and make sure we have our checks and balances in place, and that we have a opportunity for the claimants to have the level of justice based on their injuries that they have sustained. And so those were some of the concerns I have. I didn't see it in this piece of legislation here, and that's why I voted against it. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. I hope the amendments will clarify some of my concerns. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. I know that the Commissioner of Labor knows that there is a need for amendments that will have to be worked on so that it's straightforward and meets the intent of the merger, the integration. The one thing that I will say is that a lot of times we don't realize that what we're asking for already exists in the current legislation. So I really want to impress on my colleagues that we need to look at the current legislation more closely, especially when we're doing amendments. So I want to thank the commissioners for waiting a long time today. Thank my staff for getting me ready this morning, the senatorial staff of the committee members, everybody, central staff, media, thank you so much for a great meeting. And the Committee on Education and Workforce Development is hereby adjourned. Have a good evening, everyone.